Now, Ellery Queen in The Adventure of the Message in Red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective, and your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nicky.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, no, Nicky, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus. Public stenographer. Yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they dictate their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used a house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't you? Now, who's there? Huh. Nobody out here. Oh. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does. Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? What, at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes. All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right. Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Yes. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Pickett? Call back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nicky waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, Dad, huh?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nicky. First one a public stenographer with the Hotel Arbutus on Lexington Avenue. Shot to death at 9:15 p.m. Name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison, the publishers, a Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both as they opened their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive, no untangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses, no clues, no motive. And the girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders aren't connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nicky. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's a nut kill myself, Ellery. Yes, Billy?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Porter. Maestro.
Oh, Sergeant.
Inspector. Know what?
No. What?
Another one.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Oh, number 3 last night.
Who was this one, Billy?
Lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella?
The Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue, in her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
My poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, if you let me get away...
My husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, frustrated.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
Mrs. Canella.
You understand, Mr. Crean. I know you do.
The death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally. And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't.
The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
Your husband with you, madam?
Mr. Canet? Oh, no, he was out somewhere. His club or something.
How about your daughter?
Madge. Oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Cream. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell.
Oh, yes. I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Stiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and the poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful, Mrs. Canella. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your daughter.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the third degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
Oh, Mother, stop drooling.
Oh, Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely not. I'll be some more policemen. Who's the wench, your sob-sister?
The wench is Nicky Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen.
Sergeant Veely.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
And you're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you're to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No, newspaper men.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway.
My fault?
Yes, I told you long ago you should send that snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad taste to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. 3-star engagement was supposed to be announced this week. One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Well?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What, Henry?
Notice the facing surfaces of the tips of her index and middle fingers, Dad, on the right hand.
Oh, calloused. Only place for calluses?
Yes.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
All right now, Nicky.
But how do you know this maid's murder is connected with the other two murders?
Bradley was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nicky. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blessed. Oh, Veely?
You through with the corpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy.
What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant?
Names, Butler, James Smathers, Cook, Sally Fabian, chauffeur, Waller Boyle. Upstairs maid, Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
Oh, I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge. Inspector Queen.
Who are you?
I'm Milford Canella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take her through.
Oh, Madge, I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
See yourself, Mother.
Oh, Mr. Canella, we were just... Pardon me. Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, well, this piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red?
That's it. Let me see.
In red, is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
She must have lingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
Starts with a capital M, but there are a lot of spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
I'll have Craney look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
Right, Dad.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Canella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once. And without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been Father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret. Madge.
And Father's just a little guy who can do it.
Dad.
Harry, where are you going?
Out to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the 3 murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief. And that's why we say...
Take an Anison.
There's a good reason why Anison relieves the agonizing pain of headache so much more quickly. Anison is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anison to you. That's how millions first discovered Anison's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anison.
Anison, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anison.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Bealey at the wheel, is threading its way through midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery?
And how'd you know, Maestro?
What was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
Public stenographer.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
The Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, do you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
And the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle fingers.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nicky, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time. Weeks, months.
A diary.
Perhaps, at least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant. So, we have Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand. When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript?
You take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely the unfortunate Miss Kirby. And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To a publisher.
And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple?
Maestro, you're a genius.
The murdered girls are probably the only 3 people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swiped it probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And destroyed it, Terry.
Yes, but there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Maestro.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
They're a bit on the sensational side, Nicky. Miss Jenkins?
Yes. Alberta Jenkins.
Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the receptionist phone?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report.
Let me see, Ellery.
Say, she read a lot, doesn't she?
It'll be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad.
Maid tells all. By Lucille Dubois.
Wow.
Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office. No, it isn't here.
Oh, no.
But I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I've been so busy today. Here it is. Still unopened.
Give that to me, Bailey.
Well,
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts plus full reports later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Flo Gently. Phooey.
Romance in a phone booth, my Georgette bag. Wow.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois.
No.
Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... Well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed? Here.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Maid's manuscripts filled a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas that would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue blood Boston marriage.
Yes, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed her manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's got to wipe out whoever run it. Steno, wham. Reader, wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secrets of sight.
Too safe, blast it. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity. But apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Stymied. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
There's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter.
I could only see some daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, at least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive. Or I would be if the great man's thoughts weren't.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Queen is with us again.
Why they lied?
The answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the triple header, Maestro?
In my pocket.
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red.
Holy. That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say.
The one we couldn't decipher.
Where'd I put it? Here. What's the matter with
Come
me?
on.
Billy, get down to headquarters. Quick.
Yeah, man. Ha. If anybody can make it out, it's that Wisner lab. Men, we're in. Sailing, sailing over the boundary.
Speed it up.
Huh?
What's eating you now, son?
A car right in our trail coming up fast.
Some drunk who wants a race.
With a police car out.
Billy, he's out to wreck us.
Oh, yeah?
Keep going, faster.
Look out, Sergeant!
Why the...
No, not with Nicky in the car.
Don't mind me!
He's
I
gaining.
could only spot the driver. It's too dark.
Billy!
Don't tell me I'm in one piece.
Sorry. I'm okay, too. Inspector.
No bones broken, Bailey. Ellery.
By a miracle, we're all right. Oh, Billy, that was quick thinking.
Certainly was.
Well, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining wall at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why?
Dad, Lucille's message.
Huh?
All 3 Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
Then the killer is one of the Canellas. And her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Peely. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant.
Well, Peely?
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
No good.
Kinda looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I-N, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N. The start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nicky.
But what's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
Well, the daughter's name also starts with an M, Nicky. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the 3. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Back Inspector Man again.
And that nice Mr. Queen, etc.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you 3 late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
Why, yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down Fifth Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston.
My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Well, Ellery, anything to ask these 3 people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I... To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anison's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. It's nice to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Well, thank you, Nicky. I hope you'll like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the 3 women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother, Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella... suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Today, millions are switching to Anison. For Anison is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anison is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
Take an Anison.
Anison must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anacin does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anacin tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anacin. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
take an Anacin.
Time! All right, son. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the 3 girls? Sing out.
Dad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of a killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canella.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
How can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nicky? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. A clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So, when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear.
What, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than a first initial, usually precedes a last name?
Huh?
Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Oh, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
French?
What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French. And that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M period. Get him, Billy.
I'll see you all sizzle for this. Oh, yeah.
I disagree, Mr. Canella. If anyone's going to sizzle, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anacin has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pain so fast,
take an Anacin.
because it gives prolonged relief,
Take an Anacin.
because it's made like a doctor's prescription,
Take an Anacin.
there's only one Anacin. Get Anacin tomorrow. And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yes, we had so much evidence we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
Looks like that did it, Don. Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anacin presents The Adventure of the Happy Marriage.
If you are suffering miseries of a cold, why take chances with untried remedies when time-tested, reliable Hill's cold tablets may promptly relieve that dull, headachy feeling and the muscular aches and soreness of colds? Double your money back if you do not get satisfactory relief from such distress in half an hour. Take only as directed. Time the action. Only Hill's offers you double your money back if you do not get half-hour relief. Hill's cold tablets.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night
for Anison.
Anison is a product of the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Christopher London, created especially for radio by the most widely read mystery story writer in the world, Earl Stanley Gardner. Produced and directed by William N. Robeson. And starring Mr. Glenn Ford.
I am Christopher London, private investigator and sometimes student of the teachings of the Orient. In the faraway monastery of the Moon of Yesterday in the hills of western China, I learned many things. I like to think that one of them was tolerance, but I find it hard to be tolerant of greed and murder. Yet any man who agrees to look for a beautiful missing heiress along the San Francisco waterfront is asking for trouble, and usually he gets it. In this case, it was me, and I got it. It started in the lavish Nob Hill home of Arthur J. Manners, attorney at law, where I had been invited on a professional basis.
Fix up your drink, London?
No, thanks.
I asked you to come here because I didn't want to talk about this thing at the office.
Oh, that's a nice place you have here. Awfully nice.
Oh, it's too big. Too expensive. Now, first I'd better show you the young lady's picture.
To Arthur, my dear friend and guardian, Helen. Oh, she's a beautiful girl, Mr. Manners.
Too beautiful. Too rich. Too spoiled. From the time her parents died 5 years ago, Helen Falconer has been a constant worry to me. And now this. This time I'm really worried.
Now, let's see. You said a week ago she arrived on the plane from Mexico.
Yes, for her first visit in more than a year. She wired me when to expect her, and she was on the plane. I checked. I found somebody who remembers seeing her get into a dark blue sedan. And that's all, London. She disappeared. Vanished. And just when I have to produce her in court next week for an accounting of my guardianship.
What about relatives, friends?
No living relatives and no friends in San Francisco. She's never here for more than a few days at a time. Doesn't live anywhere for more than a couple of months at a time. The French Riviera, Rio, New York, Acapulco. Only time I know where she is when she wires me for money.
Well, you've checked the hospitals, I suppose, and the morgue.
Certainly.
Why haven't you gone to the police?
Afraid to. That's why you're here. Where did I put that? Oh. Here, you better take this.
A driver's license.
Yeah, she applied for it last time she was here. Age, height, hair, eyes, and so on. Thumbprint, signature. Might help.
It might indeed.
You'll know her by a ring she wears. She never takes it off. Antique emerald ring. Heavy gold setting, stone engraved with a serpent and an arrow. Find that ring and you'll know who it is even if she has her head in a sack. Yes, come in.
There's a Mr. Lawrence Scoville.
Oh, tell him to go away. I'm busy. I said I'd call him if I heard anything.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Scoville. I should have told you about him, London. Claims he's engaged to Helen. Met her recently in New York. Well, maybe not. Says she wired him she was coming and to meet her here in San Francisco. Spends his days mooning around my office. I wish he'd go back to New York. He gets on my nerves.
Well, maybe I'd better start by seeing him.
No. Yes, just a waste of time. He doesn't know a thing.
You interest me, Mr. Manners. Have you changed your mind about wanting me to locate this girl?
Changed my mind? No. Why?
Because you're stalling.
Yes, I suppose I am. But it's because I'm worried. And I don't know how much I should confide in anybody.
In that case, we're both wasting our time. Goodbye, Mr. Manners.
Now, wait. No, London, sit down, please. All right. I have reason to believe that Helen has involved herself in some sort of a smuggling operation. For the thrill of it, nothing more. That may be that the headquarters of this gang is at a waterfront dive named El Toro or El Torero, something of the sort. Mind you, I don't say it's true, but it may be true.
Now, you must have some reason for believing it.
Well, I'm not at liberty to give my reasons. I merely warn you that searching for her may lead you into some danger.
Well, in a way, Mr. Manners, danger is my business. I'll keep in touch with you. And I'll say this. Nobody ever began a search for a missing girl with more clues. A waterfront dive named El Toro. El Torero or something of the sort. Well, it wasn't in the phone book, but I thought I knew how to find it. You take a stroll along the Embarcadero in the fog, and you might find anything. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't hurt you, did I?
Yeah.
This fog is pretty thick, isn't it?
What's the matter? You lost?
Yeah, in a way. I was looking for a place. I forget the name. Stupid.
Yeah. What you want there?
Oh, a drink?
I don't mind if I do.
Well, fine. Let's go. Oh, yes, I remember it now.
Oh, that's swell, honey.
El Toro. That's it.
A joint. Strictly a dive.
You know where it is?
What do you want to go there for?
Well, I told you.
Yeah. You said a drink. What is it really? A dame?
Maybe.
You gonna buy a drink anyway?
Certainly.
Okay, honey. Only no dame you're looking for is gonna be at El Toro. I'm gonna sit at a table.
Sure. How about right here?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got the chair here.
Hey. Now that I see you in the light, you know you ain't a bad-looking guy. What's your name? Smith?
Yeah, Smith.
I thought it was. I'm Babe.
What'll it be, folks?
Make mine a ginger bourbon.
I think you can find an El Toro or its equivalent on any dockside in the world. The retreat of the Happy Companions in Hong Kong was another El Toro. And the sanctuary of the affectionate friends in Shanghai was another. El Toro. A small, dark place within the sound of the sea, where men speak in low voices to each other of their plans and schemes to catch fortune by the tail. In the small, dark place, there were 7 or 8 seafaring men, a couple of women sitting together, quietly, waiting, I think, for something that would never come. Now, there was a piano player, a bartender, and a waiter, and Babe and me. At another time, perhaps El Toro would have been raucous with the sounds of fighting and of laughter, but tonight it was brooding in the fog, waiting.
Hey, Babe, I've been looking all over for you.
You found me. Mr. Smith, this is Gus. Say hello to the man, Gus.
Hello.
Hello, Gus.
Who asked you to sit down?
My feet hurt.
Just make port, Gus?
I'm Mary Maloney.
Irish ship?
Greek.
How long you been gone, Gus?
Oh, don't you remember?
I should remember how long you've been gone. I never even seen you before.
Babe, listen.
Get lost. I'm busy.
I went up to the room before I come looking for you. I brought a case of some kind of Greek stuff.
Greeks don't drink.
Oh, they don't, huh?
What else did you bring?
We're still married, ain't we?
Who says we ain't?
Yeah. I brought some perfume and stuff.
Oh, come on, then, you overgrown droop.
Is it okay if I take a poke at Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith's a friend of mine.
Oh, but, Babe, I just got...
Okay. Just one, though.
Stand up, Mr. Smith. You're in the wrong port.
It'll be a pleasure.
Hey, Babe, where's my upper plate?
Here, droop.
Oh, that's lucky. Not even cracked. That's a nice lift you got, Mr. Smith. No hard feelings.
No, not at all.
Then try my lift.
I don't suppose I was out more than a minute or so. But when I came to, Gus and Babe were gone. And 3 new customers had arrived. 2 men and a girl. They sat at a table in a shadowed corner. Almost certainly the girl was the one I was looking for.
Okay, mister?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, I'll clean this up.
Oh, what hit me?
First day's home from a voyage. Gus always does that. He don't mean no harm. What do you have?
Say, those 3 people over there, Jen. They just come in?
Oh, yeah. While you wasn't paying no attention.
Here's a buck. I guess you must have dropped it.
Thanks.
You know them?
Not me, mister. I don't know nothing.
Do they come here very often?
Oh, mister, why don't you go home? We have enough trouble around here without strangers. It just ain't healthy for strangers here. Especially strangers with noses.
Noses?
Which they stick into other people's business.
Oh.
Now, why don't you go home?
I recognized the girl from the photograph Manners had shown me. Although her hair was a different shade, she was heavily suntanned, and the clothes she wore left so little to the imagination that it was hard to concentrate on her face. But if I'd needed further proof, I saw the flash of emerald green as she lifted her hand to her cheek. The men with her? One was Oriental, Manchurian probably. The other may have come from the Middle East. Suddenly they seemed to come to some sort of agreement. They got up. The Manchurian spoke an inaudible word or two to the girl, and the two men left El Toro together. Well, it seemed obvious that they would soon return, so I took advantage of the moment. Excuse me, Helen Falconer?
What? Who?
You're Helen Falconer?
That's what I thought you said. I never heard of her.
Have you got a minute?
Sit down.
Thanks. Now, you don't want to change your mind.
About what?
About being Helen Falconer.
I told you I never heard that name before. What's this all about?
You know, it's funny. I got an idea that I was intended to meet you here.
You were intended to meet me here?
Yeah. Or Helen Falconer.
Oh, we're back to that again, huh? You know, I'm getting kind of tired of Helen... What's her name already? Did you really want to meet her?
Yeah. You see, she was supposed to look exactly like you.
Oh, you don't know her then?
Well, a man showed me a picture. Arthur J. Manners, an attorney.
And she looks like me?
Exactly.
How do you like the way she looks?
Oh, I like it.
Have you got a name?
Yeah. Christopher London.
Now, what difference does it make? Call me Helen if you want to. Helen... What's her name?
Cigarette? Helen?
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's a good-looking case. Gold?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, it's shiny as a mirror. Here, take it back before it sticks to me.
Thanks. Oh, here's a light.
You know, I'm wondering about you.
As a matter of fact, I'm wondering about me, too.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm wondering if I could get up right now and walk out of here.
And forget me?
Yeah, and forget you.
Do you want to try?
Not yet. Say, it's a beautiful ring. Is it an emerald?
Oh, it's just some kind of green stone.
Hey, mind if I look at it? It's carved, serpent and arrow. Oh, I imagine that's pretty valuable. Aren't you kind of taking a chance wearing it around a place like this?
I usually wear it turned around with the stone on the other side, like this.
Why not simply leave it at home, then?
Oh, no. I never take it off.
Yeah, sort of good luck charm.
Sort of.
Has it brought you any?
Good luck?
Yeah.
All the time, Christopher London. All the time.
Helen.
Oh, yes, that's me, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, does the name Scoville mean anything to you? Lawrence Scoville?
You know more people that I never heard of.
Helen, listen. I'm serious. Now, do you know who you are? Do you know where you are? Where were you a week ago tonight? Oh, 2 weeks ago. Well, a month ago. Don't you know?
Of course I know.
Well, then where?
Why do you care?
Well, answer me.
No.
Answer me, Helen. Can't you remember? Now, where you going?
Don't come with me.
Why?
They'll be back soon, and I have to go.
Not without me. Waiter, how much?
$1.20.
All right, here you are. Come on, Helen.
Christopher, don't.
Come on. Now, what are you afraid of?
Christopher, can you see in this fog?
Oh, not much.
Neither can I. Hold on to me.
Helen, it's important. Who are the men you are with? The men who are coming back.
Hold me.
Oh, don't you understand? You got to answer my question.
I don't know. Hold me, Christopher. Christopher.
Helen.
No. You mustn't ask me anything. It's not safe.
If you're in danger...
I'm in no danger. I know what I'm doing, and I'm safe and protected. But don't ever try to find me again, Christopher, because that's dangerous for you. Worse danger than... Look out!
Where's Inspector. Now you, what's the date?
What? The 5th.
You know what city you're in?
Oh, San Francisco.
What's your name?
What? Oh, Christopher London.
I think he's okay, Inspector. He started coming to a minute ago.
Yeah. Hello, London.
Oh, Inspector Griffith. Ooh. It's too bad you weren't here a while ago.
What happened?
Well, I'll tell you, I was standing along here somewhere with my arms around one of the most beautiful women I ever saw.
Very funny. You didn't see who hit you?
No. Might have been a sailor from somewhere in the Middle East. Maybe a Manchurian.
You kill me, London. What were you doing down here?
Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. No, but I seem to have been robbed.
You surprised?
Yeah, let's see. My wallet's gone. Letters, cards, money. Oh, what do you know? I missed my cigarette case.
And you can sign a report in the morning. How do you feel?
Bad, Inspector. Not good.
Get in. We'll take you home. You want to stop at the receiving hospital?
Oh, our song will take care of me.
Oh, yeah, that Chinese boy of yours. Is he a doctor, too?
Our song can do anything. And do it with quotations. Say, Inspector, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Yeah?
All right, here's my cigarette case that those guys missed. It's got some fingerprints on it. Will you have them checked fast?
Give it to me.
Not careful of those prints.
Tell your grandmother. You know, it takes a while.
Even if I told you where to look in the file?
Well, that might help.
A driver's license. Issued to Helen Falconer, this city.
What's the angle?
Well, if there is an angle, you'll be the first to know. All right, you can let me out here.
Okay.
San Francisco Police, 11 p.m. San Francisco Police.
Helen, Falconer. Dan, I want that cigarette case back.
You'll get it after I check.
As I dragged myself up to my apartment, I hoped that our song would be waiting for me with tea and many ancient Chinese quotations. He was, but he was not alone. I had a visitor in a gray flannel suit and striped silk tie.
Mr. London, I'm Larry Scoville. I wanted to talk to you about Helen Falconer, but the way you look, I guess it'll have to wait until tomorrow.
That's all right. That's all right. My injuries aren't fatal. Now, sit down. I'll be with you in a minute.
All right.
Come, Mr. London. I will make first aid.
Yeah. Oh.
This warm, damp cloth will soon erase the signs of violence, as the soft snow hides the scars of the gardener's toil.
Are you still bleeding?
There is no more blood now. May this helpless one inquire what happened?
Hand me the towel.
Oh, here.
Thanks. I don't know how strong it. I got an idea that this is not the first nor the last blood that will be shed in this case. Here. Has Mr. Scoville been waiting long?
Not long.
Yeah, that looks a little better. All right, I'll see what he wants. Oh, bring us something to drink, will you?
That's all there is to it, Mr. London. I was in Mr. Manners' office and happened to overhear something that made me think he'd ask you to search for Helen. If you can't tell me anything about where she is, or if you don't know, okay, I understand. But can you tell me this? Is she still alive?
That's no good worrying, Scoville. Now, tell me again. You say somebody broke into your room at the hotel. Now, at what time?
Oh, it must have been between 8 and 10:30 tonight.
And nothing was taken?
Nothing at all.
You're sure about
Certain.
that? And you've no idea what they were looking for?
I can't imagine.
All right. Scoville, have you known Helen a long time?
Well, only a few weeks, really, but it was long enough for us to fall in love.
And you don't know very much about her. I mean, who her friends are or what she does here and abroad.
Well, No, I guess that's true, but...
I'll get it off, son. Why, Mr. Manners.
Good evening, London.
Oh, come in.
I was in the neighborhood, and I thought I'd take a chance that you were still awake because
Oh, Scoville.
Hello. Well, you had an accident, London?
Oh, more humiliating than painful. It's nothing. Oh, sit down.
Oh, no time. I'm on my way home. I just stopped in to tell you... this concerns you, too, Scoville. To tell you that I've seen my ward and talked with her.
Oh, you did?
Is she all right?
Quite all right.
When can I see her?
I'm afraid you can't see her. The fact is she's fallen in love with somebody else, and she wants you to forgive and forget, I believe the expression goes.
No. No, I don't believe it.
She's very definite about it. Now, London, I'm glad to say that my suspicions were entirely unfounded. I'll send you a check in the morning, and if you'll return that driver's license, we can consider the matter closed.
I'm sorry, Manners. I haven't got the license. I lost it.
Oh. Well, that's not important then. Good night.
After Manners left, I got my hat and coat, in spite of Arsang's protests. And then I had trouble with Scoville.
You know something about Helen, don't you? You're going out to meet her now.
Scoville, there's nothing I can tell you.
I'm going with you. I don't believe Manners. I don't believe she'd do that.
Oh, it'll be all right, Scoville. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Now, you go back to your hotel, and I'll call you there in the morning.
But, London,
Arsang?
Mr. London, it is not for the trembling lamb to give counsel to the lion,
Yeah. Sure. You don't want me to go out, huh?
but in the night, the tender rice plants sleep.
Yeah.
And sleeping grow.
Look, I know. I'm taking the car, Arsang. If anybody calls, you don't know when I'll be back. I left poor Scoville standing on the street. I got my car out of the garage and headed for the waterfront. For a while, I thought another car was following me, but the fog made it impossible to be sure. I parked my car about 2 blocks from El Toro and started to walk up the Embarcadero. I thought I heard steps behind me, but when I halted, they halted too. Then when I started again, they started. I'd walked about a block when... Scoville. Back a block, I found a telephone at an all-night drugstore and was lucky enough to get Inspector Griffith of Homicide.
Okay, London, I've got it all. Go back and wait till we get there.
Now, just a second. Did you find out anything about those fingerprints?
Yeah, I'll bring the cigarette case with me.
Well, did the prints match?
Yeah, they match.
I thought they would.
So what? So now you know who this dame is named Helen Faulkner. Wait for us.
But I didn't wait for Griffith and the men from Homicide. I passed the crumpled figure that had been Lawrence Scoville, alone and shrouded in the fog. There was nothing I could do or say, so I didn't pause. He had been alive, and now he was dead, but uselessly, wantonly dead. In front of El Toro, there was a taxi waiting. The door was open. A girl came out, her face concealed by a veil. But I saw a flash of emerald green as she entered the cab. There was no need for me to follow her. I knew where she was going. I knew where she had to be going. And I was sure that with some fancy illegal driving, I could get there first. I parked my car in the shadows. Her taxi pulled up not more than a minute later. I followed her up the gravel walk as quietly as I could and stood behind her as she knocked on the door. Yes?
Arthur, what happened?
I'm right behind you. Well, shall we go in?
Oh, what is this? Did you come here together?
Close the door, Manners. This is no time for jealous quarrels.
Well, now, what is this, London? What do you want?
I want to make amends for the death of a young man who died because I unconsciously led him to his murderer. We were in Manners' elegant study, the three of us. A girl, still beautiful, but pale and tense. Arthur J. Manners, attorney at law, calm now, almost too self-assured. And Christopher London, who probably looked as if he'd spent a night in a bowling alley as a stand-in for a 10-pin. Now, Manners was being pleasant. Oh, I'd never seen him quite so pleasant.
Well, I'm glad that you and Helen could meet here.
We met at El Toro. With the briefing you gave me, I couldn't have missed her. You arranged our meeting. You wrote the script and directed the play, but you didn't figure on this ending.
Christopher, listen to me.
What's your name, Helen?
Arthur, what's he talking about?
What do you mean, London? If you've got anything to say, say it. She's Helen Faulkner. You know that.
Christopher, I can explain about those awful men at El Toro, but it was just a silly... I don't know. I get into things like that.
Oh, you fools. Don't you see how transparent you've been? How clear as glass?
Get out of here. Get out.
Manners, sit down. That's better. Now, let's talk. Helen Falconer was your ward. You managed her estate. She was out of the country most of the time, and your expenses were heavy. A house like this costs a lot to buy and to live in. And a girl like this runs into money, too. I think you've been taking Helen Falconer's money for a long time. So at last she became suspicious and decided to fly up from Mexico for an accounting.
Well, that's true, Christopher, but I was wrong.
Oh, very wrong.
Now, wait. Apparently you've got the absurd idea that this girl is not Helen Falconer. Well, would a fingerprint prove it to you?
Not on a driver's license, nor a cigarette case. You know, it was a smart idea having your girlfriend apply for a license under the name of Helen Falconer. But it only proves the murder was well planned and long premeditated. You, whatever your name is.
Christopher, please.
That's your ring on your finger? You wear it constantly? You never take it off? You both told me that. Then why isn't the skin underneath the ring white? Why is it as suntanned as the rest of your hand? Don't try it, Manners. Don't.
Christopher.
Now, don't worry. I think he'll live long enough to die as the state directs.
Well, I just did what he told me. I didn't know why. Well, you believe me, don't you, Christopher?
Sure, I believe you. And I'll bet the jury will, too. I'll bet they won't give you more than 10 years. Yes, Ah-Song, you and your revered ancestors were so right.
Oh.
Yes, greed and duplicity go hand in hand with murder. Arthur Manners killed Helen Falconer on the day she arrived from Mexico. Her body, may never be found. But Manners will die because he shot Lawrence Scoville. Scoville must have worried him.
Oh, yes, murderers must worry.
And he went through Scoville's hotel room because he was afraid the boy might have a picture of the true Helen Falconer. Then he had to kill him because he followed me. If Scoville had seen the girl I thought was Helen, well, the whole thing would have fallen apart.
And the young lady?
Oh, the misguided girlfriend of an attorney at law. With time off for good behavior, she will still be as beautiful when she gets out.
Well, why were you called in at all?
I was the patsy. If the question were ever to come up, I would have been called on to swear that I had found and identified the missing Helen Falconer and returned her to her worried guardian. That way, Manners would have gone right on receiving the money from the dead Helen Falconer's estate. Only
what?
Only Manners forgot that the phony Helen Falconer's license had been issued less than 6 months ago. And Manners forgot that he'd told me that the real Helen Falconer had not been backed in the States for more than a year. Well, Ah-Song, we wouldn't have made that mistake. No, would we?
Oh, no, Mr. London. This humble one can manufacture his own official document when necessary.
Yeah, sometimes, Ah-Song, I think it's a pity that we didn't choose a life of crime.
Oh, no, Mr. London. It's very appealing, but unrewarding. Remember it is said, if a man walk even tippy-toe on road of wrongdoing, his reward surely waits him at road's end, the hangman's noose.
How true. But you meet such attractive gals along the way.
That was Christopher London, starring Glenn Ford, and created especially for radio by the world's most widely read mystery story writer, Earl Stanley Gardner. Christopher London is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and was tonight written by Mindred Lord, with music composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Mr. Ford's supporting company included Joan Banks as the phony Helen Falconer, Ben Wright as Arthur Manners, Charlie Lung as Ah-Song, Florence Hallop, Ted DeCorsia, Peter Leeds, Will Wright, and Stacey Harris. Be with us again next week when Christopher London returns.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Rapp.
Yes?
My name's Eddie Ace.
Oh, yes, you're the private detective.
Yes. There was a message at my office from a Dr. Gale. Asked me to come right over here. Is he in?
I am Dr. Gale. Come in. Please.
So, you're Dr. Gale.
Shouldn't I be?
I didn't expect you to be a woman. What can I do for you?
I want to retain you to talk to me.
To talk to you?
You'll be amply repaid for your time.
Well, you don't have to bribe me. All you have to do is tell me what I'm to talk to you about.
Your experiences?
Why?
You see, I'm a psychoanalyst, Mr. Race. I'm planning a book dealing with criminal psychology. And I intend to do something different. And there I need your help. I want the material fresh and unbiased, so to speak. From the point of view of a private detective. Of more specifically, an Eddie Ace.
You make me feel very important. Is that a trick of a psychoanalyst?
No. That's a trick of a woman. What do you say, Mr. Ace?
All you want me to do is to come here whenever I'm finished a case and tell you about it.
Mm-hmm. The strange people you meet. What they said, how they reacted, what they were after.
I guess you know what you're after, Dr. Gale. All right. When do we begin?
I'm listening, Mr. Ace. I'm listening.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Raft, and produced and directed by Jason James.
You're sure my typewriter won't disturb you, Mr. Ace?
I don't think the typewriter will bother me, but I'm not so sure about the typist.
When you arrived, you said you didn't expect me to be a woman. You were right. I'm a psychoanalyst. Shall we begin, Mr. Ace?
I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, it all started with a killing that was no business of mine. The murder of Frederick Miller, you know, the corporation lawyer. His body had been found in his apartment, 3 bullets in it. As I say, it was no business of mine until I arrived at my office over on 6th Avenue the morning after the killing. A man was waiting to see me. He was very small, very dark, very smooth. He smiled and showed me all his teeth. He had a lot of them. I opened my door, and he followed me in.
Ah, merci, monsieur.
Sit down. You're French.
You are very observant, monsieur.
What can I do for you?
Permit me. My name, monsieur, is Forêt, Pierre Forêt. I have selected you to perform for me a very important service. Oui, a service.
Such as?
Oui. Now we come to it. Last night, monsieur, I performed a most impulsive act. I killed a man.
I see. You're a big boy now. You must learn to control yourself.
You are right. But that is how I am. I killed him, and I do not feel regret. I feel only pleasure when I look into my eyes and see him die again and again.
That's better than a double feature.
I had warned this man, monsieur. Twice I had warned him to stay away from Sally, my wife. He would not. So I killed him. It is simple.
You make it sound reasonable. Who is the lucky lover?
A pig named Miller. It is in all the papers. Oh, such a fuss. All for one pig named Miller.
Frederick Miller, eh?
Oui. Cochon.
What are your plans?
That is why I have come to you, monsieur. I am now on my way to the City Hall of Justice.
Giving yourself up?
Oui, but it is not serious. When I explain to the man in charge of the justice why I killed this Miller, he will let me go.
Yes, sure. He's cute that way. Why did you come to see me?
To hold for me 2 things, monsieur. One, $500. And 2, this little key.
This key, eh?
Oui. You will hold it for me until after the man in charge of the justice has heard my case. When I return, you will give it to me.
Suppose you don't return.
Oh, it is certain. How do I know? Because I am a Frenchman. But I say, if by some silly mistake I am detained, then you will give it to my lawyer. But only if I am detained by what you call a conviction of guilty.
Why not give it to your lawyer now, yourself?
He still remains to be selected, and I do not wish to surrender myself to the justice dispenser with the key on my person.
I see. And this 500, what do I do with it?
That? You keep it, monsieur, for your trouble.
left, and I sat fingering the 500 and the key. It was a small brass key, the kind you use on your trunk. No marks on it except the number, 427. I had Ferret doped as a nut. Anyway, Ferret confessed to the killing of Miller. And the final editions told how Timothy Hogan, the wild Irish criminal lawyer, came forward with an offer to defend the prisoner. The next morning, Hogan came into my office. I had a hunch he would.
And as sure as I'm sitting here in your office, Mr. Ace, I'm certain that Pierre Ferret did not kill Miller.
He confessed.
Confessed? Ha! So there you have a darling confession. A Frenchman, a crime of passion, and he gives himself up. No, not Ferret. Not after talking to the man.
And what's your best guess?
Think, man, think. Can't you see it?
Maybe I'm looking in the wrong direction.
And that you are. Ferret is covering up for someone he loved.
His wife?
Aha. That's the thought, Mr. Ace. That's precisely the thought. And that's why the case attracted me. There's no money in it. But it's sentimental and violent. And I'm Irish.
Oh, it could be. But if he's covering up for his wife, how are you going to get him to sing?
I must. If I can get him to recant a confession from his wife, I could get her an acquittal with a twist of the wrist. Good heavens, man, look at the elements. Self-sacrificing husband, outraged and betrayed wife. She comes forth at the last minute. Why, it's better than Mother McCree. I'll have the jury swimming in their own tears.
I like your script. How are you going to get it on the stage?
Aha, that is the problem. And there I need your help. I know this much. Yesterday, before he gave himself up, Ferret came to you. What did he tell you?
Nothing.
He gave you something?
Nothing.
Oh, I don't think you're telling me the gospel truth, Mr.
I'm not.
I see. Very well. I tried to persuade Ferret to give you his permission to talk to me.
That's better.
But in the meantime, Mr. Ace, you might try to sound out the wife. Very, very discreetly, understand? But sound her out.
You hiring me?
Yes. Will you see what you can do?
I'm practically there now.
Yes?
Mrs. Ferret?
Go away. All day you reporters have been
I'm a
driving...
detective.
What do you want?
Sit down.
Say what you want and get out.
Do as I say or I'll take you downtown.
You don't frighten me a bit. I'm ready.
I see what you mean. Okay. I'll level with you, Mrs. Ferret. I'm not from the police. I'm a private detective. I'm working for your husband's lawyer on the Miller killing. You knew Miller.
Yes. Yes, I knew him. What is there to work on? That rat Pierre killed him. I hope he dies in the chair for it.
Yes, says you were seeing Miller. That might save him from the chair.
Let him prove that. Just let him prove I ever saw Fred Miller outside of his office on business.
When did you see Miller last?
None of your business. Get out.
Sure. But keep this in mind, Mrs. Ferret. Your husband confessed to the murder. But maybe you'll be able to give the jury the impression that he's covering up for someone else. Someone maybe like his ever-loving wife.
I said go on. Get out.
Oh, by the way, did you ever see this key before?
No. Now get out of here. And tell that rat Pierre I'll do my best to get a ringside seat for his execution.
I went back to my office, opened my door, and then I saw him. A man was sitting behind my desk. He got to his feet. He didn't introduce himself, but I could tell by the bulge in his right pocket that he had a very good reference.
You are Mr. Ace.
What do you want?
The key, Mr. Ace.
What key?
Please, Mr. Ace, do not act childish. Give me the key.
I'm bigger than you are.
But if you force me to use this gun, I shall be liver than you are. The key, please.
He pointed a stubby little revolver at my head. I gave him the key. He thanked me politely enough and left. I counted 10, then raced down the hall to the fire exit, slammed down the iron stairs, and picked up behind him as he was leaving the building. He went straight to the Times Square station. I went right behind him. He went directly to the lockers. I was right behind him. He inserted a key in the locker number 427. through the latch, pulled the little door open, and then... It must have been hours later when I opened my eyes. I was still in the station. Near me and around me were maybe a dozen more. Cops and interns milled around. But bending over me was Detective Lieutenant Walsh.
Feeling better, Ace?
Yeah, Oh, my head. What happened?
Bomb exploded in a locker.
Anybody killed?
Yeah, the man who opened the booby trap. Blown to bits, and 3 bystanders. You were lucky.
You can say that again.
All right, I will. You were lucky, and I mean lucky that you didn't open it yourself.
I? How could I open it?
With the little key you showed Sally Foray.
You certainly get around.
Where'd you get that key?
From Pierre Foray.
Oh. Pierre Foray, eh?
That's the name. He came to my office. Gave it me to hold. You can ask him.
Well, suppose you ask him, Ace. But you'd better get yourself a good spiritualist. Pierre Foray hanged himself in his cell 2 hours ago.
Walsh took me down to police headquarters. He talked to me for 2 hours. He didn't learn a thing, but I did. Pierre was visiting his cell by Hogan and Mrs. Foray just before he strung himself up. It was Hogan who found his body when he went back to talk to him again. I asked Walsh what he knew about Hogan, and he didn't know much. I left police headquarters and went around the corner to Jenny, the bail bond. Jenny had been around New York longer than the city charter and runs the biggest bail bond mill in town. I asked her what she knew about Timothy Hogan. She didn't know much offhand, but promised me a rundown by morning. I said I'd call her and left it at that. Outside, the rain was just beginning to wash the town. A hack pulled up. I opened the door, bent to get in when the butt of the gun came down across my skull, and that was that. It was the cold water that brought me out of it. I opened my eyes. The ceiling and the chandelier spun around. I closed them again.
Leo, douse him again. Ace, you hear me? Get up!
The man said get up, and the man meant it. The man was big enough to lift me to my feet with one hand. I tried to open my eyes. There were battleships tied to the lashes, but I made it. 2 other mugs flanked me, with Mike in front of me. The rug was wet with blood and water. The water and the rug were theirs. The blood was mine. Somebody must have taken a bad working over. I began to figure it must have been me, but I couldn't remember. In fact, I didn't even know who Ace was when Mike barked the name.
You hear me, Ace?
Give me a drink of water.
Leo, give him a drink.
Better.
You're making a lot of trouble for us, Ace. It ain't necessary. Now look what you look like. Busted nose, busted lips, busted eyes. You think we like to do things like this? And just look at me old lady's rug.
Don't let it break you up.
Just look at yourself. And for what?
Tell me. For what?
Because you get stubborn.
You mustn't be impatient. I'm not very bright. What am I stubborn about?
All we want to know is where is the envelope Foray gave you?
Michael, how much longer will you be?
Just a few more minutes, Ma.
Oh, well, just look at that rug.
I'll have it cleaned.
Well, hurry up. The hot kitchen's getting all burned.
All right, Ace, I'm through talking nice. Where's the envelope?
Foray didn't give me any.
Leo, take it.
Oh.
Michael, for heaven's sake, be careful of the rug.
And the last I remember, there was the old hack screaming about her furniture. I know I smashed a chair when I went down, and that made me feel pretty good. I felt the water hitting my face again. I got my right eye unstuck. I was on my back in a field up in the Bronx. The rain washed over my bruised face, and that felt fine. But I couldn't stay to enjoy it. I remembered there was a phone call I had to make. And by the time I let myself into my apartment over on 3rd Avenue, the sun was up. I looked into a mirror. I never saw the guy before in my life. But even if he was a stranger, I had to do something for him. I wrapped some ice in a towel, held it over my face, and then I picked up the phone.
Jenny's bail bonds.
You sleep in that ratty office of yours, Jenny?
Well, there's citizens being arrested, day and night, Ace. I got that smear on Hogan for you.
How does he shape?
Well, he was the mouthpiece for the old Ringo mob. Back in Prohibition, Ringo got pushed over, rest his soul. Hogan fronted for the policy boys in Harlem. And finally, he broke away from the heist guys, went into straight criminal law. Only the very highest types of criminals.
Where does he hail from?
Why, he's from, here it says, Timothy Hogan, Washington University, class of 28, X.
X. What's that mean?
X, it says here, it says. I see, didn't finish at Washington. No record of any other school.
I see. All right, thanks, Jenny.
Yeah? Anything else I can do for you?
Yeah. Keep a nice fat bail bond warm. I may need it.
Who is it? What? Oh.
Well, don't let the face frighten you, Mrs. Foray. I'm just breaking it in for Boris Karloff.
What happened to you?
What happened to me shouldn't happen to a private detective. But it did. Sit down. We're going to make with a little talk.
Look, I'm in an awful hurry, Mr. Ace. I was just going out.
What did you and Hogan tell Pierre in his cell yesterday?
Oh, I didn't want to go. That lawyer Hogan, he insisted. Well, I guess I blew my top. I told Pierre I was going to tell the jury the truth. That Freddie Miller begged Pierre to give me a divorce. He wouldn't. Instead, he took money from Fred to keep his mouth shut and not make a scandal.
And you figure that's why Pierre strung himself up. So there was no chance for him.
That's the one thing I regret. He didn't go to the chair.
Mm-hmm. You must have had quite a burn for this guy Miller.
When I love a man, I love him. I love him.
You're kind of lost now, eh?
I loved him, Eddie. It's going to be awful tough. Freddie, what's the use? I wind up with memories in four walls, the kind of memories you can't forget. The kind that cut your heart out every time you breathe.
Come here.
What am I going to do, Eddie? How can I forget it?
Easy. You call me Eddie. Just try calling me Freddie.
All right. I'll try it. I'll try it.
A little later, I remembered that Sally was just on her way out when I arrived. I asked where she was headed for. She hedged a little, but then I saw the court orders on the desk. She was going down to the First National Bank to open Pierre Foray's safety deposit box. I went with her. The small vault contained some jewels, an insurance policy, and a bulky package wrapped in brown paper.
The jewels are mine. I'll take them with me.
Maybe we better see what's in this package.
Oh, I can't imagine what it could be.
Money. $1,000 bills. Must be 50 of them.
$50,000? Well, where did you get all that?
Not in the private eye business. In this envelope. I think we better open it in the presence of a lawyer. Look, I'm going upstairs to see if anybody's around that looks familiar. Here, take this nickel.
Yeah?
Call police headquarters. Lieutenant Walsh. Tell him to meet me right now at Timothy Hogan's apartment. This is important for both of us, Angel. So don't trip. I'll wait for you outside. I waited. 4 minutes later, she joined me. Told me Walsh was starting out. We got to Hogan's apartment first.
Well, Mr. Ace, Mrs. Foray, sit down, sit down. What happened to your face, Mr. Ace?
I ran into an open gun cell in the dark.
Oh, really now? Where?
I didn't get the address, but it was the home of that mug named Mike you keep on your payroll.
I see. What else do you know?
Put that heater away, Hogan. Walsh is on his way up. I'll give it to you fast. Frederick Miller, a lawyer used to Needland Court. Dug into your background. Found out you weren't a member of the bar. Never finished law school. Why, you weren't even a shyster.
That's why I killed him.
Right.
But Foray confessed.
That was the deal you made with him. 50 G's if he confessed to the murder of Miller.
And you think a man would confess to a murder for any amount of money?
You convinced him you'd get him an acquittal. On the unwritten law. But before he agreed, he wanted full protection. This little envelope we got out of his safety deposit box.
That's true, Mr. Ace. That's true. I had to give him my signed confession, just in case anything went wrong.
And plenty went wrong. He didn't trust you. You'd try to get that confession back. But you'd watch every move he made before he confessed to the police. That's why he came to me. Gave me a key to a booby trap. He figured you'd try to get that key from me. Open the booby trap. And get your head blown off. But you sent one of your mugs instead.
You leave nothing for me to say, Ace. Is there anything else you'd like to know before I kill you?
Yeah. How did you manage to kill Foray in his cell?
That, my friend, that is the trade secret which I cannot divulge.
Too bad, Hogan. Right guy like you. I know that Walsh will feel the same way about it. But he's a city cop.
Mr. Ace, you are priceless. But you made just one little mistake. You see, Sally here wasn't in love with Miller. You didn't even know him. Sally was and always has been in love with me.
That true, Sally?
Here's your nickel, Eddie. I didn't make that call to police headquarters.
So little Sally wasn't 3-timing. She was 4-timing.
You know, Ace, it's remarkable you've stayed alive as long as you have. Can you give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you?
Can I skip that question and take the $32?
Go home, Sally.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Eddie. Believe me, I...
Go on home and sharpen your stiletto.
Going somewhere, Mrs. Foray?
Look out, Walsh. He'll shoot.
That's a darling break.
Tim.
Sally, did you...
No.
Did you cock?
No. No, I didn't, Tim. Honest, I didn't.
And the dying.
Tim.
Stop wailing, Sally. He can't hear you. He's dead.
And I wish he'd killed you. A brilliant man like him shot down like a dog, and you stand there.
Okay, Walsh. From here on out, it's your party. The confessions in the envelope will give you the score. Sally is right. He was a brilliant man. And that's how Timothy Hogan died. Yeah, I called Walsh when I left Sally for a minute at the bank. She could have been held as an accessory to the murder of her husband in his cell. But Walsh never got her down to headquarters. She took a header out of the window. I guess it was better for her like that.
Well, that was a gory business, wasn't it?
Gory? Oh, I thought I'd give you the mild ones first.
Mild? Good heavens. Do you mean that this sort of thing goes on with you all the time?
Only when business is good.
Well, for my sake, then, I hope business improves. Good night, Mr. Ace.
There's something I'd like to say, Dr. Gale.
Yes?
Well, it's... never mind. Maybe next time.
Or maybe the time after that.
You're reading my thoughts marked private. Good night, Dr. Gale.
George Raft, as Mr. Ace, will be back in a moment with news of next week's case. But now, a word from our sponsor.
Thank you. Next week, I have another appointment with Dr. Gale. I'm going to tell her about a murder that shouldn't have happened. Not even to a corpse.
And, George, we'll all be waiting to hear that. In the assisting cast tonight, you heard Jeanette Nolan, Kathy Lewis, Theodore Von Eltz, Leo Cleary, and Stanley Farrar. The music was composed and conducted by Sandy Courage. This is Carlton Cadell speaking and inviting you to listen again to George Raft in The Cases of Mr. Ace.
successful businessman, the supremely confident woman, the boastful bluffer, the sly schemer, each is vulnerable. Each has some weakness, some chink in his armor, some little flaw that we call the blind spot.
Louis Gively, I arrest you on the charge of murder.
I? A murderer? No. That is fantastic. It's quite fantastic.
I arrest you on a charge of murder.
No, I swear it. I am innocent. I swear it. I didn't do it. I wasn't there. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you leave me alone, please? Why do you bother me like this?
Because you are a murderer. Soul must go to the guillotine.
The guillotine? No. I am Louis Gively, the detective of the Sûreté. Not a murderer. Not the guillotine, please. Not the guillotine. Oh. That dream again. That awful nightmare. I've arrested so many men myself. Uncovered so many murderers, it's on my mind. I thank heaven it's morning. And he's behind me. But if it goes on like this much longer, I'll be a wreck. A mental and physical wreck, that's what I'll be. That's the last thing that must happen a man in my position. Brace up, Gively. You have to face the world. A shave. That's what I needed. Razor. And a fresh shirt, a well-pressed suit. Present the correct image to the world, Louis Gively. Pride of the Sûreté. France's #1 detective.
Bonjour, Monsieur Gively.
Bonjour, madame.
Good morning, Louis.
Good morning, Michel.
You slept well, monsieur?
Sleep? Oh, yes, of course. Like a top, always. I always do.
When you're not working on the case.
Even then, madame, what is a man without sleep? It's essential to the body and the brain. How else could I achieve results?
And you do achieve results, monsieur. We're proud to have you living in our house. We live in your reflected glory.
Oh, Mother, you do go on. You embarrass Louis.
Embarrass him? Never. We all like a little praise when it merits it.
Louis, I am going to the shop on the corner, so I'll walk with you.
Oh, don't bother Monsieur Gively. He's a busy and important man.
Do I bother you, Louis?
Come along, Michel. Au revoir, madame.
Au revoir, monsieur. Keep our city safe from crime.
From crime? Oh, yes, from crime.
Chatter. Mother will never get used to having a famous detective living in the house.
A very satisfactory woman, your mother.
But evidently you don't think her daughter's a very satisfactory woman.
Oh, come now, Michelle. You know better than that.
No, I don't. And I am not getting any younger.
Who is?
Wasting the best years of my life. That's what I am doing. A brilliant young detective who has only to look at a set of footprints to describe the appearance of a man. Yet he can't look at a girl's face and see what's going on inside her.
Michelle, you know I'm fond of you.
Then show it. Spend a little time with me.
But a detective doesn't have much time.
There are nights, Louis.
Nights? Yes.
Well, Louis?
At nights, there are details of cases to be worked on.
That is not what you said to Mother. You said the nights were for sleep. Watch out, Louis. I'll come to the conclusion you are dull and not worth pining over, even though you are a brilliant detective. I'll look elsewhere.
No, don't do that.
I will, unless you spend more time with me.
Well, perhaps I work too hard. When you have a reputation for just looking at clues and coming up with the solution of a crime, it places a burden on a man. Too much to bear alone.
Then marry me, Louis?
No, I couldn't.
Thank you very much. Go off to your precious Sûreté office. I'll do my shopping and go drill.
No, Michelle, wait.
No, I've waited too long. There are other fish in the sea.
Please, I have to talk to you.
Louis, you're not well, are you?
No. But you mustn't tell anyone else.
What is it? Tell me, Louis.
Yes, I will. I have to tell someone. You're the only one I can tell. But not now. I do at the Sûreté. Tonight, Michel. Tonight. I promise.
How well do you know the history of your army? For example, do you know when the first army ration was issued and what it consisted of? To get the answer, we must go back to November 1775, the date when the Continental Congress, by resolution, established the United States Army's ration. Each soldier was issued his daily ration uncooked, and it was up to him to prepare it. The daily ration consisted of 1 pound of beef, or 3/4 of a pound of pork, or 1 pound of salt fish, 1 pound of bread or flour, and 1 pint of milk per day. Each soldier was also issued a weekly ration of 3 pints of peas or beans, and 1/2 pint of rice, or 1 pint of Indian meal. There was also a daily ration of 1 quart of spruce beer or cider per man, or a weekly ration of 9 gallons of molasses per 100 men. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
I can hardly believe it.
I said we'd talk together
You've
tonight.
said it other times. And more times than not, I get a message canceling the arrangement. I don't know why I still like it.
I'm glad you do. Without you, I'd be lost. I need someone to hold on to. Even if you don't know it, I think of you in that way. There's no one else.
I was right then, you see. You do need me. You need a wife.
Yes. That would be wonderful, but it's impossible.
Why?
Because if I had a wife, my secret would be known.
To your wife?
Yes.
What is your secret?
I'm not brilliant at all. My superiors think I am, but it isn't true. I'm slow, methodical, patient. I'm a plodder. There, I've said it. It's how that lies.
But everyone says
I
that
know what everyone says. You said it yourself this morning. Louis Givelet only has to look at a set of footprints, and he can give a description of the man. He only has to smell cigarette ash, and he can identify the brand of tobacco. If only they knew.
But you have done those things. Everyone knows. All Paris acclaims you.
Because I want them to. I've built a reputation. I'm terribly vain about it. So I nearly killed myself to keep it up.
That's why you hardly ever have time to see me? You work at night, without people knowing?
No, I sleep like a top. I told your mother. Do you know the truth? Last week, for instance, I had only 6 hours sleep. In the entire week, 6 hours sleep.
You will kill yourself.
Last week wasn't exceptional. It's happened again and again, week after week.
Louis, what?
I put in the most exaggerated reports. Instead of admitting that I've spent 7 hours trailing a suspect, I tell them that I've worked out in a flash where the man's gone. I spend a whole night combing every square inch of the floor in every room of a house, picking up every pin, every piece of thread. And next day, I suddenly produce the most brilliant deduction, right out of the air. It looks miraculous on paper, but to maintain this record, I go without sleep. There. That's Louis Givelet. That's your brilliant detective who astounds the top brass of the Sûreté.
You must have been doing this for years.
Years? Yes.
And you're ill. I can see it now. Why haven't I seen it before?
I've never let anyone see it. I've kept up my image. Louis Givelet, the hero of every small boy in France, the pride of the Sûreté. Louis Givelet, the neurotic mess.
This has to stop.
It can't. I can't let them know I'm a fake.
You're not a fake. Just be a detective like all the others. You don't have to be a magician.
A detective like all the others? No. It's too late for that. I'm Louis Givelet.
Please stop for my sake.
Oh, I'd like to. Believe me, I would like to. But I'm afraid. It's built up and up. I can't stop. I'm not my own master.
You are going home now, Louis. You are going to get a good night's sleep. Tonight and every night this week. Then maybe you'll start to see it sensibly.
But when I do sleep...
What happens then?
The most awful dream. A nightmare. Again and again it keeps happening. I dream that I'm a murderer myself.
There, you see? Do you need any further proof that this nonsense has to stop?
All the murder cases I've worked on, they're on my mind. They're always there. Even when I'm asleep, I can't rest. It's the same nightmare all the time now. That I'm a murderer.
You'll have a nervous breakdown. That's what you'll have.
What can I do?
Tell them you want a holiday.
No, I can't do that. It's not time for my holiday.
Tell them you want them.
And admit that I can't stand up to my job? That would be the end of me. My reputation would vanish like a great balloon.
Louis, you haven't a special case at present. Nothing to stop you sleeping?
No, not tonight.
Then you are going home right now. You are going home to sleep.
Bonjour, Monsieur Givlet.
Bonjour, madame. And it is a good morning, a wonderful day to be alive.
No different from the others we've been having, Monsieur.
Oh, to me it is.
No, to me it's the same as always. Dishes to be washed, baking to be done. What's different?
Louis, it is different, isn't it?
I had a wonderful sleep. Look at me.
No dreams?
No dreams, Michel. Just sleep. I feel like a new man.
You see, it can happen. I told you.
Instead of pretending to face the world with confidence, today I really can.
You see, you've talked about it. Now you can handle it. You're not alone with it anymore.
Thank you, Michel. You made this possible.
I had to. For my own sake.
Monsieur Givlet.
Yes, madame.
The telephone for you.
Oh, thank you, madame. I'm coming.
Just in time, just as you were leaving.
Hello?
Morning, Givlet. Jobin here.
You just caught me, sir.
I hoped I would. Pack a bag, my boy. You're off to Le Havre.
Le Havre?
A small matter of murder. Won't take you long, huh? That's why we're sending you. Clear it up quickly.
Yes, sir.
Just an overnight bag, huh? That should be long enough for you. See you here when you are back. I'll brief you then.
Yes, sir. Murder. Tonight, I shall not sleep again.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right. What?
How many savings bonds do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. Now, what do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. A bond a month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean...
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
All right, I finished it. 2 nights. 2 nights of patient searching, putting the pieces together, laborious plodding, so they could have their brilliant solution. And now I'm ready for sleep. Are you coming? I'm waiting. Don't disappoint me.
Louis Givlet, I arrest you on a charge of murder.
You didn't disappoint me.
Louis Givlet, charge of murder.
I don't hear you. I'm shutting you out.
Louis Givlet.
I'm Louis Givlet, detective. Not a murderer. The others are murderers. I find them, track them down, so leave me alone. Go away.
Charge of murder.
I'm shutting you out. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Fontaine. Can't you let a man sleep?
It's 9 o'clock. How long do you have to sleep?
You'd be surprised if I told you.
This is a job, my friend.
I've finished it. I've made my report. You have your murder.
We want another one.
Another one? What do you mean you want another one?
It's lucky we've got you here. When we have the famous Givlet on the spot, we make use of him. I telephoned Paris the moment I heard to get permission. Jobin told me to put you to work. He's there in the half, he said. Use him.
What are you talking about?
Last night, another man was killed on the beach at Saint-Adresse, 2 miles away. A businessman named Charles Sorel. He was there on a holiday with his wife, staying at the hotel. Before going to bed, he went for a swim. He did not come back. A fisherman found him early this morning. There was a bullet hole through his head. He died about 2 o'clock this morning.
Look, you've got your local man.
We have you, the expert.
But I've just finished one case.
Oh, you're not cracking up, are you?
No, I'm not cracking up. I'm fine. I'll get your murderer, just like I got her last night.
Of course you will. That's what Chauvin said. When it's a murder case, there's only one, Givlet.
Give me time to get dressed. I'll see you at your office. Tell me about it there.
Splendid. In a dossier this thick. I have it already.
Oh, it's too much. I can't go on with it. Oh, I want to call Paris. Opéra 5504. I want to speak to Mademoiselle Bertin. Michel Bertin. Yes, that is right. Opéra 5504. Mademoiselle Bertin.
Hello? Who is this, please?
Michel, it's Louis.
Louis, you still in the house?
Yes, I want you to come here.
Louis, what's happened?
I finished the case I was sent here for. I wound it up for them, presented them with their murderer. It was quite brilliant, the whole thing.
And you're exhausted. No sleep again?
Yes, oh, a little last night. Sleep and the usual dream. Michelle, I'm afraid of what's happening to me.
I told you. You've got to take a holiday.
But they've given me another case. Here, 2 miles from Le Havre, a little seaside place called Saint-Adresse.
Saint-Adresse?
Another murder. Michelle, I feel I'm going mad.
Oh, no, Louis. You need rest, that's all.
But I can't have it. I have to find another murderer for them, quickly. The same brilliant Givlet solution. Michelle, if only you were here. If I could feel that I wasn't alone.
Of course. I leave at once, Louis. I'll be there this afternoon. Try not to worry, darling.
These are the details, Givlet. Somewhere left the house last night at 11 o'clock. It was a warm night, you know that.
Yes, I remember. I was trying to sleep. After I finished my report.
Sorel decided to go to the beach for a swim.
And his wife?
He went alone. She stayed at the hotel.
She was crazy. She should have gone with him a night like last night. The heat was a blanket, a stifling blanket.
Well, maybe she did go to the beach.
She followed him, you mean?
She could have done. Did he have enemies? We don't know of any. Isn't their wife always a potential enemy, Givlet?
Was she his only heir?
Yes, the only one. Of course, he wasn't rich, just a man of average means, but he was older than his wife, quite a lot older. That is always something, eh?
I'll talk to Madame Sorel.
And the time of death has been established pretty definitely between midnight and 2 o'clock. Not possibly later than 2. Oh, Giblet, you look tired. Are you all right?
Louis Giblet is always all right, especially when he's on the job. You'll have your mother.
Oh, we know it. Giblet delivers. That's the byword throughout the service.
I'll go and talk to Madame Sorel.
Chauvin will be here later today.
Chauvin?
2 murders in this area in the space of a few days. He feels he should make an appearance.
Doesn't he think I can handle it?
Oh, he knows you can. I expect he wants to share in the glory when you come up with your second murder. It's a great week for Le Havre. Monsieur the chief and France's greatest detective, both on this spot. It's a week we'll remember.
I'll be at Saint-Adresse.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller with another page from your American Heritage Scrapbook. It was a portrait of the French hero Lafayette painted in 1825 that marked the zenith of the artistic career of Samuel Finley Breeze Morse. Yes, the first dots and dashes ever wrought by Morse were blended in oil on a piece of canvas. But lack of funds forced him to abandon his art studies in London, and he accepted America's first professorship of fine arts at the University of New York City. While at the university, he lived in a tower garret, and it was there that he experimented with wires and batteries, hoping for an inventive success that would free him financially so he could contribute to the arts of America. Even while conducting his electrical experiments, Morse tried to make his art a paying proposition, but without success. In 1837, he put aside his brushes and constructed the first working model of his telegraph. Symbolically, he used one of his wooden canvas stretchers in the process. His promising career as an artist was sacrificed. Yet he performed perhaps a greater service to mankind in another way. Samuel Morse became one of the world's great inventors.
You, won't join me, monsieur?
No, thank you. Not when I'm working.
Oh, but you finished with me. Your questions, I mean, about poor Charles' murder. You know, I never left the hotel last night after he went for his swim. Oh, such a health crank was Charles. A swim in the sea at midnight. Can you imagine it?
Last night I could.
So many other things to do on an off night. But not with Charles. Oh, poor Charles. Once it might have been different, but after years of a man talking with boyish enthusiasm about his health, setting up exercises at 6 in the morning, cold showers with vocal accompaniment, a woman loses that little spark. You know what I mean, monsieur? And to think that vigorous health of his took such a sudden turn for the worse, with a bullet through the head. Oh, poor Charles. How disconcerting for him.
That's all you have to say about your husband's death, madam?
What else can I say, except what you know, that I did not leave the hotel while he was away, but I waited in the lounge for him to return, anxiously, with the best cognac, until 2:30 this morning, with waiters and hall porters to prove it.
Yes, that's firmly established. And you can't tell me of any enemies he had?
Charles? Enemies? He was much too dull to have enemies. You're sure you won't join me in the cognac, monsieur?
Thank you. No.
Oh, then I must toast him alone. To Charles, who died with a bloom of rude health upon him, like a piece of prime beef.
Louis, come and sit down. You must rest a while.
Oh, I can't, Michelle. I promised them the solution to this crime in the morning.
How can you promise a thing like that?
Because I'm Louis Giblet. And Louis Giblet is a genius.
Louis Giblet is a tired, sick man.
Yes, and that's why I asked you to come here. Because I needed the one person with me who knows the truth.
Poor Louis.
You're my moral support, Michel. If I didn't have you here, maybe the others would learn the truth about the brilliant Giblet, and that would be a disaster.
Louis, you've been over this patch of beach 100 times tonight. There is nothing to be found.
There must be. There has to be. I'll take the torch and look again.
Louis.
So many footmarks on the sand. How can one know which is the murderer's? But one of them must be. He was shot at close range. One of them.
Louis, you found something? Louis, what is it? What have you discovered?
I have discovered who the murderer is, Michel.
You have? But a moment ago you had nothing, not even a clue.
That is true, but now I know. I've found his footprint.
But there are so many footprints. You said so yourself.
But only one like this.
Louis.
Michel, sometimes I've wondered what happens in the night. When a person teeters on the brink of a mental collapse. When the strain of years builds up into a gigantic, overwhelming phantom. Can a man really know what happens all that time to himself? Is he really the master every minute, every hour of those ghastly nights? Can there be obscuration? How you say? Blind spots?
Blind spots, Louis?
Here is one definition for freedom. Quote, freedom is an indivisible word. If we want to enjoy it, we must be prepared to extend it to all peoples, whether they be rich or poor, whether they agree with us or not, no matter what their race or the color of their skin. Unquote. These words of Wendell Willkie remind us that our cherished rights will make us free men only as long as they are enjoyed by all. Democracy combats tyranny by engulfing it in the success of men who enjoy ever-constant liberty. This is one definition in our Dictionary of Freedom.
Here he is, Giblet, our physician. Come in, my boy. You said we would have the solution to the Sorel murder this morning. Have you come to deliver?
Yes, Monsieur Jobin, I have what you want.
Here's that Fontaine. I told you he was a genius.
Everyone says it, and Giblet proved it over and over again.
Well, Giblet, let us hear it.
Monsieur, I have the solution to this crime as I promised. I've made a plaster cast of the footprint left by the murderer as he crept up behind his victim. Here it is. Examine it for yourselves. Now, here is what happened. He walked along that beach of Saint-Adresse in his bare feet. You will notice a certain peculiarity about one of the feet. The left foot. Here. You see? The upper joint of the big toe is missing.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Couldn't have been too many men in Saint-Adresse the other night with a left foot like that.
Have you traced him, Giblet?
But of course I knew him at once, sir.
At once?
Yes, you see, I know why he did it. Though he didn't know it himself at the time. That is to say, his real self didn't know. To get rid of a nightmare, he had to make it come true.
Make it come true?
Monsieur, I give you your murderer as promised. Permit me to present myself, Louis Giblet, at your service.
The best laid plans so often go astray. And when they do, it's usually because of that strange factor, that fatal flaw we call the blind spot. This This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry King, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn. Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. There are no laughs in this one, not unless you're a ghoul. Because you're strolling in a graveyard at midnight. You're walking in a cemetery out on Long Island. That's the job of work you're being paid for. You've got a package in your left hand and a flashlight in your right. Your imagination is starting to do nip-ups. When you get an interruption.
Put out the flashlight.
Yes, sir.
Now reach back and hand me that package.
Well, you're supposed to give me the word.
Word?
Well, them's my instructions, pal. A real melodramatic bit. You're supposed to say a name.
Abner Reed.
Well, that's the jackpot answer. Reach and grab your prize. And notice, please, I've still got my head turned.
And it better stay that way if you don't want holes in it. And you stay the way you are for the next 5 minutes.
But you don't stay the way you are for the next 5 minutes, for 2 reasons. 1, 5 minutes in a graveyard is like, say, 5 years on the French Riviera. And 2, you're blessed, or is it cursed, with a large lump of curiosity. So you turn, and you don't turn a moment too soon because you drop. You look to where Mr. Invisible disappeared, but you don't try to go after him because he's gone. And all the way back to town, you ponder about why the guy took pot shots at you. You didn't see him. He made sure you didn't. So why the extra precaution of a spray of bullets? Well, he missed you, so you shrug it off, and pretty soon you're in town at the fancy Fifth Avenue mansion of Mrs. Abner Reed.
Well, back so soon, Mr. Chambers.
Mission accomplished, milady.
Come in. Please come in, sir.
Mrs. Abner Reed, born Florence Fleetwood Lovejoy, thrice married and rolling, you should pardon the expression, in mucho dinero. Worth maybe $25 million and reputed to be stingy about the whole thing.
Here's your fee, Mr. Chambers, as per agreement. $1,000.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, may I know what it's all about?
You know what was in that package?
Goulash for ghosts.
$250,000.
What?
$250,000.
Look, Mrs. Reed, you have a reputation for being, well, eccentric, but business transactions in the middle of the night in a graveyard.
That wasn't exactly a business transaction, Mr. Chambers.
Well, what then?
It was a delivery of ransom money.
What? You mean I'm mixed up in some kind of a cockeyed kidnapping?
Not exactly mixed up. You were an instrument of delivery. A chore for which you've just been paid.
The police know about this?
Not yet.
Not yet? Well, when do you expect to inform them?
Tomorrow morning.
Look, what happened here?
Well, last night, my husband stepped out for a newspaper.
Huh?
He didn't return for 2 hours. Naturally, I was perturbed.
Well, naturally.
I thought, well, perhaps he'd stepped into a tavern for a drink. But then I got a phone call. He'd been slugged, rendered unconscious, and kidnapped.
Well, how can you be sure?
There was no doubt. It was he himself who was talking to me, with a gun pointed at his head.
I see.
I was told they'd call back this morning, and they did.
Would you be able to recognize the voice?
They're too smart for that. They put him back on the phone.
Oh.
The arrangements were made, and then came the question as to who would make the delivery. You're very well known, Mr. Chambers, and yours is an excellent reputation.
Well, thank you.
They're supposed to return him to me during this night.
$250,000.
I'm regarded as, a rather frugal person, but this is different. We've only been married 6 months, and I believe you know from the newspapers My husband is 20 years younger than I am.
Yes, Abner Reed, I read about it. And I suppose you want me to clear out of here.
Frankly, I do.
But you are going to the cops with this.
Definitely tomorrow morning, whether he's returned to me or not. At least then I'll know that I've done what I could to effect his release. They warned me that I was being watched. That if I called in the police, they'd kill him.
Easy does it, Mrs. Reed. Easy. Good night, and thanks. So you go home. You feel sorry for the old gal with the young husband. You think she's nuts not to contact cops, but you can't creep into another person's soul. You go home and you have a bit of scotch and you chase it with another bit of scotch. You've had a tough evening, and you're ready to wrap up this day and put it to bed when, in the middle of the night, you've got a caller. That's the life of a private eye, about as much privacy as a parakeet in a kindergarten. But it can always be a client. Somebody's turned off the corridor lights, and it's pitch black out there. And suddenly, the blackness is punctuated with blazes of light. Oh. You're hit, and you don't know how bad. You get to the phone. Hello? Operator? A hospital. Emergency. You're under sedatives for a day while they probe for the bullets. Then you're sitting up in the hospital bed, raring to go. But they tell you 5 days. 5 days before they'll let you out of there. And then you get a caller. Amiable, but worried-looking.
Hi, Detective. Hey, you coming around real good.
Hi, Lieutenant. What brings you?
As if you didn't know.
He stares down at you. Detective Lieutenant Parker, New York City Police. Stern, square, and a friend.
That Abner Reed shindig. I hear you were an innocent bystander in the cemetery.
Did they return the guy?
Yeah. None the worse for his experience.
Newspapers got it yet?
No, we're trying to work it through before it gets any publicity.
Well, what kind of a guy is he, this Abner Reed?
Oh, nice enough kid. He used to be a dancing instructor. That's how he met the lady with the bucks.
Oh. She been liberal with him?
Liberal as she can be, I suppose. Rich, but plenty tightwad, that one.
What did he do for amusement before he got married?
He ran around a lot. Nightclub stuff and things. Handsome kid. Figures for a lot of gals. Why this line of questioning, huh?
Trying to get an idea as to his background. If it was hard guys that he used to run around with, it might clue us to the brains behind this snatch.
It's all been done, my lad, and what we've come up with is a large selection of zeros. Now, let's hear your story, huh?
You give it to him. The whole deal, and his face furrows up as he ponders it.
What makes you a target, Pete?
I wish I knew.
First the attempt at the cemetery, then the attack at your apartment. You sure you told me everything?
Everything I know, Louis. But I'm going to know more. Somebody sets me up as a clay pigeon, and it becomes my job to find out who's taking target practice. Any objections, Lieutenant, to my sticking my nose into it?
As if my objections could keep you out.
Thanks, pal.
Okay, then I'll beat it now. You get your rest. But remember, when they let you out of here, we work this one together, huh?
Sure enough, Lieutenant. Anger and well-being seem to run hand in hand, and as your health improves, so your anger mounts. By the time you're out of the hospital, you're tense as a piano wire and fit to bust wide open. You run around and ask questions. You see Mrs. Reed several times. The husband's in the mute or recuperating, but Parker's interviewed him time and again and has squeezed every possible fact out of him. And now the husband's back in town, but you're not wasting your time there anymore. Parker's an expert, and Parker's already wrung him dry. So now you're sitting in your office and thinking about your next move. And then your next move is made for you. Oh?
Chambers? Peter Chambers?
Yeah, this is he.
My name is Sandra Mantell. I live at 1786 East 54th Street, apartment 2, downstairs.
Yes, Miss Mantell.
Okay, I want to talk to you about a kidnapping. The kidnapping of Abner Reed.
What? What's that?
I'm involved. It was my idea, really. I dreamed it up. I was supposed to get a third, 1/3 share. But I'm not getting it, so I want to talk.
Yes, Sandra.
I want you to make a deal for me, Mr. Chambers. If I spill, I want to be able to cop a plea. If I turn in that state's evidence, I want a suspended sentence.
Well, why are you calling me?
Because I know you're mixed up in it. Because I want you to go to the cops and tell them I'll spill the whole deal. Nobody's going to cross me and get away.
Hello? 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 The address she gave you is near enough. You slam out of the office and you run all the way, and then you're there, apartment 2. And you're in the presence of death, a blonde with blood on her face. Well, there's another blonde standing by, and this one's very much alive.
Who are you?
Peter Chambers. This girl was talking to me when that happened. You didn't do it, did you?
No.
Who are you?
Betty Royal. My name's Betty Royal. I'm her roommate. I've only been her roommate for a week.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, I phoned.
A well-stacked blonde. A beautiful blonde, a live one. The dead one must have been pretty, too. You prowl around and you see the gun on the floor. You see that the receiver's back on the hook, too, but that figures. Betty Royal said she'd call the cops.
Let me tell you what happened.
Wait. Let me ask the questions, Miss Royal. Now, that gun on the floor, is that yours?
No, that's not mine. I found it.
Easy, does it? Easy.
But
Now, just tell me what happened.
I was coming back from rehearsal.
Yeah?
I'm a ballet dancer. And as I came into the hallway, I heard the shots. I hurried forward. The door opened, and a man came running out. We bumped into each other, and that's when the gun dropped to the floor. He struck me and ran out.
What did he look like?
I have no idea. I came in and found her. Like that. She was dead.
And then?
I went out in the hall for the gun. I remembered about not touching things. Fingerprints. I kicked it with my foot. I kicked it along until I worked it into the apartment.
Good girl.
Then I picked up the dangling receiver and I called the police.
She's in tears again. And you go to her and you hold her. And she's a cuddly little package. And you think about how sweet this could be under different circumstances. Cops. Lots of cops. Tons of cops. And they're in charge of Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker.
Never fails, huh? When there's a corpse, there's you.
It's mixed up with the other thing, Lieutenant.
What other thing?
You straighten them out on current events. From the phone calling your office to right now.
You wearing a gun, Pete?
Yeah.
Good. Now listen to me. For once, will you listen to me?
Don't I always listen, Lieutenant?
Okay. There's some kind of crazy killer loose, right?
Right.
And he's mixed up with that Abner Reed snatch, right?
Right as rain, Lieutenant.
And you're still unfinished business on his list, right?
Right as a real downpour.
So go home and lock the door. You stay there.
Now, what are you going to do in the meantime?
I'm going to work at my trade. But I'll come up and see you, Pete, as soon as I get loose from all this, and then we'll knock it around some more. But don't open your door to anybody but me.
So you go home. You're a good little boy, and you've listened to Papa. You sit around like an old lady with lumbago. But you sit. You do some home cooking and some home drinking. But you sit. Finally, at 2 a.m. Who is it?
Louis Parker.
Oh. Bit of the cup that cheers, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I can use a little cheer.
There you are.
Thank you. That hits the right spot.
Well, look, let's get down to cases, Lieutenant.
Ah, there's my boy. Always in there pitching.
Cases, Louis.
Well, Petey boy, that gun on the floor was the murder gun.
Good.
And we've got a gorgeous set of fingerprints off it. Only prints on it, as a matter of fact.
Good.
So, now we come to the catch.
There's got to be a catch.
The prints match nothing that we've got on file. Don't match anything out of Washington. Where's that leave us?
Way out in left field on a rainy day, but there's no ball game.
Guess who is her boyfriend?
Guess who's boyfriend?
The dead doll? That's Sandra Mantell. Oh, by the way, you know what her business was?
I don't know nothing.
Hooch dancer, burlesque. Pretty good at it, too.
I'm thrilled. Now, who's the boyfriend?
Nicky Darrow.
What?
Nicky Darrow.
Oh, that was a rhetorical what, Lieutenant. It was a what of amazement, a what of astonishment, a what of shock.
Okay, all right. Stop picking on me.
Darrow, huh? Well, don't you call that a lead?
We had him in, we questioned him, we did the fingerprint bit. Total reaction negative. We had to release him.
What time is it?
It's 2:30 in the morning.
Let's get out of here.
Out. Where are you going?
Work. You?
I'm going to sleep. Pete.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be careful.
Nicky Darrow, a hoodlum with big ideas. Ex-gunman, ex-con, ex-crook. Gone real respectable now. Owner of a fancy saloon. Caterer to cafe society. Big wheel with the theatrical folk. But way down deep under, deadly as a two-headed rattlesnake bent on mischief. You get to Nick's place, which is hopping, and you jostle through the happy people to Nick.
Well, the private eyeball. Long time no see, son.
Can I talk to you, Nicky?
Sure, talking with you, Nicky's liable to get educated.
He's big, he's arrogant, he's power drunk. He leads you through to the back, and he sits you down.
There you are, Pelzo. Real nice and comfortable. Have a drink, huh, at the house, okay?
Thanks, Nicky.
Waiter, couple of drinks here. Scotch for the eyeball. That's his drink, scotch. Was it tickling you, pal?
That kind of tickling, you can die laughing.
What are you talking about?
Bullets. You on my back, Nicky?
Me? I don't even know what you're beginning to think you want to talk about.
Somebody's blowing spitballs at me, Nicky. Any idea who?
No, sir, I got no idea who, no how.
Good enough. Now we shift the gear. Girlfriend of yours died today of unnatural causes.
Yeah, so I hear.
Any ideas on that, like who done it?
No, but I'm going to find out, pal. This is one time I'm working on your side.
Okay, now we shift to high. You beginning to stick your dirty mitts into kidnapping, too?
Talk nice to Nicky.
I talk the way I want to talk, to whom I want to talk.
You're a sweetheart kind of guy, a lot of guts. I like a guy with a lot of guts. The answer is no.
No to what?
Have a little sense, pal. The snatch racket is out for any guy with brains. There's easier ways to turn a buck.
That's all. Bye now, Nicky. Live it up. Have fun, big shot.
Hey, there's drinks coming.
We'll skip it this trip. So you're back where you started, fresh out of Leeds. And it goes on like that for the next few days. Long days, lumpy ones, slow moving. And you're wearing your hardware, and you're turning to look over your shoulder wherever you are. You've called on Betty Royal a few times, and you like that. You like that very much. And now you're calling on her again, for no reason at all, except that you like that very much. But you find her breathless with excitement.
I found something, Mr. Chambers. I think it could be important.
Pete, not Mr. Chambers. Pete, remember?
Yes, Peter. A little black book. It belongs to... Well, it belonged to Sandra. She must have put it into my bag by mistake, and that bag's been in my locker at rehearsal hall.
Let's see it. A little black book with a lot of names, and not one that means anything to you. But they may mean a lot to Parker, so you latch on to the lovely Betty Royal, who's as lovely and as regal as her name, and off you go, a chattering twosome, downtown to police headquarters, downtown to Detective Lieutenant Parker. And you barge in without knocking because you think you've got right. Only to find that he's got company, so you start backing out again.
Come in, Pete. Miss Royal.
Thank you kindly, Governor.
Thank you.
Company's a tall young man with a bruiser's shoulders and an angel's face.
Lieutenant Parker, I found a little black book. I found it in my locker.
Sandra,
It doesn't belong to me. Mistaken bags. It's Sandra's. Sandra Mantell's.
This is the little black book, Lieutenant.
Yes.
Prattling is God's given right to a beautiful girl.
Well, thank you, Peter. By the way, let me introduce Abner Reed. I don't think you two have ever met. Abner Reed, Peter Chambers, Miss Betty Royal.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Glad to know you. Well, Lieutenant, as we were saying...
Wait a minute.
Situation...
What did you say your name was?
I just told you.
I'm asking him. Come on, fella, keep talking. What did you say your name was?
My name? As the lieutenant told you, Abner Reed. Abner Reed, of course.
You jump him. Right away, you don't wait. He's big and you want the first punch. And you get the first punch in, but he takes it standing up and lets do a few of his own.
All right, stop it. Break it up. What the devil's going on here?
You slip by a couple of his lefts, and then he's wide open, and you come up with one off the floor, and he catches it clean on the button. And now he's down and out, and he'll stay out until someone brings him to.
You're crazy, man. That's assault and battery. You're going to do time, fella. Yeah. Boy, you really flipped your wig this time. Here, let me help you.
Stay away from him.
Now, look, Pete.
Look, you and I, Lieutenant, we've thrown a lot of questions around. There's a couple of answers coming up right now.
Like what?
Like why I was shot at the graveyard and shot up in my apartment. Like why Sandra Mantell was killed. Like why she called me in the first place. Like why that gun has fingerprints.
Easy. One at a time.
Oh, let's take the last one first. Fingerprints on a gun.
Yeah.
A guy dropping it when he collides with a dame. Panicking, running out, leaving it there. Does that sound professional?
Not especially.
Well, a rule's out a pro. What does a rule in? An amateur.
So?
So let's do it right side up now. Now, here's a guy, Abner Reed. He married a large hunk of dough. But he can't reach too much of it because she's frugal.
So?
So at the suggestion of a friend of his, Miss Sandra Mantell, and you'll find, I'm sure, with a good deal of digging, that those two had a close sub rosa association.
Well, never mind what I'll find out. Let's get this over with first.
On her suggestion, they figured out a beauty. The guy kidnapped himself. Remember Mrs. Reed talked in the alleged ransom discussions to nobody but him on the phone?
Yes, yeah.
He knew the old dame. She'd pay and play ball, which she did.
But why? Why were you attacked there in the cemetery?
Because Reed didn't want any remnants hanging around. But, Pete, how did you tab him so quick?
He never bothered to disguise his voice in the graveyard. He figured to leave me there for dead, and this was the first time I've heard it since.
So he punches bullets at you in your apartment, and that time he almost made it.
And then when he wouldn't abide with Sandra, she decided
Everybody's a detective. Although you're 100% right, Betty Lass. She called me, knew where to call me, because she was in it from the very beginning.
He caught her in the act and finished her off.
And if you will kindly use the fingers of that comatose gentleman for the purpose of making fingerprint impressions, I don't have a doubt in the world what you'll find. And so, 1 hour later, Abner Reed is booked for murder and extortion. And you're strolling in the joyful sunshine with Betty Royal clinging to your arm tightly and proudly. And what prettier termination can there be to so unfortunate a circumstance as murder?
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created, produced, and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Bill Zuckert, heard as Lieutenant Parker, with Evelyn Barden, Patricia Wheel, and Roger DeCoven. It was directed by Fred Way. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight, in our study of the cliché, let's explore the possibilities of haste maketh waste. As a case in point, I give you Dutch Schneider. Dutch is the solid-looking citizen behind the mahogany desk at the Belvedere Club. He's a gambler by profession, but that doesn't mean he takes chances. No, Dutch likes to play it nice and safe. That probably explains why he stares with obvious disbelief at a light on his desk, which flicks on and off with appropriate sound effects.
O'Neill,
Yeah?
what's going on out there?
Just what you think, Dutch. It's a raid.
They doing any damage?
Well, can't you hear it?
No.
Well, take my word for it. They're playing awful rough.
I'm glad they're having fun. Who's in charge?
I am, Mr. Schneider.
Never mind, O'Neill.
You want to see me?
Yes. What's your name, officer?
Brooks. Lieutenant Sidney Brooks.
Why wasn't I notified of this raid?
Would you mind repeating that, please?
I asked why I wasn't warned. Your boys must have done at least $100,000 worth of damage.
Oh, easy.
You know who's going to pay for it?
Who?
You.
On my salary, don't be silly.
O'Neill,
What is it, Dutch?
get me Arthur Hall on the phone.
Oh, now I get it. Is Arthur Hall your lawyer?
That's right.
You know, this is the funniest thing I've heard yet.
You think so?
I know so. So he clipped you, too, huh? I'm surprised at you, Dutch.
What are you talking about?
I'll bet Arthur sold you a bill of goods he could keep us out of your hair if you paid off to him.
Well?
Well, he was kidding you. Arthur Hall has as much influence in Chicago as my brother-in-law. And even with me on the force, he can't get himself arrested.
Well, if Hall was bluffing, why wasn't my club knocked off before?
Oh, you're just lucky, Dutch. We're understaffed. We didn't get around to you.
I see.
I can't get over it. Arthur Hall clipping a hip character like you.
You're right, Lieutenant. It is funny. But you'll pardon me if I don't laugh. Right now, the joke seems to be on me.
That you, Arthur?
Yes.
You're late.
I was detained at the office, Peggy.
Why didn't you answer your phone? Dutch Schneider's been trying to reach you all evening.
Oh, did he call here?
Mm-hmm. You know, Arthur, I got the idea he was a little annoyed with you.
Oh, well, what did he say?
It wasn't what he said, darling. It was the way he said it.
Listen, Peg, I gotta leave town for a few days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something's just come up. Remember the Morris estate?
Arthur, you don't have to explain. You know I trust you implicitly. When are you leaving?
I'm taking the super chief to Los Angeles.
Oh, that explains it.
That explains what?
Why they called and confirmed your reservation to St. Louis.
Well, I must have made a mistake.
Obviously. Well, have fun, darling. If there's anything I can do for you here.
There is. I want you to sign these papers.
What are they?
Nothing to be concerned about. Here, on this first line here.
Didn't you once tell me never to sign anything without reading it?
Well...
This is to acknowledge that I, Peggy Hall, hereby...
Now, look, Peggy...
Arthur, I'm shocked. Utterly and completely shocked. Well, I couldn't sign anything like this. If I did, all the bonds and money you put in my name would revert back to you.
It's my money in bonds, isn't it?
Oh, sweetheart, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to see you penniless in St. Louis. Pardon, Los Angeles. Suppose I write out a check for $25.
Now, listen, Peggy.
There's no use arguing, Arthur. I think I'm being very generous. After all, I'm not obliged to give you anything.
Ah, you dirty little double-crosser. Just what do you think you're doing?
It's not nice, Arthur.
Huh?
I said that's not nice. Hello, Peggy.
Hello.
What, Dutch, what are you doing here?
Oh, there are a couple of things I want to take up with you. Would you mind leaving us alone for a little while, Mrs. Hall?
It'll be a pleasure.
No, Peggy. Come back.
That's a swell girl you've got there.
Now, listen, Dutch, I know what you're going to say.
That's good. Then I won't have to say it.
It was a slip-up. You see, I've been on the phone all day. Those boys had no right to raid your place.
But they did.
Well, I've got an appointment to talk to the commissioner tomorrow.
I don't see how you're going to manage it.
Wow. What do you mean?
Well, to talk properly, you should have teeth. And comes tomorrow, Arthur, I don't think you're going to have many left.
Come in.
Are you George Kelk?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Arthur Hall. I spoke to you on the phone.
Oh, yes. I'll be with you in a minute. I've got to hear this record.
Oh, now, look, Kelk, I'm a busy man.
If you're in a hurry, Mr. Hall, you better take your business elsewhere. Well?
I'll wait.
That's the ticket. It's pretty, isn't it? It's Debussy.
Yeah.
You know what's responsible for most of the troubles in this world, Mr. Hall? People assign the wrong value to things. Now, take music, for example. That's important, because there is a common denominator.
Look, Kelk, I didn't come here for a lecture.
There's no extra charge. All right, Hall, what can I do for you?
Want to do a job for me?
Not particularly.
What?
I'm a craftsman, Mr. Hall. I only accept commissions I like.
I'll pay you $500.
You're not even in my register. You'll have to go higher.
1,000?
It's a little better. Have the money right on you now?
Well, yes, but it's all I have at the moment.
It's enough for me.
All right.
2, 4, 6, 8. Now, what's the name of your party?
Dutch Schneider. You know him?
Only by reputation. He the one who bounced you around?
That's my business.
As you say, Mr. Hall. That's your business. So if you'll allow me, I'll be getting down to mine.
Just a minute. Yes?
Are you Dutch Schneider?
That's right.
Kelk's my name. Georgie Kelk.
Kelk? Haven't I heard that name before?
Well, I don't know. Have you?
Why, sure. You're the...
Well, go on, Dutch. You won't hurt my feelings.
I'd rather not take any chances.
Frankly, it won't make much difference. Sit down.
You mind if I smoke?
Here, try my brand. The king size.
Well, if nothing else, it'll give me a little more time. Can match?
Sure. Catch.
Thanks. Well, where do I get it, Kelk?
What's wrong with right here?
Aren't you afraid of the noise?
Guess you didn't notice the silencer on this baby.
Excuse me for trying to tell you your business.
It's quite all right.
You don't mind talking?
Not at all.
How'd you find me here, anyway?
Oh, it took me a couple of hours, but I managed. What is this, a hideaway?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Nice place. Oh. Your phonograph?
Mm-hmm.
Whose records?
Mine.
See, you go in for the classical. Whose album is that you've got on the Tchaikovsky piano concerto?
Rubinstein.
Ever hear Horowitz play?
I like Rubinstein's better. It's got a lot more fire.
Oh, you're out of your mind. No one can touch Horowitz when it comes to execution.
You ought to know.
Hey, it's all right. Say, tell me something, Dutch. Why is it the nice guys always get it?
There's no reason why they should. Look, Kelk, I don't want to insult you, but can't we talk this over?
I'm afraid not.
Well, I know who put you up to it. It was Arthur Hall.
What difference does that make?
A lot. You have nothing in common with Hall. Wouldn't you rather work for me?
Definitely. But it's too late now.
Why? You can't tell me that you're afraid of Hall. And I don't know what he gave you, but I'll pay you $10,000 for that gun, fully loaded.
I don't know, Dutch. I've never done anything like this before. And if I did now, I wouldn't want you to think that the money you're offering had any effect on my decision.
Oh, of course not.
There was something about that fellow Hall that just rubbed me the wrong way. All right, Dutch. Get the dough.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then rings, just one of those.
Don't stop on my account, Mr. Malone. I think you sing real pretty.
Well, I always say a pretty girl deserves a pretty tune. Imagine coming into my office and finding you. How'd you get in here, anyway?
I told the superintendent I was a friend of yours.
Good for you. I'm glad you made yourself at home.
You don't mind my taking off my shoes?
Not a bit. I'd like to see people comfortable.
You ought to get some better reading material.
Oh, you don't care for Professor Wigmore on evidence?
I thought it was pretty dull.
There's a racing form you overlooked.
No, I didn't. It's last week.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Miss...
Hall, Peggy Hall, only it's Mrs. Now I'm the one to be sorry. Shall I put my shoes on?
Why be formal?
You know, Malone, you're a welcome change from most of the lawyers I know.
You know many?
Well, I've got one in the family. Arthur Hall. You ever hear of him?
Unfortunately.
He's my husband.
Oh.
I once heard him say he'd never do business with you.
Well, that's a wonderful recommendation.
That's what I thought. Can you get me a divorce?
On what grounds?
Grounds?
Well, this may come as a shock to you, Mrs. Hall.
Peggy.
But judges are peculiar people. Before they grant a divorce, they like to know if there's a reason.
I've got a million of them.
Will your husband contest it?
I don't think
I don't think so either.
Oh, now look, Lieutenant, I'm busy.
Oh, you're always busy, Malone. Why don't you take a little time out once in a
I'm not
while?
clowning, Brooks.
Neither am I. Oh, this lady's Peggy Hall, isn't she?
How would you know?
I'm a detective. Like to see how I operate?
Love to.
Well, first I went to your home, and the maid told me you left a message that if anybody looked for you, you'd be closeted with the legal eagle here.
What?
Oh, Malone, you are a devil.
Look, Brooks, what are you getting at?
Didn't she tell you?
No, all she told me is she wanted to get rid of her husband.
And she did. We just found his body. Put your shoes on, Lucy. Those stone floors at headquarters can be awfully cold on your tootsies.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. NBC has long been known as a leader in programming. NBC prides itself in this leadership and promises to continue to schedule programs of interest, taste, and entertainment. We'd like you to note the programs we have prepared for your Sunday radio entertainment. These programs are designed for high adventure, and we start off with The Saint. Then screen actor Lloyd Nolan brings you the fast-moving action of Martin Caine, Private Eye. A new series called The Whisperer brings Carlton Young to the NBC microphone in a double role, that of Philip Galt and The Whisperer. Then Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto. Next week, be sure to hear Dimension X on Thursday evening with stories in time and space, presented in future tense. Then on Friday, we have a premiere on NBC with the program Mr. Keen Tracer of Lost Persons. Yes, we bid you walk down the corridor of mystery, through the doorway of danger, and into the realm of high adventure on this, your NBC station. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
There's an old cliche. It's always darkest before the dawn. And judging by the signs here, daybreak was a way off. While Lieutenant Brooks gazed about my office, I watched my client, Peggy Hall, put on her shoes. Little thing like that can tell you a lot. To me, it proved two things. One, my client was innocent. And two, she had lovely ankles.
You like what you see, Malone?
I love it. Are you going to hate me for asking this, Peggy, but did you kill your husband?
Do I look like the kind of girl who would?
Oh, you're a bounder, Malone.
I know. I ought to wash my mouth out with soap. All right, lover, who do you think did it?
I have no idea. But if you ask me who would have liked to...
I'll amend the question.
Dutch Schneider, for one.
Who for two?
I think Dutch ought to be enough to hold you for a while.
Boy like Dutch could hold me for life. What do you have against Arthur?
Arthur convinced him he was a man of influence.
Oh, I get it. How much did he nick Dutch for?
I really don't know.
Must have been a substantial amount.
Figured.
That's quite an achievement to take money away from Mr. Schneider. I wonder if I could get in Dutch. I'll let you kids know if I score.
All right, you guys, will you step on it? Those dice tables will never be ready in time. And where's the roulette set up?
Oh, we got it here, Dutch.
Well, it's doing me no good in that case. Get it open.
Hello, Dutch.
Why, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone.
You mean the amazed Mr. Malone. I thought they closed you up.
They did.
And what's all the activity for?
Well, it gives the boys something to do. I like to see them occupied. Keeps them out of trouble.
Oh.
What's on your mind, Counselor?
Can we talk someplace where there's less danger of me being hit on the head by a hammer?
Sure. Come into the office. Oh, watch your step.
I always tried to.
Sit down. Drink?
Malone never says no.
Soda?
Just a squirt.
There you are.
Thanks. Well, salute.
Salute. All right, Malone, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, for one thing, I was wondering whether you found a successor to Arthur Hall.
Successor?
Well, Arthur used to represent you, didn't he?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Malone. I could use a good lawyer.
Wish I could think of one.
What's wrong with you?
Me? Oh, I got a client.
So what?
So I'm afraid your interests are diametrically opposed.
Well, how do you figure that?
I'm representing Peggy Hall.
Don't tell me the police believe she killed her husband.
How did you know he was dead?
From several sources. As a matter of fact, I think there was a flash on the radio about an hour ago.
What'd it say?
Nothing much. Only that someone sent a .32 slug through Arthur's brain in his office, and the cops were holding a hot suspect, but they didn't drop any names.
It's Peggy Hall.
Well, now that proves that they're out of their minds. Why would Peggy kill him?
Well, it seems Arthur signed everything he owned over to her, and she didn't want to give it back.
That's no motive.
I forgot to mention that everything Arthur owned amounted to close to $100,000.
Hey, you lawyers do all right.
Well, there are lawyers and lawyers, Dutch. Now, Arthur had a few soft touches. He convinced a couple of clients he had political connections, and he was rooking them for a fat little fee each week.
You don't have to tell me. I was one of the principal contributors.
So I've heard. What gets me is why the police haven't talked to you.
Well, maybe they have.
What'd you tell them?
Obviously enough to convince them that I didn't murder Arthur.
Want to try convincing me?
Where's my percentage? How's your drink?
Huh? Oh, the drink? Fine.
Want one for the road?
Oh, I'm in no hurry. I can spare another few minutes.
Well, I can't.
That's okay, Dutch. You don't have to beat me over the head. I can take a hint. See you around the pool room.
Hello, Dutch.
Why, Kelk, you're the last man I expected to see.
I hope you don't mind my dropping around. I brought over the Horowitz recording of the piano concerto. I thought maybe you'd like to compare it with the Rubinstein job.
You didn't really come for that, did you, Kelk?
I guess there's no use in my trying to kid you.
No use at all.
It's funny, Dutch. I've known you, how long? Maybe 24 hours. And yet I feel that there's a bond between us.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. You know me better than I do myself. For example, I used to think that I was incorruptible.
Oh, come now.
No, I mean it. I always prided myself that once I undertook an assignment, nothing could swerve me from my purpose. But you did, didn't you, Dutch? And you did it with money.
Did I do that?
Yes. You put ideas in my head.
Get to the point, Kelk.
Well, all I'm trying to say is that suddenly money has become tremendously important to me.
So?
So, I want lots of it.
And do I look like Fort Knox?
Well, a reasonable facsimile. I sold you your life at 9 o'clock last night for $10,000. Now, that was pretty cheap, Dutch. I'll bet I could have gotten 5 times that.
Easily, if I had that much here.
Well, you better start raising it.
Otherwise?
Otherwise, I go to a fellow named John J. Malone.
No, you wouldn't do that.
Why not?
I just don't think you would.
Well, you're wrong, Dutch.
How can I be? You admit that I know you better than you do yourself. And I don't see you going to John J. Malone. I just don't see it.
Hello?
Mr. Malone?
Yeah?
Are you busy?
Who is this?
My name is George Kelk.
George Kelk?
Yes, you don't know me, but it might be worthwhile if you did.
In what respect?
I know who killed Arthur Hall.
Is this a rib?
I'll let you judge that for yourself. What time does your office staff leave?
5:30.
All right. I'll be there at 6. It'll be much easier with just the two of us.
Let me see if we understand each other, Kelk.
I think we do now, Malone.
You'd be willing to repeat this same story in court?
Why not?
Well, you admitted that you'd been hired by Arthur Hall to take care of Dutch Schneider.
Well, nothing happened to Dutch, did it?
No.
Then what can happen to me?
You've got a nice, logical mind.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think will be Dutch's reaction when he learns you've been up here?
Oh, I'm not worried, Malone. I can look after myself. You want me to prove it?
Yeah.
All right. Open up your desk drawer.
Why?
Go on. Start with the bottom one on the right.
What are you talking about?
You've got a recording machine somewhere in there, Malone. You've been taking down every bit of this dialogue.
How'd you know that?
Oh, you're talking to a man who keeps up with the latest in that field. I do a little home recording myself.
Oh.
Who thought of placing the microphone in the wastepaper basket?
Me. Picked it up from a story I once read.
Cute idea.
Yeah.
All right, Malone. Get away from that desk.
Put away that gun, Kelk.
I said get away from that desk. How do you feel, Counselor? Oh, that's too bad. Next time, remember, you're not dealing with an amateur. I never audition for free.
Listen, Cal.
Give him a little more water, Sussman.
No more.
Come on, Malone, come on.
Let me...
Ow! Take it easy, chum. Something new has been added.
Huh?
Yeah, 3 stitches in your scalp.
Oh. When did you get here, Lieutenant?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Let me see that desk.
Oh, there's nothing to see there. You'll have to buy yourself a new recorder.
Listen, Brooks, a boy named George Kelk was up here.
Yeah, I know. You kept babbling his name.
Well, he can clear Peggy Hall.
Now, look, Malone.
I tell you, I had the evidence on that machine.
Sure.
Will you stop trying to humor me? Arthur Hall originally hired this Kelk to bump Dutch Schneider, only Dutch was lucky and bought his way out. Now, is that a strong enough motive for you?
You mean for Dutch getting back at Arthur Hall?
Yeah.
I'd be out of my mind to say it was.
Well, Kelk can prove the whole business.
No, he can't.
Look, Lieutenant, I talked with the man. He told me that at 9 o'clock last night he went up and braced Dutch.
Well, that's where you run into trouble.
I don't see why.
That's because you haven't seen the autopsy report. Arthur Hall was dead at 8.
What?
Yeah, that's right. A full hour before Kelk even got to Dutch. You better get the aspirin, Malone. Your headaches are just beginning.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. Now that vacation time is here, the danger of forest fires increases all over the country. Millions of people will be enjoying the mountains and woodlands on hiking, camping, and fishing trips. Of course, the more people there are in the forests, the greater danger there is of fire. But we can prevent forest fires if each of us will be careful. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. Forest fires are a shameful waste because they can be prevented. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
If Georgie Kelk made me sick, Lieutenant Brooks wasn't exactly what the doctor ordered either. When I refused to believe that Arthur Hall was killed an hour before Kelk even met Dutch Schneider, the lieutenant showed it to me in black and white.
Say, Malone, now will you behave?
When did this autopsy report come through?
Around 6:15 tonight.
Why didn't you call me?
I tried to, but you were out.
Well, you could have left... Oh. You got any other leads?
No. Your client, Mrs. Hall, still refuses to tell us what she did with the gun.
What gun?
The one she bought 3 months ago in a pawn shop.
Why?
Well, to hear her tell it, she was afraid with Arthur away from home so often.
That's possible.
Sure. But why'd she buy it under a phony name?
She's a woman.
Oh, of course. That explains everything.
Well, how'd you finally run it down?
Through the car. The pawnbroker remembered she was driving a Nash. He got the first 4 numbers of the license.
Pretty observant boy. What kind of a gun was it?
Police special.
Is that what was used on Hall?
Could be. The slug we pried out of the wall was too battered to tell.
Look, Lieutenant, Peggy didn't kill her husband. It's all out of character.
Oh, that's good, that is. You've spent all of 60 minutes with the girl, and already you've got her analyzed.
I tell you, Wait a minute. Oh, I'm the original idiot, boy.
Well, I've been saying that for years.
Where's Peggy now?
Oh, where would she be?
Well, I got to see her immediately.
Why?
I just thought of something, and the way my mind is functioning lately, I can't take a chance of forgetting it. Shall we go?
If there's anything I can do, Peggy, anything at all, I want you to let me know.
Thank you, Dutch, but I can't think of a thing. Malone's taking care of everything.
Well, much as I dislike the guy, I've got to admit he's capable, but if you want anybody else...
Open him up, Seth.
Hello, Peggy.
Malone, what happened to you?
Oh, I used my head when I shouldn't have. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had company.
That's all right, Counselor. I'm leaving.
Oh, don't on my account, Dutch. The lieutenant here has a call out for Georgie Kelk.
Kelk?
Hadn't you heard he was up to see me tonight?
I didn't think he would.
Why not?
I didn't think he knew anything about Arthur's murder.
You're right. He didn't.
Hey, Malone, you said there was something you wanted to ask Mrs. Hall.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you reminded me, Lieutenant. I almost forgot again. You got any plans for tonight, Peggy?
That's not funny, Malone.
No, I'm serious. I'd like to take you out.
Hey, haven't I got anything to say about that?
But don't get me wrong, Lieutenant. With the housing shortage what it is, I wouldn't leave you with an empty room. Mr. Schneider can move in and take her place. How about that, Dutch? What are you trying to say, Malone? You killed Arthur Hall. There, I said it, and I'm glad.
I can't believe it, Malone.
Can't believe what?
That Schneider killed Arthur.
Suit yourself, Peggy, but it obviously had to be one of you.
Well, in that case, I'm glad you picked on Dutch. What convinced you he was guilty?
That gun you mislaid. Lieutenant Brooks said it was a police special, and that's a .38 caliber job.
What does that prove?
Well, when I asked Brooks if he was positive the bullet was fired from a police special, he admitted they couldn't tell for sure.
So?
So how come when I first went to see Dutch Schneider, he knew definitely it was a .32?
Oh, Dutch must have had inside information.
The very best. After the raid on his club, Dutch went to your home and beat the devil out of Arthur.
Why didn't he kill him then?
Arthur must have promised to return the money he got from him.
Well, how could Arthur do that? He'd signed over practically everything he owned to me.
Sure. And then when Dutch realized he had no chance of recouping, he went to your husband's office and killed him there. But in between, Arthur hired Georgie Kelk. By the time Kelk located Dutch, Arthur was dead.
Should I say I'm sorry?
Well, not if you don't feel like it. But, you don't want to let this prejudice you against all men.
Oh, it won't. I know now the type I can handle. And when I see one of the other kind, I'm going to start running.
How will you recognize the other kind, huh?
That's easy. They're lawyers. Good night, Mr. Malone.
Well, like the man says, that's all there is. There ain't no more. Which merely means that this is the last Malone show in the current series. If you want us back, all you got to do is say the word. When it comes to that department, you're the judge and jury. So here's hoping you'll be dropping us a line at the office and that the verdict will be a favorable one. Good night and good luck.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events in this story were fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to talk about an adventure myself. An adventure in good eating. It begins with a good wine. Petri California Sauterne. You just serve that Petri Sauterne the next time you have fried chicken. You like fried chicken? Cooked so it's crispy and a beautiful reddish gold color on the outside and just as tender as all get out on the inside. Ah, that's chicken. But wait till you try it with Petri Sauterne. That's a wine. That Petri Sauterne is a pale, delicate golden color. You can just look at it and you know it's going to be one of the most delicious wines you've ever taken, if not the most delicious. Petri Sauterne is not only wonderful with chicken, it's great with fish or any kind of seafood, too. Get a bottle of Petri Sauterne. When it's a Petri wine, it's a good wine. And now I'm sure Dr. Watson's expecting us, so let's go in and join him.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Draw up your chair by the fire. That's it. The tobacco's in the jar beside you over there.
Thanks. Well, Doctor, all ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Though on this occasion I'm going to tell the story a little differently. You see, I didn't take part in it myself, so I shall act as a narrator and recount the adventure as it was told me some years after it actually took place.
Told you by Sherlock Holmes, I suppose.
Yes. At the time the story happened, the whole world, including myself, believed that my old friend had been dead for 3 years.
What did he do with himself during those 3 years, Doctor?
Wandered about the world, Persia, Egypt, the south of France, and 2 years of his time was spent in Tibet, where he disguised himself as a Norwegian explorer by the name of Sergersen, his object being to visit the forbidden city of Lhasa. The story began as Holmes stood on the outskirts of a tiny encampment, high in the Tibetan snows, disguised as a Norwegian Sergersen. Surrounding him was an excited group of native guides, their fur-capped faces and shaggy sheepskin coats making them appear like strange, wild animals, as they were gesticulating wildly. The freezing wind whirled great clouds of snow away from the mountaintop that loomed above them, and Holmes told me that he felt a premonition of impending disaster.
Sir, my men will go no further. They say the goddess of the mountain is angry. If we climb further, she will swallow us up. She will bury us.
But we cannot go back now. We have come so far, 1,000 feet, 800 feet higher. We shall reach the pass. We shall be safe.
I will not go. We can stay back there in the tents until the goddess of the mountain tells us we may go further.
He is right. We can't go. We don't want to go anymore. It's too...
Fools! If you stay here in the wilderness, in the village, and the avalanche comes, you will all be buried. You will be swept away. The only road lies upward.
We will not go.
Back to the tent. The wind is rising.
Then I shall go on alone.
Holmes was the only one who survived. He struggled up the pass that led to safety, the icy gale whipping round him in a frenzy. A few moments after he reached the top, the avalanche occurred. The tents, the guides, and all their equipment were buried beneath hundreds of feet of hurtling, thundering snow. The way behind him was closed. He could only forge ahead. Alone, unaided, he descended the path that led to the plateau beyond. But the goddess of the mountain was still angry. Through the knifing wind and snow he battled on, without food and without, as he told me later, much hope. Even Holmes was helpless in that battle of man against the elements. What happened in that 36 hours he never really knew, except that the wind howled and the driving snow slashed at him without mercy. Finally, his mind began to wander, and he became delirious.
Watson, dear boy, hand me my violin, will you? Moriarty, I want to introduce to you the goddess of the mountain. I think you will have a lot in common. 221B Baker Street, cabby. For heaven's sake, get me there as fast as you can. I think I've caught a chill.
Though his mind was wandering, its strength combined with instinctive urge for self-preservation must have kept him on his feet. But finally he returned to normal consciousness to find himself jogging along a rough road in a primitive cart drawn by 2 oxen. The sun shining on him, and a white girl feeding him warm broth from a cup. For a moment the girl looked at him with a comforting smile, and then she spoke.
No wonder you look puzzled, poor man. You can't make up your mind whether you're in this world or the next.
Who are you? And how did I get here, please?
My name is Eileen Farley. I'm a medical missionary. I found you wandering out of your mind 2 days ago, and I've taken you under my wing. We're going to the monastery of Panchapushpa.
I'm most grateful to you, Miss Farley. You have saved my life. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sigerson, Olaf Sigerson. I'm a Norwegian explorer.
Oh, no. No, your name is Sherlock Holmes, and you're a famous English detective.
Please, I don't understand you.
Mr. Holmes, you've been delirious for the last 2 days. In your ravings, I was delighted to learn that the great Sherlock Holmes did not die 2 years ago at the Reichenbach Falls.
I can see that further simulation is useless, my dear young lady. However, I must implore you to keep my secret. It's essential that for a while longer the world continues to think me dead.
You don't need to worry, Mr. Holmes. I'm a great admirer of yours, and I promise that no one will ever learn your secret from my lips. Try drinking a little more broth. You're dreadfully weak.
Thank you so much.
Help me, please. Please, to give me help.
Another white man travels the road to Panchapushpa. Stop the cart! You need help?
My own cart has broken the wheel. We're going perhaps to the monastery of Panchapushpa.
We are?
Good. Fyodor Dmitrievich Borodin, Imperial Russian envoy, will travel with you. Please to make room. Spasibo.
Well, really, remember my secret.
The cart may proceed. Понимаешь? Your name, please, young lady.
Eileen Farley. I'm an American medical missionary.
I do not approve of missionaries, but you are very beautiful. So Borodin will forgive you. Who's this mujik lying on the floor? He looks half dead.
I am half dead, Gospodin Borodin. My name is Sigerson. I am Norwegian.
What is a Norwegian doing in Tibet?
I have been exploring the mountains. And what, may I ask, is a Russian doing in Tibet, Gospodin Borodin?
What is a Russian doing? You shall see, my friend. To Holy Mother Russia shall belong Tibet. But now let us be gay. We have some hours ahead of us. You like vodka, Miss Farley?
I'm afraid I don't drink.
Borodin will teach you to drink. Then he will sing you songs of his native Russia. We shall be happy. Ay, chiki, 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 gor, vashni, more,
Singing. Holmes told me that every note jarred his aching, weary head. After a few hours, the strangely assorted trio arrived at the gates of the monastery. An edifice, as Holmes told me, of great antiquity and of breathtaking beauty, and built in the shadow of a giant mountain. He was fed and bathed, and shortly afterwards he found himself together with his two companions in the presence of the head abbot himself, a man of great age and infinite wisdom. The faint chanting of religious music could be heard coming from another part of the monastery. As the old man spoke,
My dear Miss Farley, my dear gentlemen, I have welcomed you to the monastery, and yet each one of you has come to me separately and asked that he be given permission to go to the sacred city of Lhasa. I cannot give that permission, my children.
Borodin has traveled a long way. Russia will be most unhappy if he does not get the permission.
I am an explorer, Reverend Sir. Will not that fact entitle me to some consideration?
I, too, have traveled a great way, sir.
My children, I realize your claims, but the permission is not in my power to grant. Tibet is ruled by our Chinese overlords. In any case, I will ask you to turn your heads. The gentleman approaching us has preceded you in residence here. He also wishes to tread the road to Lhasa.
You have new visitors, I see.
Yes, my son. Permit me to introduce you. Sir Harvey Forrester, and this is Miss Eileen Farley.
How do you do?
How do you do, Sir Harvey?
Gospodin Borodin from Russia.
How do you do? One cannot travel the world without meeting an Englishman. Как вы поживаете?
And Mr. Olaf Sigerson from Norway.
God dag, Sir Harvey.
How do you do?
Please be seated. My children, the Chinese ruler in this province has heard of your presence here. He has announced his intention of visiting you. Before he arrives, I should like to ask you each a question. 4 of you, all from different countries, have traveled here to the mountains of Tibet. At this monastery, I can offer you refreshment, the opportunity of acquiring wisdom and peace. What more do you seek in Lhasa? I shall ask you each that question in turn. You, Miss Farley, what do you seek?
I seek the opportunity to bring both God and health to your Tibetan people.
And you, Mr. Sigerson?
I seek to chart the true course of your mountains, and so to bring knowledge to the world.
And you, Gospodin Borodin?
I seek to bring about complete understanding between the great peoples of Tibet and Russia. If I succeed, the Tsar and his family may consider turning to Buddhism.
Indeed. And you, Sir Harvey, as representative of the British government, what do you seek?
I shall not join in this contest of wishful thinking. I merely remind you, sir, that your government has signed a treaty with mine.
And was not that treaty forced upon us by our Chinese overlords? No, my children. You have advanced brave reasons, but I cannot help remembering that the streams of Tibet bear gold nuggets the size of hazelnuts. You foreigners, in your pitiful ignorance, esteem gold. That signals the arrival of Watson, the Chinese emissary. Your problems will soon be settled, my children. I will acquaint him with your request.
Why are you smiling, Mr. Holmes?
At the name of the Chinese overlord, Watson. Must avoid falling into old habits and saying, elementary, my dear Watson.
Shh. He's going to speak.
Silence! Silence! The abbot has told me your wishes. I will hold conference. American lady and Norwegian will not be allowed. Only Great Britain and Russia have treaties with my country.
I insist that I have prior right over the Russian representative.
Short was me. I represent the Tsar, and Russia is your neighbor. I demand my diplomatic privilege.
Follow me. I will decide these things, not you.
I shall inform the British consul in Peking if proceedings...
This is an insult to the Tsar. Holy Mother Russia will never...
Well, Mr. Holmes, it looks as if you and I, at any rate, don't get to Lhasa.
No.
You look worried. Does the journey to Lhasa mean so much to you?
It isn't that. I'm worried about the potential danger that hangs over this monastery. Violent forces are at work.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
As you know, Miss Farley, I have some specialized acquaintance with these matters, and I tell you that I have rarely seen more clearly exemplified that emotional tension which leads to one thing, murder. That is what I'm afraid of, young lady. Murder.
Late that day, as the sun was setting over the mountaintop, the old abbot walked slowly in the monastery gardens as he talked to the man who he thought
Mr. Segerson, what can I do to help you? Our conversation has pleased me. You are a man of rare perception and knowledge. I grant you one worthy to enter Lhasa, but I can offer no hope. Mr. Wa has already rejected the applications of both the Englishman and the Russian.
He did that?
He did, my son. He told me they were both very angry and threatened him.
If anything were to happen to the Chinese emissary, would you have the right to grant permission for the journey to Lhasa?
Yes, until the new envoy arrived at Peking. But what are you suggesting, my son? This monastery is a haven of peace, a backwater far from the troubled stream of life. No violence has ever occurred here.
I hope it never will. Yet, the Chinese envoy was threatened, you say, Reverend Sir?
Yes, my son.
He has left the monastery, of course.
No, those who come here, even for a short visit, must break bread with us and sleep at least one night. Mr. Wa is quartered in the cell you see before us.
Then do you mind if we call on him, Reverend Sir?
Of course not, my son, though you will not waste your breath in talking to him. He will not give you permission to take the road to Lhasa. He sleeps, my son. Let us not disturb him.
If you don't mind, Reverend Sir, I must waken him, if he can be wakened.
What can be wrong?
I think I know. I'm going in. There is your answer, Reverend Sir.
He is dead.
Yes, sir. Strangled with his own cue.
Oh, the poor misguided man has taken his own life, my son.
No, sir. Look at those marks on his shoulder. He has been murdered.
But what are we to do?
As it happens, Reverend Sir, I've had a certain amount of experience with these matters in my own country. If I were to produce the murderer for you with certain proof of his guilt, would you authorize my going to Lhasa?
Yes, since for a few days that mission is mine to give, I will grant it. You fill me with a strange confidence, but how will you find this taker of life?
I can't tell you now, sir, but I shall find him. All that I require is a little assistance from you, sir.
Of course. What is it?
Let us both leave the cell, post guard here, and give him strict orders that no one is to enter unless accompanied by me.
Very well. But, my son, where are you going?
Before very long, sir. I hope to be on my way to Lhasa.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story immediately, so I'll just take a second to remind you that hamburgers, hamburgers, are practically an all-American food. We all love a good hamburger, but wait till you taste a juicy hamburger together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Boy, that Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just the best friend a hamburger or steak or any kind of meat dish ever had. So remember, if you want a red wine for dinner, you want Petri Burgundy. If you prefer a white wine, you want Petri Sauterne. And if you can't make up your mind which you want, it's simple. Don't buy one, buy two. But always buy Petri. Petri, Petri. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Sherlock Holmes was in a tough spot. There he was, thousands of miles from England. A murderer was running loose. Holmes was in disguise. And he hadn't got you to help him on the case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bartell. I must say I think that I always was useful to my old friend, but I wasn't there. So this time he enlisted the services of Eileen Farley, the American girl. Immediately after he'd left the cell of the murdered man, he'd gone to Miss Farley and told her of the tragedy. As they returned to the scene of the crime, he found that his instructions had been carried out and that a guard was barring the entrance.
There's a guard in front of the cell.
My instructions. The abbot gave you your orders.
Yes, you may go in.
Please close the door behind us. I'm sure your nerves are up to this, Miss Farley. It's not a pretty sight.
I've seen sudden death before, Mr. Holmes. In any case, I would dare appear frightened. I'm so flattered that you asked me to help you.
You were the only one who knew my true identity. That's why I suggested you take my old friend's place. I needed, what shall I say? I needed a sounding board for my deductions. Wait a minute, here. I'll light a match. There we are. Now, here's a candle.
Oh!
I warned you it wasn't a pretty sight. Hold the candle, will you please, Miss Farley? Thank you. This isn't hard to reconstruct. Killer stood behind his victim, held him by the left shoulder. So, wound his cue around his neck and pulled back. Yes. The marks are self-evident. Hello? What's this on the floor at his feet?
A cigarette. Dropped as it was burning, I should think. And now it's nothing but ash.
Exactly, ash. Now, which of the visitors at the monastery smoke cigarettes?
Yourself, the Russian, and Sir Harvey, the Englishman.
I think we may justifiably omit myself from the list of suspects, so that narrows us down to two. Look, Miss Farley.
What is it?
There are clear traces here to the naked eye, not only of tobacco ash and paper, but of cardboard.
But what does that signify, Mr. Holmes?
The case is nearly solved. Come on, young lady. We must pay a visit to Borodin's cell at once.
Arguments. Always, Sir Harvey Forrester, you give me the argument.
But, my dear Borodin...
I am not your dear Borodin. I'm Pyotr Dmitrovich Borodin, ambassador of Holy Mother Russia. I'm no friend of yours. Come in. The missionary girl and the sick Norwegian. Come in. We will drink vodka, and I will sing Russian songs for you.
We haven't come here to listen to songs. The Chinese envoy was murdered tonight.
So we have been told, my dear. Sir Harvey and I are very happy because of his death, are we not?
Well, I won't pretend I'm heartbroken.
Rasputin Borodin.
What is it, Norwegian?
You were in the cell tonight at the time of the murder.
Huh? That's a lie.
I can prove it. In that cell, I've just found ashes of totally burned cigarette ashes that included fragments of cardboard. Only a Russian cigarette has a cardboard mouthpiece.
What you can or cannot prove is of no interest to me, Sigerson.
He's very obstinate tonight, Sigerson. We've just been having a political argument. Couldn't agree on a single point, except on the danger of the common man. He was telling me of the most extraordinary revolution in his estates. Do you know they chop off one of his hands?
Dreadful.
Your hand, Borodin. Which one?
As God was merciful, my left hand.
The one beneath your glove?
Is made of wax, my good Norwegian. Is made of wax. Well, see for yourself. Extraordinary.
It's more than that. It is conclusive proof.
What do you mean, Mr. Sigerson?
I cannot tell you now. I must leave you here. Let me warn you, the three of you will be well advised to keep an eye on each other. Meanwhile, I must see the abbot.
Why, Mr. Sigerson?
Because now I know who murdered Watson.
The pink fingers of dawn are stealing across the mountaintop, my son. Soon you will be on your way to Lhasa.
Yes, Reverend Sir. You have kept your promise.
You kept yours, Mr. Sigerson. The Chinese soldiers have arrived, and the taker of life has been given into their custody. Before you leave, my son, I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Reverend Sir. What is it?
The hood figure in the corner is that of the monastery scribe. He keeps our annals. I want you to explain for our records how you knew which one of the three was the taker of life.
It was not difficult, sir. The killer had gripped Watson's shoulder with the left hand, while the right was used to strangle him. Therefore, the Russian Borodin could not be the killer, since his left hand was artificial.
Quite so. It was, as you told me, made of wax. Then...
But the clue of the cigarette pointed directly to the Russian. Therefore, it had obviously been planted there deliberately to incriminate him. Now, there is no trained police force in Tibet.
We need no police. There is no crime here, my son. But continue.
Why should the cigarette be planted to incriminate the Russian? Unless there was someone capable of making the deduction from a handful of cigarette ash. Therefore, the murderer was the one person who knew my true identity. Miss Eileen Farley, supposed missionary.
No missionary. As it transpired when she confessed, no American.
No, Secret Service agents of German origin, seeking to reach Lhasa before the Russians, and infuriated by Watson's denial of passage. Any Secret Service is better off without such employee.
She will pay for her mortal sins. May she redeem herself in her next place on the wheel. My son.
Yes, Reverend Sir.
You are about to leave me, and I shall never see you again. Though evil and death came to Panchapushpa and to my monastery in the caravan that brought you here, I shall miss you, my son. I shall miss you greatly.
And I you, Reverend Sir.
Would you consider staying here? I can only offer you peace, a shelter from the outside world, and quiet companionship.
3 great gifts. But I cannot take them. My work is not done. I must go on.
Of course, my son. It was an old man's dream. One last question.
What is it, sir?
You spoke of your true identity just now. Who are you, my son?
Reverend Sir, I cannot tell even you the answer to that question. One day, perhaps, but not now. Let us just say that I have wandered through a world of trouble, just as you have remained tranquil in a world of peace. I hope, sir, that we shall meet again.
I hope so, too. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, Reverend Sir. Goodbye.
Doctor, that was really an unusual story. You told it so well, I felt you were actually a part of it.
No, my boy, as I said, the story was told me by Holmes. I've never been to Tibet. Been to India, of course. I never really wanted to go to Tibet. Horrible mountains, terrible weather, lots of bandits on the roads. Sort of a dangerous place.
Doctor, you're not afraid of danger, are you?
10 years ago, Mr. Bartell, a question like that would be an insult. Today I realize that all of us, unless we're stupid, have some fear of danger. I would say that I'm definitely not a coward, nor am I a thrill seeker, but I've done with searching for something new.
Me too, Doctor. I'm through searching for something new also. Now that I've found Petri wine, I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Bartell, no matter what we talk about, when you say it, it always sounds like Petri wine.
Well, why not? I can't think of a more delicious wine. And no wonder. The Petri family has been making the fine Petri wine for generations. Ever since the 1800s, they've handed on down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can rest assured that the Petri family takes pride in doing a good job. They won't put that name Petri on any wine that isn't up to the high Petri standards. Yes, if it's Petri wine, you know it's good wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you plan to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started off in a very light-hearted way and ended on the same note, and yet it involved Sherlock Holmes and myself in serious danger and caused us intense humiliation. I call it The Adventure of the Pigeon Feathers.
Sounds swell, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much. And before you go, I want to remind the families of our returned veterans that their sons are more than heroes. They not only fought bravely, but in the armed forces they acquired new skills, learned or bettered themselves in some trade or furthered their education. Our men have returned with a new maturity and a new wisdom. They'll be more valuable to past or to future employers and more valuable to their country. The greatest assets America has at this moment are her veterans. Remember that. Good night.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by and in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Music is by Dean Foster. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, but now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
William Gargan stars as Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
What's in a name, a poet once said, and he was so right. You can list every guy as Smith or Dokes, and it doesn't make any difference. The stiff down below positively doesn't care what the tombstone reads.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. A case sometimes comes at you all the way from left field. It's out of the ordinary, and the familiar ingredients, familiar to a confidential cop, seem to be missing. At first glance, that is. Said familiar ingredients, of course, being theft, homicide, and blackmail. The nice, homey, everyday stuff of crime that keeps a cop in love with his work. In this case, even the kickoff was unfamiliar. The chap setting up the deal for me was a mind doctor, a skinny guy with horn-rimmed glasses and a high forehead, who looked like he got all his nourishment from pills.
This is an unusual thing for me, Mr. Craig, to consult with a detective.
This is an unusual joint for me to be in, so we're even.
Now, this patient that I will discuss with you, I've worked with him for months with encouraging results.
I'll start off with his name.
His name is, temporarily, Clark Smith.
Temporarily?
A symptom of his ailment is an amnesia. He resists his own true identity.
Doesn't want to remember who he is, huh?
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
That's bad.
Well, why do you say that?
From a cop's point of view, disregarding the medicine, a guy only tries to lose his identity for a pretty grim reason. Some crime he doesn't want to answer to.
Oh, there is such a possibility, yes.
Still think you want to make a police case out of this Clark Smith?
Well, there is the risk you suggest. I have thought of that. Restore this man to his own identity, but with an unhappy result.
He faces the consequences of a crime. Capture, trial, and sentence.
But if this risk is not taken, it's equally critical for Clark Smith.
Meaning the shape he's presently in, huh?
Depressed, malingering, sick with anxieties. He cannot function as a social being. He hides from the world. Yes, he interests me, this Clark Smith. I would like to help him find himself. Help him to face his reality.
Only your medicine goes just so far.
I need a detective such as you to associate with the case. There are facts to ascertain, the special things in which you are a specialist, and in which my science is helpless.
Got any clues to his background? Who he was before he became Clark Smith?
Oh, yes, I have many. I've uncovered many clues in my 6 months now of clinical examination. In my patient's moments of unconscious association, he has given me many material clues that you'll find helpful in your search.
Well, clues like...
Well, words, for example. Oh, I have them recorded here. Midvale. Now, there have been many reminiscences involving the word Midvale.
Sounds like a town.
Yes, or a school, I have thought. A high school, perhaps, judging by the level of my patient's speech. The education it suggests. And the word Pamatone.
An Indian word.
And very lyrical. The word is always said with a caress, always with a curious tenderness of feeling.
Like Clark Smith loves it.
Yes.
Pamatone. Could be a river. A place to swim or fish for trout. A man can fall in love with a river and never forget it. Remember it all his life, even with his mind dead to everything else.
Yes, you're very perceptive. A river, yes. I have thought so, too.
2 good clues, those. Trace a guy back to where he came from, back to where memory cut off. Does Clark Smith know what you're up to with me?
Not exactly. He knows in his own way. He wants to recover his identity, appreciates my interest, yet...
He's scared.
Well, he may resent what we do. You may find him very uncooperative.
Where can I see him?
I'll give you his address, but please be very gentle with him. Do not press too hard.
I found Clark Smith at home. Home was a beach shack out on Long Island. Shangri-La made out of plywood and thumbtacks, serenaded by big seagulls with wing spreads like eagles. Smith looked the part of a beachcomber. He wore faded blue jeans, slit at the sides, and a fish knife in his belt with a mean-looking blade. He gave me the long once-over.
It's a 35-pounder.
No kidding.
The striped bass. I pulled her in at the Anthony Lighthouse. I broke 2 lines on her.
Sounds like quite a battle.
Quite a battle, yeah. You'll find her in the shed, packed in ice. Leave the money on the table.
I'm not a fish buyer. I'm Barry Craig.
Barry Craig?
Right now associated with Dr. Vanner. To help you, Smith. Help you get back to the life you belong to.
I belong here. What are you after with me?
I said to help you. Dr. Vanner and me. We're on your side. We're your friends.
I don't want help.
Sure you do. If you didn't, you'd never have gone to Dr. Vanner in the first place.
I went to find peace, so I'd calm down. To fish, you need to be calm.
You went to find yourself. Don't back away from one big truth, Smith. You're one big inner drive.
Mr. Craig, I'm afraid.
Sure you are. I understand. But I say you can't be any worse off than you are now. Have a little faith, Smith.
Faith?
Midvale and Pamatone. What do the words mean to you?
I don't know. I know the words, but I don't know what they mean. I don't know.
Okay, forget them. I'll try to find out another way. If I'm stuck, I'll come back to you. We'll go over it again. We'll go out in a boat and fish and talk. Midvale and Pamatone. Clues sometimes take you for a ride around the moon. You're a skywriter spelling out the word futility. Other times it all comes easy, too easy. You don't have to be a detective, just a researchist with a world almanac. The section that says index of towns and places and river. I found the river Pamatone merely by running down a line of names of American rivers. The Pamatone River, but it wasn't in any town called Midvale. The Pamatone River was in Farrington, a town in Jersey. I kept hunting Midvale in the book. Anything named Midvale in the town of Farrington. I checked school, high schools, and universities, then industries. Under industries, I found it. The Midvale Bottling Works, located in Farrington. I had reason to hop a train to Jersey. One Horse Farrington had a sheriff. It also had a barber, both rolled into one. The sheriff and the barber were one and the same guy. Came a shortage of lawbreakers, at least there was always hair to cut. I phoned you in advance of coming, Sheriff. You know why I'm here.
Yes, I know. But just a minute, till I get out of this coat. Can't sheriff in a barber's coat.
Why not?
Just not right, that's all.
Now can we get down to it?
Not yet. Can't sheriff without my badge. Here it is. Now,
About this missing feller.
I took this snapshot. I sneaked the picture. The guy's sensitive to attention, so don't expect too much. Well, ever see him before?
Yeah, picture's kind of blurry.
My $2 camera, I'm sorry.
No, can't say I ever seen this one. What there's to see. But you don't need to be showing me pictures. Only one man's disappeared from Farrington in the years I've been barber.
How about in the years you've been sheriff?
Same answer. Lloyd Beamer. He's the only one who's disappeared and ain't never turned up. It's 7 years now. Maybe 8, coming right down to it.
Fill me in on Lloyd Beamer.
Oh, ain't much filling I can do. Just that Beamer ran the Midvale bottling works. That's right on the county line. Owned it, Beamer did, till he went.
Went where?
Can't say. Nobody can say. Bit flighty, that Lloyd Beamer. His head was always in books. Lived in the town, but you wouldn't know it. Kept to himself. Even on election day, never showed up to vote.
Imagine. Who runs the bottling works now?
Mrs. Beamer. That's Lloyd's wife, Polly. She's there now, minding things. If you'll be wanting to talk to her...
I'll be wanting to. The first thing that meets your eye in a bottling works are bottles. Lots and lots of bottles. I found a door marked private and used it. On the inside of the door was somebody who looked like privacy was wasted on her. Too many good looks to keep them all to herself. A face you'd expect to find in Tahiti, never in a bottling works.
Yes?
Am I intruding?
You've already intruded. You're chilly?
I always am in refrigerated rooms. How about a warming smile?
I'll have you arrested.
You didn't let me finish. A warm smile of gratitude on account of the great thing I'm about to do for you.
What is that?
Reunite you with your husband.
My husband?
Uh-huh. Don't you want to be?
Is this some practical joke?
I'm a comedian, only up to a point. Well, what's the matter?
Matter?
You're green around the gills.
I feel faint. Your remarks, I was utterly unprepared. I'm all right now.
Well, take more time.
No. Please talk.
Your husband, Lloyd Beamer, has been missing.
For more than 6 years, yes.
I've got a fellow I think could be Lloyd Beamer.
It's impossible.
Why?
Why? Because in all these years, there's never been a word.
That makes it strange, but not impossible. A man loses his memory. How does he know who to write to, be in touch with?
This person, you say he cannot remember?
Amnesia of a kind. I'm piecing his past together, reconstructing a picture. I'm a detective from New York, Barry Craig.
How did you come upon this person?
You keep saying this person.
I've come to think of my husband as dead. I've accepted it as so.
Why?
Why? So I could find peace with myself. Stifle imagination, the nightmare of thinking, not knowing. I was deserted, Mr. Craig, by a man with violent currents in his nature. A man bent on destroying everything around him and himself. It was better to think of him as dead, so I could have some peace, some life.
I'm sorry. I guess I was a jolt to you. A trifle crude in my approach, maybe. Of course, this man might not be your missing husband. It may turn out that he's not.
But you seemed so very sure before.
Some clues relate him to the town of Farrington, to these bottling works. Clues, but they may be coincidental. You never know.
What?
The lady.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to faint.
Lady. It was a faint, the deadest faint I'd ever seen. A faint like death, and the frightening thing about it, it could be death. A heart attack from the shock of it all. For all the pulse I was getting, the next move could be the coroner's. You know that someone apparently dead isn't when she flutters her eyes at you. A corpse generally can't. Polly Beamer fluttered her eyes at me. I was close enough to admire their color.
Oh, what happened?
You passed out, a dead faint, and no pulse like your heart had stopped pumping blood.
I'm sorry if I unnerved you.
I've got a few gray hairs as a memento. I hate to say hello to a girl and have her promptly drop dead.
The news you brought me, it was so overwhelming.
Apart from the news itself, what else gave you conniptions?
What else?
The prospect of a return of Lloyd Beamer, your missing husband, I don't think you fancy the idea as a woman.
No, I don't. We were never so much of a couple. Besides, I've built a whole new life for myself since...
A new life meaning a new guy?
New interests, a new independence and outlook.
You're glossing over the new guy?
There are men in my life, of course.
Men or a man?
I'm young. I have a right.
No question of it. All right, then, the way it stacks, if my party is the missing Lloyd Beamer, reassuming his proper station can create complications.
Complications?
He isn't wanted. No welcome home. Rough on a guy, kind of. A return to identity at long last, only to find himself on the scrap heap.
I don't think this person you talk about is my husband.
You mean you hope he isn't. But we'll soon know. I've got a couple of more questions.
Yes?
Assuming my party is Lloyd Beamer, I've given you an idea of the condition he's in.
Loss of memory, you said.
Yes, an acute case. He's been under medical care. Now I ask you, why would Lloyd Beamer suffer a loss of memory?
I don't understand the question.
The medic handling Beamer hinted that this patient may be helped induce his own condition. Blanked out so as not to remember something too painful. Blanked out to escape being Lloyd Beamer, if you get me.
Yes, I do understand you.
Again, assuming this is your husband. So what was he running from?
What was he running from?
Trouble, a crime maybe, something he was guilty of, and the fear of discovery?
There was nothing like that in my husband's affairs.
Okay for that. I'm glad to hear it. Then the escape was for, let's say, strictly personal reasons. Personal problems of non-criminal character.
Lloyd was an eccentric, secretive. He never could quite fit into the group. He found this business, intolerable. He found marriage too commonplace.
I see. Call him a pathological personality. One last question.
Yes?
Whoever listens in on talk in your office, does he do it with your approval or on his own?
Well, what do you mean?
I'm looking straight ahead. Into that mirror on your wall. There where the safe is. Twice so far I've seen a face in the mirror. A face not my own. I'm not two-faced, lady, so I assume there's been me and somebody else. Somebody peeking through the connecting door behind me. This door. Peeking and eavesdropping.
Well, there's nobody.
Not now. He's gotten an earful and decamped. You don't care?
Care?
About being eavesdropped on?
I don't know that we have.
We have, believe it. Who was it?
I don't know. We have 30 employees in the plant.
Heavy brows, eyes deep in his head. This connecting door behind me, he had it open to an aperture of 6 inches. Where does the door lead to? Well?
It leads to the office of the plant manager.
Namely?
Howie. Roy Howie.
I'll go introduce myself. Oh, by the way, pictures. Got any around of your missing husband?
Why, yes, at home somewhere, packed away.
I'd appreciate one, a good one, to take back to New York with me.
No, I won't give you any pictures.
Why not?
I'll do nothing to facilitate the return of this person you say may be Lloyd Beamer.
The man's sick. I'm asking you to help restore a man's memory.
I'll do nothing to facilitate that either.
Pretty shoddy attitude.
I don't care. I feel selfishly about this. We were through. I've let freedom grow around me, freedom from the nightmare of Lloyd Beamer. Why can't you let me alone? Why did you have to come here at all?
Roy Howie. Do I need a pass to get in to see him? The plant manager, Howie, had the perfect explanation.
Yes, I did over here. The fact is, I had some memoranda for Polly's signature. These forms. But I found her engaged with you.
You stood glued to that crack on the door.
Thinking that she'd be finished with you momentarily. I don't mind confessing that I was fascinated by what I heard, became absorbed in it.
Why?
Other people's business? A morsel of gossip? This is Farrington Township, Mr. Craig. Very little happens in Farrington. We're hungry here for something eventful. The sensational attracts us like moths to the flame. We're all of us talented eavesdroppers and busybodies. I'm being very frank.
Yeah, very frank and very, very artful.
I've read about New York private eyes, the unusual breed you are, your obsession with motives. Suspect everybody. Isn't that your daily religion?
You talk a glib line for a jerkwater town bottling plant manager.
Snarl, curse, and break heads. That, too, is the classic cliché of the New York private eye. Well, Why aren't you breaking my head, Mr. Craig?
An important thing to know about one-horse towns is how to get out alive. I'd called a local taxi to take me to the railroad depot, a mile run on a big ditch they called a road. Oh, the bumps I took, my insides were in a heap. At a bend in the road where spruce trees lining it made a perfect ambush, somebody tried to drop the rest of me in a heap. Oh, I got it in the right hand, the check writing hand. The local hack driver kept going, like he hadn't heard a thing. I got first aid at a shack that had a decalcomania emblem of mercy pasted on a window. The guy cauterizing my wound was a familiar face. I'd seen him before. He was the barber. Or did I mean the sheriff?
Regular doc's 14 miles over the hill.
Oh, switch to your painless method, why don't you?
Ain't much of a nick in that hand of yours. I'm treating it right.
Short of amputation.
Yeah. I'll bandage it up now, and you're as good as new.
What do I owe you?
50 cents. Same as for a haircut.
A bargain. Who shot me?
Can't say. I ain't investigated it yet.
But you've got a pretty good idea.
All right, I'll tell you. That Roy Howie's been shining up to Polly Beamer. Takes her on corn-husking parties and quilting bees. He's wild for her and infernally jealous, that fella.
I wasn't making a play for Polly.
You come in here with news about Lloyd Beamer. Now with Polly asking the judge to free her from a man who's been away so long, Roy Howie wasn't taking kindly to that.
Howie figures he's going to marry her, huh? When her divorce, or annulment as it, comes through?
Howie's figuring that. That bottling works is the biggest thing in Farrington. It's a good marriage Howie's after.
I made hasty tracks out of dear Farrington Township. I had unexpected company on the train, right on the seat beside me, white-faced but smiling. A fetching smile that figured to melt men's hearts. Polly knew how to turn it on.
Surprised, Mr. Craig?
Not too. I figured if Howie failed to kill me, you'd try it another way.
I don't understand.
Charm me to death. And you're doing it.
Doing what?
Sitting closer than train regulations allow and breathing on my neck.
Before what you said, Howie's failing to kill you?
Come off it, lady. It's you and Howie, one nod away from the altar. Wedded bliss the minute some judge signs a final paper. I popped in with a facsimile of your missing husband at a bad time.
All right, it's so. I won't attempt to lie to you. Howie and I are in love, planning marriage.
But I gummed up the work.
If this person is who you say he is, I'm frightened.
Frightened enough to endorse murder?
Howie didn't attempt your life, not really. He just meant to scare you, make you stop meddling in our lives. And I did not endorse it, Mr. Craig. Howie's impulsive, sometimes foolish. It was his own foolish scheme.
Which brings us to you sharing a seat with me.
To go with you and confront this person you say might be Lloyd Beamer. To see for myself.
Okay, we'll try it. But after I prepare him. You got a favorite New York hotel you can park in?
I have. The Warumbo.
We'll soon know whether you're still a wife or a bride-to-be. With Polly biting her nails at the Warumbo, I followed the seagulls to where my beachcomber parked his amnesia.
The striped bass are running better. Got a 40-pounder in the shed.
Well, let's get off the fish. I've got a few things to tell you. Things that might be biographic.
So you've gone ahead about me.
I've gone far. I might do you some good if you don't offer too much resistance. If you're afraid, don't be. My information is this. The man I think you might be has no crime to answer for. Well?
I'll try to cooperate.
Good. I'll throw words at you. The Midvale Bottling Works, Farrington Township, Jersey. A guy named Roy Howie.
Roy Howie?
You sound like it's familiar.
Yes, it's somewhere in my head.
Another name, Polly. Polly Beamer. Is that somewhere in your head or heart?
Polly Beamer. Yes, I believe I know the name.
You could be a Lloyd Beamer, from the evidence so far. Polly Beamer is Mrs. Lloyd Beamer.
Well, I'm confused.
Sure, I know, but you're standing up great. Better than I thought. Are you up to a visit with Polly Beamer?
Polly Beamer, who may be my wife?
Uh-huh. Again, only if you're up to it.
Take me to it.
I brought Smith to the Warumbo Hotel. Polly made an odd request of me.
May I talk to this person alone?
If you're going to insist.
Please, Mr. Craig. I don't relish being emotional in front of third parties.
Meaning me. Okay. I'll wait in the hall. Call me when you're ready. Polly called me in less than 10 minutes. She'd been crying her eyes out.
Mr. Craig, you can come in now.
Thanks. Any result?
This man is Lloyd Beamer, my husband.
You're sure?
Could I be mistaken?
No, I guess not. Turnabout now, Polly. Your turn to wait in the hall. It's two alone. Me and Beamer.
What on earth for?
I'm completing a job, Polly, wrapping it up. Your questions are out of order. Wait outside.
I'll go, of course, if you must.
Now you, Beamer.
Yes?
That's really your name, huh? The one you lost somewhere.
Yes, I'm Lord Beamer. I'm still a little new, but...
But you're not too unhappy over it. Pretty wife, a bottling plant. Quite a change from a beachcomber.
You sound like you begrudge me.
If you're Beamer, I'll shake hands and say goodbye. Report back to Dr. Vanner, my original client, tell him the good news. If you're Beamer.
Well, now you're talking like you don't think I am.
I just don't know. But I will know in a minute. It seems Beamer had a mermaid tattooed on his chest.
A mermaid?
I got this from intimate sources. The sheriff, close friends of the Beamers. Strip, mister, so I can see your chest.
Now, wait a minute.
Then I'll do it for you.
Hey.
No tattoo, mister. You're a phony. Okay, what's the game? I'll answer it. Blackmail. You've got enough on Polly Beamer to make her accept you as Lloyd Beamer, even though she knows you're a phony. That's why she wanted to be in here alone with you. Find out what you had on her. Well?
I've got nothing to say.
Then keep listening. The amnesia was a fake, a pretense right from the start. You used Doc Vanner as a dodge, and then began using me. I was to lead Polly Beamer to you, worry her so she'd be apple pie in your hands. Your so-called amnesia for all these years was a device to provide an explanation for Lloyd Beamer's long absence. Wherever explanations might be needed, in Farrington Township especially, well...
I've still got nothing to say.
Then you're a sucker. Confession you might mitigate police charges against you. You're licked anyhow. The scheme's boomeranged. You won't get Polly, and you won't get a dime.
You'll help me get off?
I'll put in a good word.
Okay. Lloyd Beamer's dead. I got to know him in the years he'd run off from his wife. He's been dead a few months now.
Who murdered him?
His wife, Polly. She discovered his whereabouts a few months ago, in the shack out on the island. She shot him and buried him in the cove. She didn't know that all the time there was an eyewitness.
You?
Yeah, me. I was out in the shed packing ice around some bass. Polly thought Beamer was living there alone as a hermit. The fact is, it was Beamer's shack. He owned it. He'd invited me to share it.
Beamer's corpse. You can lead me to it?
I can.
And you testify in court as an eyewitness to murder?
I'll testify.
Just how did you expect to crash Farrington society as Lloyd Beamer with your face?
I didn't. Polly and me, we were going abroad right away. She agreed to go to Europe with me.
With all the dough she had in her satchel?
With dough, yeah.
For a smart crook, mister, you're surprisingly stupid.
Stupid?
You panic easy.
Oh. I'm just beginning to catch on. That tattoo, the mermaid on Beamer's chest, you made that up.
So I did. I'll go call Polly in. Polly? Polly, come in and face the music.
Face the music?
Murder, baby. If you've got one of those fancy feints handy, now's the time. I just found out how you murdered Lloyd Beamer. Well, what do you know? She's gone and done it again.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Fog Over Murder, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story titled The Hunted Husband, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
Next week, I'm hired to hunt a husband. I catch him finally, but by that time, it's become good hunting for something else. Murder. Good night, folks. See you next week.
The National Broadcasting Company has brought you William Gargan, starring as Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Featured in the role of Polly was Terry Keane. Don Pardo speaking.
Police Department.
This is Graham Dwyer. I'm calling from the drugstore in Ambient, Madonna, on the edge of Pelham Bay Park. Tell the police car out here immediately. Oh, here I am, officer. I'm the man who called.
You said something about bodies?
Yes, I was walking along one of the drives. I found them in a car.
Get in, mister. Show us where.
It's this road to the right, a red convertible. It's parked right along. Oh, there it is, just up ahead.
Who of them? Boy and girl.
They're just youngsters.
Both been shot. How'd you happen to find them, fella?
Oh, I told you. I was walking here in the park. It's a nice night. I happened to look in. At first I thought they were just sitting sort of,
necking?
Yes. Then I took a closer look. That's when I ran to the drugstore and called.
Hey.
What's the matter, officer?
Hey, we're in for a lot of grief. You look at these marks. Made by a lipstick. 3 X's.
This must be the work of some fiend.
This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story about a killer with a trademark, a triple X, which meant murder plus mania. In just a moment, I'll take you back to one of my most interesting cases. This is Granger. I was sitting in my office reading the paper, an account of a twin killing in Pelham Bay Park the night before. A killing signed by 3 X's on the forehead of each body. It was the sort of case that gave you a cold, creepy feeling in spite of the fact that the sun was shining outside. Then my door opened.
Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger, I've come here for help. I need you.
Well, sit down, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Mother Morton. I want you to try to exonerate my son, John.
Why, what's he done?
You haven't read that entire story in your paper, Mr. Granger, or you wouldn't ask that.
What?
John is in jail. He's under suspicion of being a 3X killer. But he couldn't have committed those murders. I know he couldn't.
Why not?
Well, he's just not that sort of boy. I know I've not been able to give him all the time he should have had. But he's not the kind of boy to do anything as horrible as that.
You could be wrong, you know, Mrs. Morton.
No, I'm not wrong. That's why I want your help.
Okay, I'll drop down and have a talk with him. I see he's being held downtown.
Oh, Mr. Granger, please, if you...
Take it easy, Mrs. Morton. If he's innocent, he won't be convicted. I grabbed some transportation and went down to police headquarters. I explained my errand and was ushered into the office of Lieutenant Mike Harding.
Granger, I think you picked a bad one this time.
Why? What have you got on young Morton?
Everything. A girl came to us early this morning. She was scared to death, hysterical. She wanted protection.
From whom and why?
The dead girl and boy were both friends of hers. They all had a date last night. The dead girl forgot about a second date she had with the Morton boy. Both boys showed up. They tossed a coin. Morton lost. He went away angry with the girl who later reported him.
That's still not proof of murder.
The lab man made some casts around the car. They fit the boy's shoes.
Shoes can be similar.
Cut it out. We matched the tires on Morton's car with some tire prints. They were alike, too.
I want to go talk with him, Mike.
Okay, come on.
How's the kid impress you?
Oh, looks like a nice boy. But I've seen angel-faced killers before. Are you? Yeah. She's nice, too.
Yeah.
Come on, push it itself.
Hey. John, I'm Steve Granger. Your mother employed me to try and get you out of this.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Take it easy, kid. I'll do everything I can. What happened after you flipped the nickel and lost?
I left him and went out with the other girl.
The one who reported you?
Yes. Anna Long. I was mad, see? I took her home early, and then I drove my car around the park.
Looking for the other couple?
Yeah. I wanted to spoil their fun if I could. They wanted to pick a fight with the other guy. I didn't like him. But, Mr. Granger, I never killed them.
But you did find them?
Sure. I spotted the car parked on that side driveway. I coasted up and back so they wouldn't hear me. I wanted to see what was going on.
So?
When I got to the car, I could see there was something wrong. When I saw the 3 X's marked on their fire, I went home as fast as I could.
Why didn't you notify the police?
Well, I was going to. But just as I got back in my own car, I heard the sirens. I got out of there. I guess I left my head.
Yeah, I guess you did. Okay, John, try and relax. I'll do what I can. Harding, I think you've got the boy wrong. He's got a pretty straight story.
But no witness.
Did you paraffin his hands?
Granger, you stick to your business and let me stick to mine. I know the routine.
Okay, no offense.
After all, he's the logical suspect, isn't he?
Yeah. Maybe too logical.
Well, anything else I can do, or will you permit me to go about my own affairs?
Oh, Lieutenant Harding, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, no.
But I want to help that poor boy.
I wish you two would go someplace and get lost. Oh, Granger, this is Graham Dwyer, Steve Granger.
Yeah, according to the papers, you found the body.
Yes, I did. But I don't believe that youngster did the killing. I offered my services to the lieutenant here, but he's refused them.
Oh?
I happen to be interested in crime. I'm an amateur criminologist.
I see. Well, so long, Harding.
Oh, one moment, Granger. Has the boy's mother retained you?
Oh, she has.
Then why can't we work together? My work will be free, of course.
You know, Granger, that's an excellent suggestion.
Just a second, Harding.
Then I'll have both of you Sherlocks out of my hair.
I got away from Graham Dwyer by simply telling him to get in touch with me later at my office, a place I'd try not to be at that time. I nodded so long at him, left the building, and grabbed a cab uptown. Thanks, driver. Keep the change. I moved towards the entrance of my building. I'll continue with this interesting story in a minute. When the shots came, I dropped to the sidewalk fast. You gotta be pretty fast on the fall in my profession. I lay there waiting for some more shots, but they never came. Only the sound of a car roaring off. I could look at the license plates and made it in a hurry to my telephone.
Harding speaking.
This is Granger. Listen, the guy just took a pot shot at me from a car. I got the license number. Can you check the owner for me?
Sure. Anything about the 3X killing?
How do I know? I'm no prophet.
You're not much of a private eye either.
While waiting for Harding to call back, I studied the newspaper account of the 3X killing. The police had only one suspect, and that was John Morton. I hoped I could dig up an alibi for him because the law was going to be tough about this. I'd got the address of the girl who'd put the finger on John Morton. Her name was Anna Long. I decided a talk with her was in order. Anna Long lived on Colonial Avenue, adjacent Pelham Bay Park. I phoned, told her I'd be out.
Yes?
You're Anna Long? I'm Steve Granger, the man who phoned.
Oh, yes. Come on in, Mr. Granger.
Thanks.
You said it was about John.
Yeah. I want you to tell me everything you know about him.
Well, he always acted awfully sweet. I liked him.
Then why did you report him to the police?
That night he was sort of different. He wanted that date with Nell, and he was terribly upset when Tommy showed up.
Did he make any threats?
No, he just grumbled about it always being his luck or something like that.
You said he acted different. What do you mean by that?
Well, we rode around, and then we stopped off for soda at the corner, and John wouldn't talk or anything. Then he took me home, just like that. Didn't even say good night.
Do you think he could have killed his two friends?
He didn't like Tommy at all, and he was crazy jealous of Nell.
The talk with Anna Long brought out nothing. There was no way of establishing an alibi for John Morton, since he'd been driving around alone. I thanked the girl, left the house, and started down the street in search of a cab. I walked along, enjoying the clear weather. I hardly noticed the car as I came up to it. It was facing me. I dropped to the ground, but not until I got a good look at that driver. He was wearing a gray hat, dark glasses, and a mustache. I got something else, too. The license number on the plate. The same as before. Well, Harding?
Sure. I've got a make on the car for you, Granger.
Thanks. You took your time about it, didn't you?
What's the matter, Gumshoe? Nervous?
I just don't like being shot at.
You want protection? I'd be glad to assign a uniformed officer to bodyguard
That's
you.
a comedy, and give me the information.
I'm afraid it won't make you happy. We checked with the car owner. He left his keys in the car. It disappeared naturally, and it's still missing.
Thanks. There's one thing about you, Mike. You're always useful. About as useful as a nylon shirt in a blizzard. As I hung up the phone, a thought struck me. The man who'd fired at me from the car had fired high. Since he had a perfect sight on me, he apparently was just trying to scare me off the Morton case. The trouble was, he was practically succeeding. In just a moment, I'll bring you the climax of the case. On my way back to my office, I passed pretty near to Cal Hendricks' place. Since I was getting nowhere fast with this case, and since Cal has more than once been able to help, I thought I'd pay him a call.
Well, in trouble again, Steve?
What do you mean again? I'm just a sucker for strife.
Read about the 3X killer, Steve?
I'm working on it.
That Morton kid? I don't think he did it.
Thanks. You're my first friend today.
A kid like that might kill an anger, but when they start marking their corpses with 3 X's on the forehead, look for a psychopathic murderer.
If you'll just point him out to me, I can save Mrs. Morton a lot of heartbreak.
This is one time I can be of no help. I thought I'd probably find you here, Granger. Well, the boy lieutenant from homicide. All right, that's enough, Hendricks. Here, you're holding an innocent kid for murder. Now, look here.
Don't needle him, Cal. Lieutenant has high blood pressure. What do you want with me, sir?
That Graham Dwyer, remember him? He said that now you and he were working together, you'd have a startling revelation to make by morning.
Oh, he said that, did he?
Is it true?
No, Mike. It'll make you feel better, it's not.
Thanks. Even if my feet are sore, that no was worth the trip up here.
I left Cal's place, went to my office, and reported to Mrs. Morton. While I couldn't encourage it too much, I could insinuate I was getting a break on the case. At midnight, I got it. Hello.
Granger, have you been listening to the radio?
No, who is this?
Well, this is Graham Dwyer, the man who's working with you. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
I just heard it over the radio, Granger, and they definitely prove that John Morton didn't kill that boy and girl.
What proves what? What are you talking about?
There's been another 3X murder.
Say that again?
The report, it just came over the radio.
Same place? Pelham Park?
Sure. This time it was only a woman.
Only, huh?
She was shot once, and the killer marked 3 X's on the forehead with a lipstick. I've got an idea. I'll come over and pick you up so we can go right out there.
There's no sense in doing that, Dwyer. By this time, the police have removed the body, and the examination will be over.
Well, just the same, it just proves that the boy didn't commit the murder.
Okay, I'll get dressed. Go down and get him out. If I can.
Excellent. I'll be over at your office first thing in the morning.
Why?
I'm going to help you catch the real 3X killer.
Wow, thanks. Thanks a lot. up on that nauseating prospect and mulled this latest development over in my mind. Then I got into my clothes and went down to the morgue. Lieutenant Harding was there ahead of me, as ugly as a bear with a singed tail.
I might have known you'd show up.
Sure. This sort of clears my client's son, doesn't it?
Don't be in such a hurry.
Have you identified the murdered woman?
In her purse, she carried a driver's license, a hotel credit card, and a birth certificate. Now, have we?
Don't be so grumpy, Mike. This means you'll have to release that kid.
Yes, his mother will be down here with a writ. I'll have to let him go, but that doesn't mean he won't still be under suspicion.
Find any clues in the park?
Footprints. Millions of them. Made by the curious public as they trampled the place like a bull ring.
Anything of the dead woman's effect?
No.
Newspapers are going to get on you. Aren't they, Mike?
Granger, don't needle me. This isn't funny.
Murder never is. At 10 the next morning, I was reading the account of the latest murder when my pal walked in.
Well, Mr. Granger, here I am, just as I promised.
I've been waiting with bated breath, Dwyer.
Good. Now, here's what we can do. Go out to that dead woman's place and look around.
Dwyer, just a minute. The police have done that already.
But they could have missed something.
Pardon me. Granger.
Mr. Granger, this is Mrs. Morton. I called to tell you that John is home.
Yeah, I knew he'd been released.
I'm so happy. I don't know what to say, Mr. Granger.
Let me advise you, Mrs. Morton. Keep John where you can watch him for a while. The police still have him under suspicion.
I shall. I'm sending him a check in the mail.
Don't bother. I didn't do a thing.
But, Mr. Granger...
The real killer cleared your boy. Goodbye.
That was Mrs. Morton?
Yeah?
I knew that boy wasn't guilty from the very first. The real 3X killer is a clever man, not a kid. Now, why don't we go out to that woman's place?
I want to, but I can't, Dwyer. But why don't you go out and look around? Use my name if you want to.
Thank you.
And if anything breaks about another killing, we'll investigate it together.
Right, Granger. That's a deal.
It was such a logical way of losing Graham Dwyer, I took it in a hurry. Also, he would do no more harm snooping around Pelham Bay Park during the morning. A few minutes after he left, I went out to see Lieutenant Harding. He still hadn't been to bed.
Don't you start anything this morning, gumshoe.
Now, take it easy, Mike. You're losing your perspective.
Have you seen the papers? If we don't do something about this 3X killer, I'll lose more than my perspective. My job.
I said take it easy.
All I need now is that nutty Dwyer character around.
I got rid of him. I sent him out to Pelham Bay. Look for clues.
I hope he falls in the lake.
Howdy, have you ever figured that you're dealing with a psychopathic killer?
I figured everything, but he's still loose.
I think I know how we can catch him.
We? And what have you got to do with it?
Figured I could help you trap him.
Now, Granger, if this is another stunt...
Just listen, will you?
Well, go on.
The 3X killer must be an egomaniac. He loves to see his trademark written up on the papers. Now, suppose somebody comes along and claims to be the 3X killer. The real one gets jealous. You want to get even with the fake one.
In short, you want me to take my gun, murder an innocent citizen to make it look like a 3X killing.
You don't have to go as far as that. You can get hold of a body, can't you? Of an unidentified woman?
Are you nuts?
No. You set up the whole thing. Get a police officer and a policewoman to stage it. The woman is found dead after being shot by the 3X killer. The wagon comes up and takes her down here. Nobody knows if she's alive or dead.
And in the meantime, the real 3X killer pops up in Times Square.
That's a chance she'll have to take.
Me? I thought it was going to be we.
Harding demurred with every demur he could dig up. But I finally reasoned him into it. And he agreed it was one way the 3X killer could be brought into the open. That night, just before midnight, the supposed killing took place. The policewoman, posing as a casual pedestrian, was walking down one of the drives. The man slipped up behind her. The woman staggered to the grass and dropped. The man ran between some trees and disappeared. Two plainclothesmen ran out with the body of the woman brought from the morgue. A woman wearing 3 X's on her forehead. They placed her where the fake shooting had taken place, while the policewoman slipped out of sight. The stage was set. just as Harding and I had planned, the radio at midnight came out with the news that another 3X killing had taken place. Yeah.
This is Graham Dwyer. Have you heard?
I was just going to call you.
We're going out there. I'll pick you up in 5 minutes. The radio said it was the left drive.
Spot's right up ahead. See the police cars?
My, this one really attracted a crowd.
Pull up here. We can walk.
This time we'll pick up the clues. We can come up with the 3X killer.
Don't be too sure.
See, Lieutenant Harding's on the job.
Yeah, that poor guy hasn't slept for 3 days.
You say you're walking right along here?
Yes, officer.
Oh, hiya, Lieutenant.
Ranger, don't tell me you... What did you bring him along for?
We're going to find the 3X killer for you.
You're going to mind your own business or be locked up.
You can't do that. I'm a law-abiding citizen.
You get in our way, you'll be obstructing justice. Now behave. You, mister, go on with your story.
Well, I was quite a ways down the drive when I heard the shot.
You see the man who fired it?
I think so.
Good enough to describe him?
Yes, I believe so. He was wearing a dark suit. His hat was gray-colored. He had a decided limp.
Anything else?
He ran over into those trees. Harding looked at me and one eyelid dropped in a surreptitious wink. I nodded. A few minutes later, a man wearing a dark blue suit, gray hat, and sporting a decided limp was moving through those trees. Nobody except the police and I knew that this had all been rehearsed. That both the witness and the man with the limp were really police officers. I looked around carefully, hoping to spot anyone who looked suspicious. Then I discovered something. Something that sent me on the heels of the man posing as the 3X killer. It was not so light now, and I had difficulty spotting my quarry. Then he loomed up ahead, the limp as evident as ever. I stayed behind, just a little out of sight. The phony murderer was being obvious. Also, he was taking a chance because some civic-minded citizen might shoot first and ask later. Then another figure slipped out of a clump of bushes up behind the supposed killer. The gleam of a nickel-plated revolver glinted dimly. The second man prodded the first out of sight. I moved in.
Don't stand there. I demand to know why you killed that woman.
I'm the 3X killer. Okay, you caught me. Take me back there.
You're the 3X killer. That's fantastic. The real 3X killer is clever. His murders are committed without leaving traces. You're a fumbling fool.
I'm the 3X killer.
You're not. This wasn't planned as a 3X killer plan. This was stupid. The 3X killer's intelligent. He uses reason. Look how he framed that boy for the twin killings in the car. That took reasoning.
Yeah?
You're a fake. You're trying to cash in on the publicity the original 3X killer got. You were jealous of his success. You're the cheapest of all people. You're an imitator.
How do you know?
Because I happen to be the original 3X. It was I. You understand?
Okay, Dwyer. Put down that gun.
So you found me, Granger. You knew all the time, didn't you?
Drop the gun, I said.
Not until I take care of this feeble fake. I'm going to...
Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. I merely pulled the trigger and Graham Dwyer dropped with a bullet in the leg. The officer who'd been posing as the fake killer grabbed his gun, and that was that. Mike Harding asked me to meet him the following day.
Have you seen the newspapers? They're playing up the hoax we pull like they know about it all the time.
They're good guys.
And I suppose I'll have to thank you. Oh, it was that dreamboat idea you brought in from left field that snared Dwyer.
Oh, don't bother, dear boy. It was a pleasure to get you off the hook.
Yeah, I was hanging there like a flounder.
What happens with Dwyer?
And he's in insane. When we raided his apartment, we found it was a storehouse of information on murder.
Finally went to his head. Well, why he never shot to kill when he chased me around in those stolen cars?
He explained that. He loved making a monkey out of you.
Thanks. Love being a monkey and alive.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but they want you at the office.
What for?
There's been a shooting on the west side.
Coming along, Granger?
No, Lieutenant, this one is on you. I figure on taking a rest. A long rest. This is Steve Granger. You've been listening to some of the most interesting cases in my files. I hope you enjoyed them. See you around sometime.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Adventures of Father Brown. From the exciting pages of G.K. Chesterton comes the best-loved detective of them all, Father Brown, played by Carl Swenson. Now for tonight's adventures, The Mystified Mind. It is just after lunch on a hot August afternoon, and Father Brown sits at his desk in the study of his modest parish house. He's deep in his notebooks and monthly records. Father Brown doesn't look up at the sound of the doorbell. Nora, the housekeeper, comes along the corridor past the study door.
Pity they can't leave him alone just for once.
Hello, Nora.
Oh, it's you, Flambeau.
Yes. Is Father Brown in? I brought someone to see him. This is Miss Harris, Nora.
Good afternoon, Nora. Flambeau told me about you. Nothing good, I warrant. Well, if you must see Father Brown, you must. He's in his study.
Oh, thank you, Nora. This way, Miss Harris. You know, Nora's bark is much worse than her bite. Hello, Father Brown.
Well, Flambeau. My, this is a pleasure.
I've brought someone to see you, Father. This is Miss Joyce Harridge.
Well, come in, my dear. Come in. Pull up that comfortable chair for Miss Harris, Flambeau.
I'm afraid we're disturbing you, Father.
One of man's greatest pleasures is to be disturbed at his work. There, sit down, my dear.
Thank you, Father.
Miss Harridge has brought me a case, Father, which I think is more up your alley than mine.
Oh.
The fact is, we're on our way now to talk to a murderer in his cell.
Oh. And what makes you think, Miss Harris, that this man you call a murderer is not guilty?
Why, how do you know I think that, Father?
Well, because Flambeau is a detective. And the only use a man charged with murder has for a detective is to prove his innocence.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head, Father. But I'm afraid there isn't much I can do. It looks like an open and shut case.
You know, I have never understood the meaning of that phrase, Flambeau. To be both open and shut is a paradox. Well, now suppose, my dear, that you tell me about the man in the cell whom someone has called a murderer.
Well, to begin with, Father, Australia Engineers. Rollins' offices are located on the 17th floor of the Jefferson Building. The whole thing happened last Thursday morning, just after I arrived at the office.
I see. Well, go on.
Well, every Thursday morning, just as our office opens, a man comes in to clean the windows.
I see.
His name is Luigi Conti. We've all gotten to know him well over the years because his daughter was in Keller. I'd just gotten to the office last week. Good morning, Miss Harris. You know, I've sent you not to come to work.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Mr. Clayton.
Hello, darling.
Oh, just think what it would be like at the beach today.
I guess the sick grandmother gag has worn itself out. Let's plan the beach for the weekend, though, huh?
Oh, yes, I'd love it.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gregory.
Good morning.
Whether it's good or not is a matter of your own personal feeling. If you're waiting to get into the vault, it's only 3. The time lock won't work for another 2 minutes. When I first came to work here, I was convinced, though, it wasn't until I began getting here on time that I discovered he actually lived in the outside world.
Well, I want to talk to you about the Kennedy job after I've gone through the mail, Clayton.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's the window cleaner. You know it's gotten so you can tell time by Luigi.
Joyce, yes. You know, that's a job I wouldn't like to have.
What?
Luigi. It does something to the pit of my stomach when I see him climb out on that.
I'm used to it. There's really no danger with one of those safety belts.
The window cleaner! He's fallen!
It's Luigi. One side of his belt gave way. Just hanging there. Mr. Allen, help me. Mr. Allen!
Quick, Gregory! Fallen all the way to the street.
Papa! Papa!
Don't look, Lisa. You mustn't look, my dear. Dreadful accident.
Accident. Look, part of the belt's still hanging there. This thing cut through. Not an accident. Tony did it.
Tony? Lisa, you mustn't say that.
Tony did it, I tell you. I know it. Tony did it.
That's the whole crux of the case, Father. It was murder, all right, because Luigi's safety belt had been cut through with a razor blade.
Oh, my.
So that the minute he threw his weight against it, it gave way.
And the man that Lisa accused, the man she called Tony.
That's Anthony Cremona, Father.
Uh-huh.
He's been arrested and charged with the murder. He was Luigi's assistant at the Jefferson building.
And he was nuts about Luigi's daughter.
Well, why did the girl jump so quickly to the conclusion that it was this boy who had cut the safety belt?
Well, apparently because the old man and the boy were constantly arguing and fighting. There were threats and counter-threats.
I see.
Father, Luigi was terribly proud of Lisa. Every cent he'd earned had gone for her education and business school. He thought Tony wasn't good enough for her. He was dead set against anything serious developing between them.
Their window cleaning equipment in a closet, and both Tony and Luigi had a key to it. Young Tony had plenty of opportunity to slice the belt with a razor blade. As far as the cops are concerned, that's all there is to it.
Yes. Well, is that all the evidence against him, Flambeau?
That's all the police have found, Father.
No, that's just too black and white. There are no shadings, no coloring. People are not so simple as a first-grade problem in arithmetic, you know.
Well, Father, I've gotten to know Tony a little in the last year.
Oh?
He'd been so anxious to marry Lisa. He's been working like a Trojan to better himself. Going to night school, studying engineering.
Father, Miss Harridge has an interesting point to make.
Oh.
Well, it's simply this, Father Brown. If Tony had struck down Lisa's father in the midst of one of their arguments, it would fit his character, his hot temper.
Yes, but cutting through the belt was a cold and character, is that it?
Yes, Father.
Yes, it is. I think we should not put off going to see Anthony Cremona in this cellar.
No, but the trouble is he won't see anyone. He won't talk to a lawyer, he won't see Miss Harridge, and he won't see me.
We thought that maybe with you, he might feel differently.
Well, sometimes injustice will turn a man's face away from all other men. We can only try, Miss Harris. We can only try.
Cremona cell is at the end of this block, Father.
Thank you, sir. Flambeau, would you and Miss Harris wait here?
Yes, Father Brown.
Someone to see you, Cremona.
I don't want to see anybody.
Tony.
I didn't know they sent a priest to see you till just before the hanging.
But there are two kinds of hanging, Tony. The hanging that takes place in the minds of men, and the hanging that takes place at the end of a rope. A priest may be valuable in both cases.
Well, I can't stop you from talking to me if you want to.
You may open the cell door for me, Sergeant.
Holler when you want to get out, Father.
All right, thank you.
Now, look, if this is some kind of a trick to get me to change my story.
Since I haven't heard your story, Tony, why should I ask you to change it?
Well, maybe it don't sound like much. Can't change the truth.
And who is it that doesn't believe it?
The police? Lisa. You know something, Father? The very minute it happened, Lisa shouted out my name.
Yes, but you had threatened her father, hadn't you, Tony?
Sure, I threatened him. He was a stubborn, narrow-minded old fool. But I had a suit of clothes and a fine tailor and plenty of dough in my pocket. He'd have thought I was the right guy.
Yes, Tony?
Father, Lisa hasn't even been to see me. She hasn't given me a chance. You think she'd at least hear my side of it, wouldn't you?
Well, what is your side of it, my son?
I never touched Luigi's safety belt. Kept our stuff in the same closet, but I never touched this belt.
Yes, go on, Tony.
If I was going to murder Luigi,
I wouldn't have been satisfied with cutting just one side of his belt.
No?
No. But the belt should have held him up, even when one side gave way. It was an accident the other side of the belt didn't hold. No window cleaner would have cut just one side of the belt if he wanted Luigi to fall. What's the use of my telling him that?
Maybe a great deal of use, Tony. You see, there's a bitterness in your heart that's keeping a cloud in front of your eyes. You have friends, you know.
Friends?
Oh, well, there's Miss Harris, to believe them. And there's Flambeau, the detective hired to clear you of this charge. And there's me, Tony.
Do you mean that, Father?
Yes.
You really mean it?
Well, of course I mean it.
Well, then, if you see Lisa, will you tell her? Well, will you tell her there are still people that don't go around accusing a man without giving him a hearing?
Well, Father, would he talk to you?
Yes, Flambeau, he talked with me.
And what do you think, Father?
Sometimes the things I think are frightening, even to me. Sometimes I wish I could give up the whole business of thinking.
Then you think Tony is guilty?
No, Miss Haddard, I think he's innocent.
But in that case, Father...
But thinking it isn't proven. Now, I'd like to go to your office. I'd like to see the place where this accident happened.
Accident? Now, Father, I've seen these tricks pulled before, and cutting a safety belt is...
I have a passion for accuracy, Flambeau. I called it an accident because it was an accident. Tragic accident. You see, the window cleaner, Luigi, was never meant to die.
But, Father...
Now, let's not waste time, Flambeau. I have an urgent curiosity to lay eyes on a criminal, and he's not in a cell at the city jail. And it's entirely possible that we'll find him at the office of Rollins and Keller. May God have mercy on him. And this is the office where it happened, eh, Miss Haddard?
Yes, Father. There's only this one large drafting room and Mr. Rollins' private office.
I see. That's the vault that you spoke of.
Yes, it is. Old Gregory sits there by the wicket, and nobody goes in or out of the vault without being checked by him.
Oh, what's so valuable in the vault?
Oh, chiefly blueprints. We do a lot of work for the government. All very hush-hush.
Now, which is the window from which Luigi fell?
Oh, that one over there, at the far end of the office.
Ah, yes, it would be at the far end. Miss Haddard, I think I should talk to your employer, Mr. Rollins.
Very well, Father. His office is right over here.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Mr. Rollins.
What? Oh, come in.
Mr. Rollins, this is Father Brown and Flambeau. They'd like to talk to you for a moment.
Come in, come in.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll get back to my drawing board.
Yes, Miss Harris. Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We've come about the window cleaner who was murdered.
On the contrary, Mr. Rollins. We've come about the vault that was robbed.
Well, gentlemen, make up your minds.
I'm sorry to have to tell you that valuable designs or blueprints are missing from your vault.
I don't know what this is all about, gentlemen, but I can assure you there's nothing missing from the vault. You see, it works on a time mechanism. It opens at 5 minutes past 9 in the morning and closes at 5 minutes to 5 at night. All day long, Gregory sits outside the gate and nothing can be taken without his knowing it. I trust Gregory with anything I have.
With your money, Mr. Rollins?
With more than that, Father Brown. There are secrets in that vault that money could not buy back.
Well, I only hope that whatever was stolen is still missing.
Oh, really, Father? First you tell me I've been robbed, and then you wish me bad luck on top of it.
Now, if I worked in your office, and someone offered me a great deal of money for one of the blueprints in your vault, this is what I do. I take the blueprint, have it photostated, and then return it to the vault. And if I was lucky enough to get back in time, you'd never know you'd been betrayed, Mr. Rollins.
That would be a way to do it.
Father, look in the vault, Mr. Rollins. Don't let anyone know what you're looking for. And if you find anything missing, come back and tell me, but no one else.
This is really ridiculous.
Look, Mr. Rollins.
All right.
I will look. Will you gentlemen wait here?
Thank you.
Of course, I'm really an innocent bystander, but if it wouldn't be too much trouble to explain...
Yeah, but the trouble doesn't lie in the explanations, Flambeau. The trouble lies in catching a peculiarly subtle thief.
Murderer.
That's the point, Flambeau. There was no murderer. By intent.
And how was Luigi supposed to fall 17 stories to the street without dying, Father?
He wasn't supposed to fall. The other side of his belt should have held him up.
But what could be the purpose in it?
The everlasting greed of man, Flambeau. That was the motive. The purpose in cutting Luigi's belt was purely and simply to distract attention from the vault. That's an old magician's trick. Distract attention from what's really happening. Everyone was at the window.
Yeah, by George, it would work.
Certainly.
If the thief knew exactly where the blueprint he wanted was kept in the vault, it would only take him a matter of seconds.
Precisely, Flambeau. And with everyone's attention riveted in another direction.
You were right, Father Brown. Secret designs for a new jet-propelled plane gone. We must notify the police at once.
Not if you want the plans back.
What?
If the thief doesn't know that you've discovered the theft, he'll try to put them back.
But how do we catch him, Father? If we watch the vault, he won't go in. And if we don't watch the vault, we won't know who puts the plans back.
I think I can find an answer to that riddle.
How?
By committing a crime, Flambeau.
What are you doing here, Father Brown?
Oh, I'm just sitting on this bench, Miss Harridge.
I saw Flambeau leave, but... Well, why are you sitting here?
Well, you see, to understand why a criminal acts as he does, one must know exactly how he feels. One must, so to speak, get inside of him, understand his every thought. When I've done this, when I've reached the point of committing the crime myself, then I know who the criminal is.
Well, that sounds complicated.
Understanding the human mind is the most complicated of all sciences, Miss Harridge. Now, take yourself, for example. Your interest in young Tony Cremona. Is it just ordinary human kindness? Or is it personal and intimate?
It's just that he's a nice boy who's being blamed for something I don't think he did.
I see. And, is there no one else here who feels the same as you?
I know Jim Clayton.
I'd like to talk to this Mr. Clayton of yours, may I?
Yes, I'll call him. Jim? Jim?
Yes?
Jim, this is Father Brown.
Oh, hello, Father.
How do you do?
Joyce has been telling me that you feel the same way as we do about Tony Cremona.
Well, unfortunately, just feeling something will not help him.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, there aren't any clues that point in any other direction.
That's what makes it such a clever crime. But just because a man points in a certain direction, Mr. Clayton, doesn't mean that we must walk in that direction. So I am stubbornly walking in all the other directions, if you see what I mean.
Here's a telegram for you, Father Brown.
But the telegram? Well, now, that's odd. It's very odd. Advise you leave office of Rollins and Keller and don't come back. Well.
Father Brown.
Yes?
I'm Lisa Conte. I know why you're here.
Oh, do you now? Because I don't know why you're here, Lisa.
I work here. What else should I be?
Well, you might be in a cell at the city jail, talking to a nice young man who's eating out his heart because of you.
Talking to a murderer, you mean?
And where is your authority for judging, Lisa? Even a court of law will listen to young Tony's story.
He threatened to kill Papa. He did it. They hang him, I'll stand and watch it and be glad.
Then you should be happy now, Lisa. Because you've already done the only hanging that'll cause him any pain.
But, Father Brown, I tell you...
A person who will not listen even to a lie cannot have much to tell anyone, Lisa. Because what can she know? That's either true or false. Tell me, who delivered this telegram?
Oh, it was delivered by a regular messenger, Father.
I see. Here, read it.
a threat against you, Father Brown.
Do you think the police allowed Tony to send me that telegram from his cell in the city jail?
No,
They tell me, Lisa, that it's possible to visit the jail at any time, day or night. I beg your pardon, but you're Mr. Gregory, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you know the mechanism of that vault fascinates me? It's closed for the night now?
Yes.
I see. You mean to say that no one can open it until morning?
Not till 5 minutes past 9 tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. You're certain?
There's no way on earth to open it till then.
Well, now, you may think it odd for me to have this turn of mind, Mr. Gregory, but suppose a thief were to walk into the vault in broad daylight and come out with something he had no right to have.
I'd stop him.
Oh, but suppose he was a monstrous big man, Mr. Gregory, who could pick you up and put you aside like a child.
Then I'd shoot him. You see, I keep a gun in this desk drawer.
Oh, my. Yes. Well, now, suppose that you weren't at your post, Mr. Gregory.
I'm always at my post.
Always?
Always.
Well, that's an interesting speculation, Mr. Gregory. Good night. Yeah. I'll see you in the morning, just before you open your wonderful vault.
You're coming back again tomorrow?
Oh, yes. Unless, of course, I should receive a visit from a murderer before that time.
Oh, there you are, Father. I thought you were never going to get home.
Telegram, Flambeau. I've been warned to give up my innocent bench sitting at Rollins and Keller. Here, you can see for yourself.
Oh, so that's the way the wind blows.
Well, at any rate, it's a wind, Flambeau, but I'm frank to say that I don't know from what direction it blows. Oh, excuse me, Flambeau. Father Brown speaking.
Okay, then listen.
Who is this?
Never mind who it is. The boy won't hang if you mind your own business.
What? Well, what's that?
You got the telegram?
Yes, I got it. Did you send it?
Never mind who sent it. It's good advice. Now, you stay away from Rollins and Keller, you understand? Stay away.
Hello? Hello? Well, now, we seem to be getting warm, Flambeau. That was another warning to stay away from Rollins and Keller.
Oh? What are you going to do?
Return, of course. Tomorrow.
But, Father, the thief won't put the plans back while you're watching the vault.
He'll put them back tomorrow morning, Flambeau.
Well, what makes you think so?
That's not a matter of thinking. I know it. And I know when, Flambeau. He'll put the plans back in the vault at exactly 10 minutes past 9.
Floor, please.
17, please. Oh, what's the matter, Father? You look worried.
We've drawn this a touch fine, Flambeau. It's already 1 minute past 9.
Well, unless the elevator breaks down.
Oh, don't even think such a thought, Flambeau. Don't even think.
17.
Well, we made it.
Oh, Father Brown.
Oh, good morning, Lisa.
Father, I went to see Tony last night.
Did you now?
Father, I don't know what I could have been thinking of when I talked to him, when I saw him.
He's a good boy, Lisa. A good, honest boy who holds you very high in his heart. And I'm sure there's less pain in it now from having seen you.
3 minutes past 9, Father.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Lisa. Come along, Flambeau.
Good morning, Father Brown.
Good morning, Miss Harris. Good morning, Mr. Clayton.
Hello, Father.
I hope to be here in time to see the vault mechanism.
Well, you've hit it right on the nose, Father. There's Gregory standing by now.
I see you did come back.
Yes, I came back, Mr. Gregory. Well, now, how does this vault of yours work?
In 30 seconds, I open the door.
You mean to say there's no ringing of bells? No fanfare of trumpets?
No. I just open the door. Like this.
Well, now, Mr. Gregory, I am disappointed. You know, somehow I expected more drama.
Here comes Mr. Rollins, Father.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Rollins.
Father Brown, I simply can't hold off going to the police any longer. I have a responsibility to the government. Those plans
Those plans, Mr. Rollins, will be in your hands in a very few minutes.
You know who took them?
Oh, you might say that I do. Well, what time is it, Flambeau?
7 minutes past 9, Father.
Well, then there's no use delaying. Flambeau, please take those very efficient handcuffs from your pocket and put them on Mr. Gregory.
Gregory? Why, that's
Arrest
impossible.
Mr. Gregory, Flambeau.
Well, it's your party, Father. All right, Gregory, hold out your hand.
This is insane. I tell you, you're all insane. I had nothing to do with that window cleaner's death.
You're charged with stealing important plans from the vault, Gregory.
That's not true. You know that's not true, don't you, Mr. Rollins?
Plans have been stolen from the vault, Gregory, but I think this is a mistake. I can't believe that you had anything to do with it.
I back Gregory to the limit, too. Nothing could be taken from the vault without Gregory's connivance. He says he never left his post here.
No.
Well, if he didn't, then he's a thief. Come along, Gregory.
Now, really, Father Brown, Gregory's been with us 30 years.
There's no doubt about it. Gregory's on the level.
Well, maybe Father Brown says to copy my copy.
Father Brown, what are you doing here in the vault?
Waiting, Miss Harris. Waiting for you to bring back the plan.
So you knew.
Well,
How did you know?
well, I didn't. Not really.
But-
All I knew was that the thief would come into the vault. You see, Miss Harris, you fell for your own trick.
Trick?
The window cleaner was your trick for distracting attention from the vault. Mr. Gregory was my trick for doing the same.
So that was it.
I confess that when you walked in here, I was a little puzzled. After the telegram and the man's voice on the telephone warning me not to come back here.
Man's voice.
Yes, I rather think that your fiancé, Mr. Clayton, has suspected all along that you were guilty.
Oh,
And he tried to frighten me off. Why did you do it, Miss Harris?
Jim and I wanted to get married. He said he didn't have enough money. Then I was offered a big sum to steal one of the blueprints for just a few hours, just long enough for it to be photostated. Then I could put it back and no one would be the wiser.
I see. But everything went wrong. First Luigi was killed.
Oh, Father, I swear I never meant that to happen.
Yes, but it did happen. And then when Tony was arrested, you went to Flambeau.
I wish I knew why. I wish I knew why I went to Flambeau in the first place.
Because no person is all bad or all good. You knew that Tony was innocent, and the goodness in you forced you to do something to help him. The strange twist that you must now forfeit your freedom, perhaps your life, only because you were not all bad.
Oh, help me, Father. Please help me.
Yes. Yes, I'll help you. But we must begin by facing the music. Come along, Miss Harris.
Next week, The Prophecy of Doom, an exciting adventure in which a world-famous mind reader prophesies the death of a famous inventor at a moment to be decided by a watch that cannot tell time. The Adventures of Father Brown, based on the stories by G.K. Chesterton, was produced by Francis Sherling Oliver and directed by William M. Sweet. Carl Swenson was Father Brown, and the cast included Barry Thompson, Mitzi Gould, Bobby Reddick, Bill Griffiths, Will Geer, Gretchen Davidson, Vinton Hayworth, and Gladys Thornton. The script was by Judson Phillips, and the music by Bill Wurgis. John Stanley speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri, to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of A Forgetful Murderer. Another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat something I've said before. It's simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Try serving before dinner and you'll know what I mean. That Petri Sherry is a marvelous wine. Just look at its deep amber color, so rich and inviting. And as for the wine itself, what a flavor. Petri Sherry has a flavor you know comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened California grapes. And say, if you like your sherry dry like I do, not sweet, Petri makes a delicious dry sherry, Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular or the pale dry, don't buy one, buy two. Try them both. But remember, always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and it's time to keep our weekly date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at one of this city's favorite and most colorful meeting places, the top of the Mark Hopkins Hotel. Let's join them there, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Evening, Mr. Taylor. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Harry. Come and sit down. You're just in time to settle a fierce argument.
Argument, huh? Company policy or private opinion?
The latter. Gregory and I have been arguing as to what is the plural of mongoose. I say it's mongooses, and his boat has gone for mongeese. Now, what's your bet, Harry?
Well, I think I'd go for mongooses, too, Greg.
Ah, you're outvoted, Sandy. Uncle Wagnalls will hear of this. Now, you must be an obstinate old mongoose.
Oh, how did you get onto the subject, anyway?
Oh, it came up quite logically. A little earlier on, Sandy and I were shooting craps at the apartment. He threw 3 double aces in a row. A double ace is better known as snake eyes. From there, we began to discuss snakes and the ways of killing them, and that was when Sandy made his fatal remark about mongoose.
You call that logical?
You'll find, Harry, that Greg's logic is always a little involved.
Well, I'll forgive that if he'll keep up his record of good storytelling. How's about tonight's yarn, Greg?
Well, Harry, I think I should preface the story by telling you that last year I decided to open a small but select retail store. And I may tell you, Harry, that it took all of Greg's wiles and personal contacts to wangle the rental. Yes, we finally secured a location on Post Street near the St. Francis Hotel. On the night my story begins, Sandy and I were at the new place talking over the final plans with our manager. He sat there quite late, I remember, and it must have been after 10 as we left the store and walked down Post towards where my car was parked. As we reached it, we noticed quite a crowd gathered outside a jewelry store. Naturally, we walked over to see what had caused the commotion. Well, hello. What's the excitement, I suppose, Greg? It looks as if someone's giving away nylons on the sidewalk. Let's go and snoop. Well, there must be trouble, Greg. The police are here. Yes, and prominent among them is Sergeant Barton. Hello, Sergeant.
Oh, evening, Mr. Hood. Move back there, please. Out of the way. You got to keep this clear.
Huh. Doesn't take you long to smell out a murder, Mr. Hood. A murder? It's purely a coincidence that we happen to be passing, Sergeant. What happened?
Store broken into. Jewelry stolen. Night watchman stabbed to death.
Nabbed the killer?
No. He was too fast for us. Made a clean getaway, Mr. Hood.
Oh, can I come in and take a gander? Oh, Greg. Now, keep out of it. Let your curiosity alone for one.
I'm afraid I've got strict instructions, Mr. Hood. If you call headquarters, I'm sure they'll authorize a pass, though.
No, Sergeant, I won't bother. By the way, how's your wife? All over the operation?
Doing fine, thank you, Mr. Hood.
Good. Well, so long, Sergeant.
Night, Mr. Hood.
Out of the way. Out of the way.
Wonders will never cease, Greg. We're actually walking away from the scene of a murder. Purely commercial robbery murders like that aren't in my line, Sandy. In any case, I'm not in the mood for violence tonight. Let's go over to the Lick Grill and raffle a few dice. No, not me. I'm going to hie me home to Mary and the children. You're a very worthy citizen, Sandy. Now, here's my car. Can I drop you at the bridge terminal? No, thanks. It's near. I'll walk. Good night, Greg. See you in the morning, Sandy. Give my love to Mary. I will.
Hello.
Hello. Did you get into the wrong car?
I don't think so. You're Gregory Hood, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, that's what it said on the license card on the steering post.
Who are you?
Toffee?
That's my nickname. Jump in and tell me where we're going, Gregory.
Listen, you're sure you said Toffee?
I did.
Then listen, Toffee. I'm the kind of a guy who's more than willing to string along with a gag, but before I say where we're going, I'd like you to do one thing for me.
What's that?
Please switch on the overhead light inside the car.
You want to make certain I'm not too repulsive, I suppose. There. Well, what's the verdict, Gregory?
Move over, Toffee. We're going just wherever you say.
Sergeant Barton.
Yes, Lieutenant Silvers.
Anything from the lab reports on the jewelry store killing?
Not a thing, Lieutenant. Never saw a cleaner job. Looks like we've got nothing at all to go on.
Yeah, nothing but this. It was found at the scene of the murder.
What is it, Lieutenant?
Your guess is as good as mine. Looks like just a hunk of metal to me. The owner swears it doesn't belong in the shop, so we must assume the killer dropped it.
Can I look at it, Lieutenant?
Sure you can. Yeah.
Thanks. Piece of metal, about 6 inches long, thicker than a wire, not much, sharp at one end, and a ring at the other. Could it be a meat skewer, Lieutenant?
Don't ask me, Sergeant. 3 days since the killing now, and after exhaustive tests, all I've been able to find out is that the murderer dropped the what's-it. Maybe I should ask Greg Hood to come in on this one.
He was on the scene a few minutes after the murder was discovered, Lieutenant.
Oh? Take it, will you, sir?
Police headquarters, homicide, Sergeant Martin speaking. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Lieutenant?
No, I don't. If I'd been on my toes, I guess I should have deduced from your conversation, but I didn't quite miss it. What's happened?
There's been another robbery killing. Sounds like the same guy down on Market.
Well, let's get moving and keep your fingers crossed, Sergeant. Perhaps he's left another clue for us this time. A clue that we'll be able to pick up.
Well, Sandy, the display stuff is ready. The carpenters are finished. The interior decorator has finally okayed the hang of the last drape. I think our store can open tomorrow on schedule.
I'm very proud of it. If Hood and Company has to go into the retail market, we couldn't have a better showcase.
Yes, as my eye roams over our newest domain, I feel quite happy. By the way, Sandy, look at that watercolor of James Cooper Wright hanging over there.
Yes.
That's a very great painter. Have you ever seen such a subtle and yet more exciting blend of color?
Oh, I'm crazy about it. Have been ever since I first saw it. You know, I'm planning to buy Mary a Jimmy Wright original for her birthday.
You're a man of taste, Sandy. If only you were worthy of Mary.
Well, since we're talking of what is technically known as the gentler sex, may I ask you if you've seen any more of that girl you told me you met the other night? What was her name? Taffy?
No, Sandy. Her name was Toffee.
Oh. Well, okay. I don't want to be an old snooper, but I am curious. Have you seen anything?
No, Sandy. It's one of the darndest things that's happened to me yet. She just showed up out of nowhere. We had one of the most delightful evenings I've ever spent, and then she vanished. Insisted I'd drop her at a cab stand, if you please.
Well, didn't you trail the cab?
Sure, but he got away from me. You realize, Sandy, that I don't even know her name?
You're slipping, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, how can that be? Store doesn't open until tomorrow.
Well, I'm sure Gino Carducci.
Oh, you mean our night watchman from the warehouse?
Yes, I thought it would be a break for him to move in a little nearer to the center of things. Oh, hello, Gino.
Good evening, Mr. Hood.
And how are you, Mr. Taylor?
Hello, Gino. Come to look over your new empire?
That's all right, Mr. Taylor. It's a fine place you have here. Fine place.
You think you'll like being night watchman here, Gino? I thought it'd be a nice change for you after the warehouse.
Gino is very happy, Mr. Moose. All of my life, I have wanted to be in the fashionable part of the city, and now you just wait until I tell my Maria about it. Excuse me, please. I will examine this.
Yes, make yourself at home, Gino.
Someone else at the door.
We really have built a better mousetrap, haven't we?
Uh-oh. Lieutenant Silver.
Probably wants a preview of the store.
Hi, Greg.
Hello, Sam. Good to see you. Well, what do you think of our new place?
Yes, very nice. Good evening, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Lieutenant. You look worried, Stan. What's on your mind?
This series of robbery killings, Greg, it's getting me down. No kidding. 3 of them now, and we haven't got a decent lead.
You sure it's the same killer?
Certain. Pattern in each case is exactly the same.
And that pattern is?
Stores broken into, stuff is stolen. Night watchman gets plugged. While he's unconscious, this dirty rat stabs him to death. That's the medical examiner's report.
Strange. Your average thief doesn't kill unless he has to.
Sounds like a twisted kind of mind it was.
And here's another thing. At the scene of each of the killings, the murderers dropped something. Look, I brought you the collection. See if you can make anything out.
Oh.
Item 1, plain linen handkerchief, initialed with a C. No laundry mine.
Well, that's a great help. Merely narrows it down to all the people in San Francisco whose first, last, or middle name begins with a C.
I know.
Well, at least that puts Greg and me in the clear. What's the item number 2?
Well, it's a hard-shaped piece of rubber.
Oh, it looks like an earpiece of some kind.
Yeah, it is. Police surgeon tells us it's an earpiece off a stethoscope.
Ah, the mad doctor, eh? Well, that could give you a lead.
Well, it hasn't. Greg, have you any idea how many doctors there are in San Francisco whose initials have a C in them somewhere?
Well, I can imagine. And the third exhibit?
This funny-looking piece of metal. We found it at the scene of the first killing.
Oh, it's not unlike a meat skewer.
No, it's not that, Sandy. Rings a kind of a bell, but I can't quite hear it.
Well, then hang on to it, Greg, until you do hear it, will you? I'd certainly appreciate it if you could help me out on this one. I'm going crazy.
Okay, Stan, I'll take it and brood on the matter. You can have it back for Exhibit A, but I'll see if I get any bright ideas in the meantime. But don't pin too much faith on me. This really isn't my type of case.
Gregory.
Toffee!
You ought to lock your car, you know.
I always used to until that night I forgot. Now I leave it open hoping I'll find you here again. Move over, darling.
Well, where are we going?
I think a bite of supper at the palace is indicated. The lights are so discreet there, admirably suited to your mystery and your beauty.
My, but you're in great form tonight, Gregory. And after that?
After that, darling, we might take a drive up to Twin Peaks. The view from there is quite lovely.
I doubt if you've ever seen it, Gregory, but come on, let's go. Oh, you were actually truthful, Gregory. The view is beautiful.
You're right, Toffee. It's quite beautiful.
You aren't even looking.
Oh, yes, I am. My old father used to say that even the Taj Mahal in the moonlight didn't compare with the sparkle in a beautiful girl's eyes.
I wish I'd met your old father.
And so does he. In the meanwhile, how's about his son?
Oh, he's not bad.
Darling.
Oh.
What's wrong, Toffee?
What have you got in your pocket? The razor blade? Something pricks me.
Oh, it must be this gimmick. See?
A fine thing, sir. Carrying concealed weapons.
This isn't a weapon, my sweet. It's a vital clue to a murder case. The only trouble is no one knows what it is.
I bet I know what it is.
What?
It's a thing for cleaning pipes.
Oh, no, darling. The gadget you're thinking of has a much shorter spike, and it's got little spoons for scooping out tobacco and all sorts of other doodads on it.
My father used to use one just like this. He had it specially made. It was for cleaning out the middle part of the pipe.
You mean the shank?
Mm-hmm.
Say, you may be right at that. You're a bright girl, Toffee. You may have helped to solve a murder.
There's going to be another murder very soon, Gregory, if you're not careful.
Me? What have I done?
You talk too much.
Hi, Stan.
Oh, hello, Gregory. What brings you over to police headquarters? You get any brainwaves on that steel gimmick I gave you?
Yes, Stan. I went out with a beautiful girl last night, and she gave me an idea.
Nothing very surprising about that.
Don't be coarse, Stan. I'm talking about the metal object found at the first murder. This gal suggested it might be a rather special kind of pipe tool. I checked on it this morning and learned 2 interesting facts. The gimmick was made of surgical steel, and there were traces of nicotine on it. So we narrow it down still further, Stan. You're looking for a doctor who has a C in his initials, and he's also a pipe smoker.
So they're either CA or PC. You can take your choice, Greg.
Not another murder, Stan.
That's nice. You left a silver lighter at the scene of the crime. I'll let...
Stan, you look powdered. Come on out and have a drink. Forget it for a while.
How can I forget it? Look, Greg, you're an amateur. Sometimes you get a bright idea and solve a murder swell. And the safety and lives of the city don't depend on it. But it's different with me. Men are dying, Greg. 4 men in the last 2 weeks. And the Lord alone knows where the killer's going to strike next or when. And what can I do? Nothing except... Homicide. Silver speaking. Yeah, Button? What? Yeah. Okay, Button. I'll be right over.
Not another, Sam.
Yes. Last night. Maybe early this morning. And hold on, Greg. It was your new store.
What?
They murdered your night watchman.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. Just time for me to tell you the simplest, easiest way I know to make a good meal taste better. Serve that meal with a glass of good Petri wine. If you're having hamburgers or a swell pot roast for dinner, then you just got to try it with Petri California Burgundy. That Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just made to go with any meat or meat dish. Personally, I think it's great. Now, if you're having chicken for dinner or maybe fish or seafood, then by all means try a Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a subtle, intriguing white wine that's really something. Believe me, when you want a good wine, you can't miss with a Petri wine. Well, Greg, this one's really got me on the edge of my chair. So the murderer struck for a fifth time when he killed your night watchman.
Yes, Harry. Poor old Gino Caducci. He was one of my favorite people, and I was fighting mad when I heard the news. I called Sandy and told him to join me at the store, and then Lieutenant Silvers and I raced over to the scene. As the three of us stood there, I swore a silent vow that this was to be the last.
Greg.
But I do, Sandy. While I was out having a romantic adventure with a mysterious girl last night, poor old Gino was killed, protecting my property.
I don't see that you could have done anything to save him, Greg. The murderer didn't write a postcard and say he was going to be here last night.
I know. Your men have searched the place thoroughly, I suppose.
Yeah. Now I've got him on a routine job that may lead us somewhere.
Huh? What's that, Lieutenant?
Checking on a list of every medico in San Francisco who may have the initials CP or PC.
Did the forgetful murderer leave us any clue this time?
Yeah. These few pages torn from an album. Sergeant Barton said they were lying beside the body. But they're not much help. No fingerprints on them.
Let me see them.
Yeah, here. See what you make of them. Well, meanwhile, I'm going back to headquarters. I'll be in touch with you later.
Okay, Sam, okay. What do you make of the pages, Sandy?
Well, they seem to be torn from one of those novels about the gallant young doctor. Can't say I feel too kind of disposed toward doctors at the moment.
Let me see those pages.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. You were wrong, Sandy. These pages weren't torn from a novel. They're loose sheets. They've never been bound.
What does that tell you?
I think it tells us where to look for Dr. PC or CP.
Well, who are you calling?
Joseph Henry Jackson, book editor on the Chronicle. I think he can help us.
Chronicle?
Joe Jackson, please.
I hope you're on the right trail, Dick.
Yeah, so do I.
Hello?
Joe, this is Greg Hood.
Hello, Greg.
Listen, Joe, I'm in a jam. I need some help.
Oh, now, look, Greg, I'm a respectable married man.
No, not that kind of a jam. I need your professional help.
That's different. What's the problem?
Am I right in thinking that sometimes book reviewers like yourself are sent unbound pages on a book?
Hmm? Yes, Greg. They do that occasionally. When the regular copies won't be out far enough ahead. Personally, I wish publishers would do it more often.
I see. Another question, Joe. Do you have a reviewer who covers medical books, someone whose initials might be CP or PC?
Oh, we have so many part-time reviewers. Let me see. Yes, Greg. There's a Dr. Christopher Partington who's working for us.
Have you ever met him, Joe?
No, never been in here. We send stuff out to him, and he mails a copy back. Just a minute, I'll check the address. What is all this anyway?
Well, Joe, you're well known as an authority on factual murder, aren't you?
True. Murder's a hobby of mine. Why?
Well, Joe, don't look now, but I think you're just about to solve a murder. Well, Sandy, this is the house of Dr. Christopher Partington.
Yes, very nice, too. You know, it's pleasant out here in the marina. Yeah. Aren't you going to ring the bell, sir?
Not since the door is unlatched. Surprise is always an advantage when you're dealing with a murderer.
You really think he's your man?
The evidence would point that way. Come on, Sandy, keep your eyes sharpened. This guy probably knows all the answers.
I don't like open doors. This might be a trap.
You'll soon see.
You should have called Lieutenant Silver.
No, Sandy. Since poor Gino got killed, this is a private battle. Here's the living room.
It's empty.
So recently occupied by a pipe smoker, you will notice.
I don't see any pipes lying around.
Look at that ashtray. Lots of ashes and burned matches, but no cigarettes.
Who is this? Oh. Hello, Gregory.
Toffee! What on earth are you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you that when you tell me how you tracked me here.
Well, I have my methods. By the way, Toffee, let me introduce my friend, Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do, Mr. Taylor?
Well, how do you do, Mr.
Since your friend has tracked me here, he really should be able to tell you my name. While he's thinking about it, I'll go and get you both a drink. You look as though you could use one.
Quick, Sandy, scram. Get the number on that phone, slip out of the house and go to the nearest public phone and call here. Ask for Dr. Christopher Partington.
Oh, I get it. That'll smoke him out without your having to mention it. That's a good idea, Gray. And then I'll come right.
Right.
I have some sherry. Will that be... Oh. Where did your friend go?
Out for cigarettes. We wanted some. I didn't notice any here.
Oh, I'm a shocking hostess, aren't I? You'd like some sherry, Gregory?
I'd love a glass. Toffee,
Yes?
do you live here?
Sure.
With Dr. Partington?
Yes. Here's your sherry.
Thank you. Toffee, have you been reading about these night watchman murders in San Francisco?
Yes, Gregory. I've been devouring the newspaper reports. Why?
They're most unusual murders. The killer always leaves a clue. Now, these clues might be deliberately false ones, but I think not. I think it's a phenomenon a psychiatrist might enjoy. A murderer subconsciously compelled to betray himself. You know, Toffee, they say that absent-mindedness is never accidental. It's always the result of subconscious desires.
Do they? Gregory, darling, you're being dreadfully serious.
I feel dreadfully serious. You see, an old friend of mine was murdered last night.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, speaking. Who's this? Funny, he hung up. Oh, well.
He asked for Dr. Christopher Partington, didn't he?
Did he?
And you are Dr. Christopher Partington, aren't you, Toffee? Not a common name for a girl, but I've heard of a few others. I've heard of Christopher Partington Candy, so that your nickname of Toffee was another clue, wasn't it?
Gregory, darling, I'm afraid I'm losing my illusion for you. But go on. It's fascinating.
I've known of women who privately smoked pipes, too. That was another clue you gave me. And women doctors are commonplace these days. The subconscious is beautifully tricky, isn't it, Toffee? Even while seeking to betray you, it left a series of clues pointing to pipe-smoking Dr. Partington. All misleading factors not to be associated with a beautiful girl nicknamed Toffee. You're very silent, Dr. Partington.
I told her not to, Greg. I kept telling her not to kill those people. But she wouldn't listen to me. She was a surgeon, you know, and she loved to use a knife. And it was so easy for her to fool a night watchman. She went right on killing. So I had to try to betray her. That's why I waited in your car that first night. I thought I might be able to help you catch her.
Her? Who?
Cassie Peters. She's bad. Very bad. She kills people.
Cassie Peters. C.P. Holy smoke, don't tell me I figured this out all wrong after all. Where is she, this Cassie Peters?
Here. Here in me. Inside of me. We use the same body. She's bad. I hate her. I just so want you to catch her, Grace.
It's all right, Toffee, dear. I've caught her.
Then lock her up, Grace. Please lock her up. Promise you won't let her do those things anymore. You won't, will you, Gregory?
Don't worry, Toffee. We won't let Cassie Peters kill people. Not anymore. Ever.
Greg, I swear this is the strangest case you've ever told me.
And the saddest. 5 innocent men, including my old friend Gino, murdered in cold blood. And yet you can't hold that girl morally responsible.
She never went to prison, of course.
No, Harry. He was obviously an insane schizophrenic. A 1946 Jekyll and Hyde. He wound up in a state institution. Oh, kid. It was just a psychological misfit. Darn it, Harry, it was a miserable case.
You know, Greg, there are times when I'd sure hate to be in your shoes.
Yes, Harry, it wasn't easy to take. But as my old father would say, when you cry over a woman, there's always another woman ready to wipe away the tears.
Now, you can't dismiss it that easily, Greg. When you fall, I know that you fall, but good.
Yes, Harry, you and I were the kind of fellows who decide they like something and, well, that's that.
That's right. I'll never forget the night I... Oh, but you don't want to hear about it.
But I do. The night you what?
The first night I... You sure?
Of course.
The first night I tasted Petri wine. I said, that's the wine for me, and it sure is.
I should have known.
Yep, Petri wine is the wine for everybody. Because it's good wine. It's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. So you can see why the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what story from your casebook have you lined up for us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you of an odd adventure that Sandy and I had as we were flying to New York a few months ago. It concerns a Southern colonel, an unusually attractive girl, and an elusive piece of ice. I call the story The Double Diamond. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family.
Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Anita, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you? You what?
You killed him, Anita. Not a chance of proving you didn't.
Fred, stop it. I'll go to the electric chair.
On a quiet side street in the suburban town of Crestview, the occupant of a comfortable-looking home is startled by the sudden ringing of the telephone.
Yeah? Hello?
Fred. Fred, is that you?
Oh, it's you, Anita. Say, look, where the devil have you been? I'm in...
Oh, thank heavens he hasn't gotten there yet.
Who hasn't gotten here yet? What are you talking about?
Fred, listen to me. I just saw Henry.
Who?
Henry. Your twin brother, Henry.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I saw him. He's wearing his uniform and he's on his way out to the house. I know he is.
You're out of your mind. Henry's dead. He's killed in the South Pacific. Everybody knows that.
Fred, stop being so stubborn. I know it was Henry. Who else would know better than I? Don't you realize what this means?
Yeah, I know what it means. Henry know you saw him?
No. He was getting into a cab. I heard him give our address. Fred, he must know about it. He must.
Why must he?
Well, don't you see? He went to Hampton first and found me gone and the house sold. He probably tried to find you then and put two and two together.
Yeah, maybe he did it that. Somehow he found out, huh?
Yes. Fred, what are we going to do?
I don't know, baby. It depends. Where you calling from?
I'm in a drugstore downtown.
And that means that Henry... Wait a minute, baby. Wait a minute.
Fred! Fred, where are you? What happened?
Henry, baby, is at the door. You'd better get out here as soon as you can.
Come out there? Fred, should I?
Yes, you should. You gotta face this thing sooner or later. Come on out, baby.
All right, Fred. I'll be out.
Make it fast, baby. So long. Yeah, what's on your... Henry. Can't be.
Hello, Fred. Surprised to see me?
I'll say I am, Henry. Come on in. I thought you were...
Dead? What made you think that, Fred?
Why, the reports we got.
Who's we, Fred?
Why, Anita and I.
Oh, Anita and you. Mm-hmm. Nice place you've got here, Fred. Mind if I sit down?
Of course not.
What did the report say, Fred?
Why, they said that you were...
Did they say that I was dead, Fred?
Well, no, not exactly. You see...
That's all I wanted to know. Brother.
Just what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean, Fred. I don't have to explain anything. It's you who's got to do the explaining.
I don't get it.
Where's Anita, Fred?
Anita? How should I know?
She's living here with you, isn't she?
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy.
When that report came in, I'd been taken prisoner by the Japs. You sold her the idea that she'd never hear from me again, didn't you?
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Wait a minute.
You wanted her so badly that you couldn't wait until I was officially declared dead, could you?
No,
You talked her into selling my place at Hampton and changing her name and coming here to live with you, didn't you?
You're off the beam, I tell you, Henry. Anita and I are legally married.
Married? Married.
Yes, I've got the certificate. I've got it right here in the
Married. Look, now let me get this straight. You both changed your names and got married, pretending to be someone else. Oh, Fred, you killed me.
Well, we thought it would be better that way. Under the circumstances.
Under the circumstances. Now, that's certainly a beaut. Yes, sir, that's about the funniest thing I've ever heard. And what makes it funnier, you look as though you actually believe you can get away with it.
We can get away with it.
Really, Fred? How? By shooting me with that gun you've got in your pocket?
Why,
What's
you...
this, Fred? See? There's a gun in my hand. And it got there quickly, didn't it? You didn't even see where it came from, did you?
Henry, you're not...
The thing is, Fred, you've become too sure of yourself. You forgot that I'd be apt to know more about guns than you. I've known nothing except guns for 4 long years, Fred. I know how to handle. And I know how to shoot.
Henry, you wouldn't shoot me in cold blood.
No, Fred. No, I wouldn't. I'm sick of killing. Sick of guns, fighting, and physical suffering. I'm through with it for good.
Glad you feel that way, Henry.
Yes. Yes, I can see you are. Ah, you fool. You think you've won, don't you? You think you've accomplished your purpose.
Henry, wait. What are you going to do?
Just what you think, Fred. Stay where you are.
No. If I let you go, you...
Keep away from me, you fool! You got this!
That'd be better than going up and down.
Well, it's not going to be that now! You bastard! We'll see you!
In a moment, we return for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... And now for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Henry.
Hi, Anita.
What is... It isn't Henry. Fred. Fred,
You're wearing Henry's uniform.
That's it, baby. Fooled you, didn't I? Thought at first I was my twin brother, Henry.
Fred, where's Henry?
Henry? Why, he's right over there.
Henry! Henry! He's dead. He's wearing your clothes. Oh, his face is all... Yes, what have you done?
The answer to that is simple, baby. Found out about us. Tried to kill me. I defended myself, that's all.
Murdered him. Murdered your own brother.
Now, wait a minute, baby. Take it easy. We're in this together.
Together?
Why, sure. You wouldn't have wanted Henry to go to the police and tell him about your changing your name and marrying me when you already had a husband, would you?
He wouldn't. He wouldn't have done that.
No? You wouldn't want the cops to know about you selling the house and the securities and turning the dough over to me, would you?
Fred, this is awful.
It isn't so awful, baby. Just quit being excited. Tell you how we're going to work it out.
Work it out?
Sure. Look, if we just left Henry here in his uniform and scrammed, we wouldn't have a chance, see? The way I got it figured, we're going to have plenty of a chance.
How?
It's easy. I'm Henry, see? I just got home. You're my wife. We got papers to prove it.
But how about Henry?
Who'd recognize Henry with his face smashed up like that and wearing those clothes? Why, Henry's just some guy we found dead on the living room floor when we got home after you met me at the station. We don't know anything about who he is.
It won't work. There'll be an investigation. They'll find out.
Sure, there'll be an investigation, baby, but not till we're in the clear. Look, I'm a returned veteran who just got out of the hospital a while ago. Tonight I have to report back to my boat. Henry had all the papers in his pocket to prove it. He had a good record. They can call anybody to check.
And you think they'll let us go?
Sure they will. Why not? Just don't leave town, they'll say. Keep in touch with us for a few days. Get it? Few days. So we'll meet, baby.
Oh, too risky. We'll never get away with it.
We gotta get away with it, baby. We got to. No other way.
All right. I suppose you're right.
Sure I am. Now let's get ready. Pick up that gun and place it near Henry's body. I'll call the police.
And neither of you touched anything after you found the murdered body. Is that correct, Commander?
Yes. I phoned you immediately. Is this Dr. Danfield, the crime psychologist?
Yes, and Mr. Rusty Fairfax.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, Doc, it looks to me as though this were a puzzle we'd have to work out by ourselves, unless you have some questions that you want to ask the Commander.
How long did you plan to remain here at home, Commander Evans?
Unfortunately, I'm supposed to report back to my boat tonight. I have my orders here. Imagine I'll be free in a day or two.
Uh-huh. Let's see. It's now 2 o'clock. Do you mind if I ask you 1 or 2 questions?
Not at all. Glad to do anything I can to help.
Fine. Now, as I understand it, you and Mrs. Evans were living in the town of Hampton when you entered the service.
Yes, that's right. Mrs. Evans had a chance to sell our property at a very decent profit. She did so, after first writing me about it, of course, and bought the place here in Crestview.
I see. According to the papers we found in the dead man's pocket, his name is Robinson. Did you ever know a man named Robinson, Commander?
Well, there are probably a lot of Robinsons in the Navy. I must have known some of them.
But none intimately?
No.
Well, thank you for answering my question. Oh, by the way, most returning servicemen manage to salvage a gun or two. Do you have a gun, Commander?
Well, yes, there's one in my grip. It's a 45. Of course, if you care to look at it.
No. That won't be necessary at all. As a matter of fact,
Oh, here's Mrs. Evans. Feeling better, darling?
Yes. So are these the policemen?
Yes. Miss Fairfax, Dr. Danfield, Captain Otis, I want you to meet Mrs. Evans.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mrs. Evans?
This experience must be distressing to you, Mrs. Evans, after waiting 4 years to see your husband. Not a very pleasant homecoming for him.
It's terrible. Will it be necessary... I mean, how long...
I understand how you feel. We'll not bother you any longer than necessary. Doc, are you all through?
Yes. Oh, one more thing. It might be a good idea to take Mr. and Mrs. Evans' fingerprints, just as a matter of routine, you know.
Oh, fingerprints?
Now, don't get alarmed, darling. It's a customary procedure.
But I don't see...
That's all right. Least we can do is cooperate. Quicker we get these things over with, the sooner we'll be free to enjoy my homecoming.
Oh, that's very decent of you, Commander.
But you don't understand.
Something wrong, Mrs. Evans?
No, I...
Anita, what's the matter with you? Why are you stumbling over your words? If you have something to say, say it.
I don't blame her a bit. I'm sure if I came home and found a dead man lying on the floor of my living room, I'd stumble over my words, too. Thank you, Miss Evans. Don't worry, Mrs. Evans. Everything's going to be all right. These men are so used to this sort of thing that they're unfeeling about it.
You're right, Miss Fairfax. I'm sorry, darling. Here, let me pour you a glass of water.
I'm glad you came along, Rusty. The woman's viewpoint is always important. Well, Captain, suppose while you're down at headquarters picking up the fingerprint equipment, Rusty and I remain here and sort of browse around.
Why, sure, only...
I'm sure Commander and Mrs. Evans won't mind, and we might pick up a clue that will tell us something further.
Further? Oh, yes. I see what you mean, Doc. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, I'll start along. If you need any help, just give me a ring.
Out here behind the house anyway. The murder took place inside.
So it did. Let's take a look in this rubbish barrel.
What do you expect to find in there?
Possibly something, possibly nothing.
Well, that's a bright answer.
Well, look here.
Yeah, it's a blood-stained cloth.
Several blood-stained cloths. Blood is quite fresh, too. Yeah, take a look at this.
It's a lady's handkerchief.
Certainly is. The initials on it are A.E.
A.E.? Well, that could stand for Anita Evans.
Couldn't it, though? Think a minute now.
Ken, you don't believe the truth.
I'm beginning to believe a lot of things, Rusty. I wonder if Mrs. Evans was stumbling over her words when we were inside the house because she was upset or because she was afraid to have her fingerprints taken.
Ken, you don't really think Mrs. Evans committed the murder?
Don't I, Rusty? Now then, supposing that it was the murderer who tried to hide these blood-stained cloths, would he waste time going back to lock the door before taking flight? The answer to that one is obviously no.
I think so, too.
Well, I'm glad you agree, Rusty. Now, let's go one step further. Suppose when Commander Evans landed in New York, he called his wife long distance, told her he was on his way to Crestview, and asked her to meet him at the station.
Well?
Well, suppose Mr. Robinson was, shall we say, calling on Mrs. Evans at the moment. Previously, he hadn't known that she had a husband. Furthermore...
Suppose you stopped letting your imagination run away. Mrs. Evans could shoot anyone.
Really? Rusty, I want you to do something rather important.
Sure, what is it?
We're going back into the house. I want you to carry on with your we women understand each other idea and insist that Mrs. Evans go to her bedroom and lie down.
All right, but why?
First, I'm going to call Captain Otis at headquarters. Then I want to have a talk with Commander Evans. I think if he's asked the proper questions, he'll unwittingly give me the information that will pin this murder on his wife.
In a moment, we return for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... And now back to our star, Michael Dunn, for the third act of... Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Frankly, Danfield, I don't like your implication. If you think that Anita had
I'm sorry, Commander. The last thing I want to do is arouse your animosity. The willingness to cooperate is much more important.
I'm willing to cooperate. When you come to a man and imply that his wife is a murderess, it's a little bit too much to take.
But if your wife were a murderess, you'd want justice done, wouldn't you?
Would you, if it were your wife?
If she'd been unfaithful to me, I would.
Take that back, Danfield.
Sorry. See, I'm off on the wrong track. I'll begin over again. Common sense must tell you that the person who murdered Robinson must have had access to this house.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
And you must admit that this bloody handkerchief is rather incriminating evidence.
I imagine the police will call it incriminating.
Yes. Yes, they will. Now then, Mrs. Evans said she was away from the house 2 hours. Does it sound reasonable that she would leave 2 hours before train time when the station is only 10 minutes away?
Stop it, Danfield. I don't want to hear any more.
I'm only trying to prepare you for what might happen, Commander. You haven't seen your wife for 4 years.
I know. I've tried not to think about it. I just can't believe that Anita would do anything.
Pour yourself
like
a shot of that bourbon.
Yeah. I can use a drink.
This job I have isn't easy or pleasant, Commander. It was you who accused your wife of stumbling over her words when the matter of the fingerprints came up. Remember?
That meant nothing. What are you getting at?
I think your wife was afraid to have her fingerprints.
No. Danfield, you're asking me to believe too much on too little evidence.
Oh, we have a lot more evidence than you think, Commander.
You have more evidence?
Yes. For example, I just talked to Captain Otis on the phone. He went to the trouble of checking and discovered that you didn't arrive at the railroad station until 12:15 this noon.
Well?
Your wife claims that she left the house at approximately 10:15. Now, suppose the police medical examiner discovers that Robinson was murdered before 10:15.
I don't get it.
Well, if Robinson were murdered before 10:15, that means your wife must have either murdered him or known the dead body was lying on the living room floor. You see, she also stated that up until 10:15, she was here in the house, alone.
I see what you mean. Danfield, you don't know what this means to me. I still can't believe it.
Would you like to see some more evidence?
More evidence?
Yes. Come into the living room, please, Commander. Now, look up there on the wall near the ceiling.
Where? It's a bullet hole.
Yes. You see, 2 shots were fired instead of 1.
2 shots?
Apparently there was quite a struggle, too. We checked the gun, which you said was in your grip, Commander.
Your what?
Just a matter of routine. Captain Ost insists on being thorough, yet at the same time he has the faculty of not alarming anyone. That's why he checked the gun himself instead of asking you to show it to him.
I see. Just what did he gain by checking my gun?
Nothing. It was clean as a whistle, not even loaded.
Oh.
So you see, we've considered every angle. And furthermore... Well, that must be the captain now. I'll let him in. Well, Captain, I've been waiting for you.
Oh, hello, Doc. I'm sorry I'm late. There's a lot to do. Oh, hello, Commander.
Look here, Captain. Danfield's been telling me about my wife. Well, it's hard for me to believe.
Yes, I understand. I asked Doc if he'd try to explain things to you. Such jobs are easier for him than they are for me. Oh, thanks, Doc, for the favor.
Not at all, Captain.
And now I'm afraid I've got some more bad news for you, Commander.
More bad?
Oh, hello, Miss Fairfax. Come in. And Mrs. Evans, too.
Hello, Captain. We heard the doorbell, and Mrs. Evans wanted to come down. Darling, is everything all right?
Anita, I don't know what to say.
Don't know what to say. What do you mean?
Perhaps you'd better let me say it, Commander. Mrs. Evans, we checked the fingerprints on the gun and found that they were yours.
Found that they were mine. Oh, no.
Wait a minute, Captain. How could you do that when you hadn't taken Anita's fingerprints?
That's something else we did, Commander, without trying to alarm anyone. Captain Otis took the glass from which your wife had drunk some water when we first arrived here.
Let's see. Anita, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you? Tell you what?
I'm sorry, Anita. 4 years is a long time, but
Well,
I never...
stop it. You can't mean what you're saying.
Wish I didn't, Anita. I wish there weren't all this damning evidence.
Evidence? But, Fred,
Yes, Anita?
I'll go to the electric chair. Fred, you don't realize...
I'm sorry,
what they-
Mrs. Evans. I'm afraid there's very little you can say that will help you now.
There is. It was Fred who shot him, not I.
Anita!
You're wasting your time, Mrs. Evans. We've already checked and found Commander Evans was on the train when Robinson was killed.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was here.
I wouldn't try to say any more, Mrs. Evans, until you've talked to your lawyer. You'll have plenty of opportunity to speak your piece then. Come along.
No, if you don't let me talk now, Fred...
Just a moment, please.
Yes, Doc?
I think she'll tell us the things we want to know now, Captain.
Yes. Very well, Mrs. Evans. Who murdered Robinson?
He did. Fred did. He said we could get away with it. He made me pick up the gun so my fingerprints were on it. He put my handkerchief in the rubbish barrel.
Know what'll happen to you?
Yes, I know. I'll go to jail for being a bigamist, but I won't go to the chair. You tried to frame me, Fred. I should have known I was a fool not to have realized.
Shut up or I'll...
Take it easy, Commander.
Well, Captain, looks as though our little scheme worked rather well, doesn't it?
Yes.
2 confessions without half trying.
What do you mean, 2 confessions? I'm confessing nothing.
It won't make any difference whether you do or not. Fred. Oh, why is it, by the way, that Anita keeps calling you Fred when your name is Henry?
Why, she...
Don't embarrass yourself by trying to explain, Evans. You see, we've known right from the start that you're not Commander Henry Evans. You're his brother, Fred Evans.
That's a lie. I've got the papers to prove it.
Come, Evans, why don't you give up trying to be a super criminal? Your type is so common, it's amusing to watch your antics. Don't you know why we played along with you, watching you try to pin this murder on Anita?
I didn't. You can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, we can prove everything. But it was much easier to hear Anita tell it.
She's lying. She's trying to protect herself.
Naturally she is. Let me tell you what happened. After you murdered your brother, you knew your chances of getting away were slim, but you saw an out. You could pin the murder on Anita. You talked her into believing you both could get away with you posing as your brother. You threatened her. She had no alternative but to agree. As a matter of fact, you might have gotten away with it if you hadn't been so stupid.
We'll still get away with it. You can't prove I murdered Henry.
Can't we? Listen, Evans, there were 2 shots fired. You had a gun and Henry had a gun. Do you know from which gun the bullet came that killed Henry?
Didn't happen that way. Anita...
It was your gun, Evans. We dug a bullet out of the wall up there. We know which gun it came from.
Oh, you do? Well, now you're going to find out which gun this bullet is coming from.
Look out, Doc! There isn't any need to look out, Captain. I emptied the bullet from his gun a long time ago. The fact is, Captain, this man is about the stupidest criminal I've ever come across. In a moment, we'll return for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now for the conclusion of... Danger, Dr. Danfield.
You know, there's one thing I like about these cases.
What's that, Miss Fairfax?
Oh, it's coming back here to the studio, lighting up the fire, and sitting around talking about it.
Well, then how about making a noise like a hostess and bring some of that mission orange drink, will you?
Oh, don't be so anxious. I'm getting it.
Great girl, your secretary, Doc. I know it, Captain, but don't tell her I do.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Probably. Captain and I like to gossip when you're out of earshot.
Very funny, Dr. Danfield. Here you are.
Thanks, Rusty.
Captain Otis?
Thank you, Miss Fairfax.
Now let's get down to business. How'd you know, Dan?
How'd I know what?
Listen to him. How'd you know what? How did you know that Commander Evans was a phony?
Oh, well, I was in the Marines. You know.
Stop bragging and tell us the answer.
Well, the answer is pretty obvious, Rusty. A sailor or a Marine, especially one just off his ship, doesn't speak of his ship as a boat.
Say, that's right. A sailor always refers to his ship as a ship. Boat is a landlubber's term.
Exactly, Captain. Also, a sailor refers to his luggage as gear. He doesn't call it a grip.
That's right, too. The alleged Commander Evans said he had a gun in his grip. All the sailors I know refer to their luggage as gear.
What was that, Rusty?
I said all the sailors I know refer...
That's what I thought you said. I didn't know you knew any sailors.
Didn't know I knew any... Why, Dan.
Well?
You're jealous. How wonderful.
Oh, is it? Captain Otis, would you mind if...
Yeah, I understand, Doc. I'll be shoving off in a minute.
Thank you. You know, Miss Fairfax seems to think that sailors have an edge on Marines. I intend to correct that impression.
All right, mister, you're paid your quarter. There's the rifle. Take your shot.
Stop! Put down that gun.
What's wrong, lady?
Well, look, behind the target he's shooting at. Running down the side of the wall. See it? That's blood.
Well, there's a dead body behind that target. Police! Murder!
WOR Mutual presents the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Witherall's always getting mixed up in murder.
murdered.
You wouldn't think so. He looks just like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's the head of an important school for boys in New England.
He also writes the thriller stories on the side, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories. But Leonidas is engaged in much more vital business now, isn't he, Mr. Hampton?
Yes. Business that takes precedence over all of Leonidas's regular activities. The neighborhood housekeeper in Dalton, Witherall's close friend, Mrs. Mullet, has entered a contest to determine who makes the finest preserves in the state. The contest is a feature of the annual state fair, and Witherall has borrowed a horse and buggy, in which he's now heading for the fair. Get up there, girl. Mrs. Mullet, you should have no difficulty at all in winning this contest. Something of an epicure, I can say your preserves are perfect.
Well, I'm going to have mighty hard competition, though, Mr. Witherall. That Mrs. Axelbent's not easy to please.
Mrs. Axelbent?
Mm-hmm. She's going to be the judge. Going to taste all the entries. Very uppity she is. Might not like my preserves at all.
Prefers axle grease, perhaps.
Well, don't you know Mrs. Axelbent?
Yes, I met her once. Her face is familiar, but her name is impossible.
She's a divorcee, you know.
Oh?
She was married to that farmer in Berry County, Mr. Axelbent. Now she's going to marry the wealthiest farmer in the county, a Mr. Fribbits.
Axelbent, Fribbits. For a moment, I thought she was making a change for a better name. Wrong again. Come on there, gal. Get up. Go on.
She divorced him about 2 years ago. They say he never got over it either. Still very jealous. And he used to be very pleasant. Now he's gloomy all the time.
Rufus, I haven't time to talk to you now. Come and see me some other day.
You're always too busy to talk to me.
Oh, don't be tiresome, dear. Now, I really must go. I'm due at the state fair. I'm to be a judge.
I'm going to fair myself, entering a prize bull. Before you get out of here, I have something to say. You marry Fribbits, I won't let you.
Rufus, we've been legally divorced. And it's so painful to go over all of our differences again. I've told you before, you're the most insanely jealous man on earth. That's why I divorced you. That's why you're behaving now like a hopeless fool.
You made me jealous, playing up to every fellow we met.
Oh, you imagined all that. Why upset yourself?
You don't love Fribbits any more than you love me. He's the wealthiest farmer in the state. That's what you're after.
Now, that's very unfair. You've no idea of how I feel about him.
I know how you feel about everything. It either pays off for you or it doesn't. Now, get this. If I can't have you, no other man will. Remember what the minister said? Whom God hath joined together.
You're being very final about something that's none of your business.
Before you marry that man, I'd rather see you dead first. I will see you dead first.
Mrs. Axelbent never did strike me as a very pleasant person, Mrs. Mullet. Possibly because she was always so deliberately pleasant. She has such an even disposition, irritating all the time.
Oh, you turn to the left here.
Uh-huh. Where you going there, you old plug? Get up there now. Go on.
Well, this Mr. Fribbits, the man she's going to marry, he has the best-looking son. Randy's his name. They say Randy's not very happy about that woman marrying his father. He's always been kind of a hot-tempered lad anyway. Doesn't relish having her as a stepmother.
You want me out of the way, don't you, Mrs. Axelbent?
Why, no, Randy. Why do you say that?
Because I always tell the truth. You're not marrying my father because you love him. You want to own this farm.
And you've always expected to inherit the farm yourself. Is that it?
I've worked on this farm since I was old enough to stand up. That gives me a good claim, doesn't it?
Randy, why don't you take, what's that girl's name?
Connie? Connie Maplegrove?
Yes. Why don't you marry Connie and get away from the farm? Earn a living in your own way, under your own steam. Why do you feel content to just sit back and wait till your father dies?
Go away, huh? I'm wise to this dirty game you're playing, but I've one sure way to cut it short.
What in the world are you talking about?
You keep trying to marry my father and take the farm away from me, you'll see what I'm talking about. The ceremony will have to be postponed, because nobody can marry a dead bride.
There's the fair right up ahead of us, Mr. Witherall.
Uh-huh, so it is. I want to wish you luck, Mrs. Mullet. I'll be very surprised if you don't win.
We can tie up over there. Looks like a parking place.
All right. Oh, girl. Oh. I'll just tie her up here. You know, only see hitching posts at the fair these days.
There's Mrs. Axelbent. standing by that first booth. See her? My, how she's dressed. Decorated like an admiral's flagship, ain't she?
Yes, decorated when the Admiral wasn't looking. Hold still now there, girl. That's it.
Hello
There's
there,
the girl.
Mrs. Axelband.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mullet. Oh, I know you.
Hmm?
That beard. Now, just a minute, just a minute. Oh, of course. The man who looks like Shakespeare. You're Leonidas Witherall.
Yes, Mrs. Axelbent. And how are you? How's every little thing?
Are you going to judge this preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wacker.
Well, Mrs. Wacker, you know Mr. Witherall, don't you? Mrs. Wacker does most of the folks' laundry back in Dalton.
Oh, well, how do you do?
Answer my
Rebecca?
question. Are you going to judge the preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent?
Yes, I'm to be the judge.
Well, I'm taking back my jar if you're to be the judge.
My dear woman, I hardly think a scene at this time.
I don't care who hears me. I'll take my jar back, thank you. I couldn't win if you're the judge. You're set against me.
Now, after all...
Everyone knows about you and me. They know you're trying to take my boy away from me.
Well, merely suggested to the ladies' council that I hardly think a laundry is a fit place to raise a baby.
My baby's very healthy and very happy.
Well, perhaps we could discuss this some other time, eh?
We'll talk about it now.
What's the matter? What's the matter? The women having a fight?
Oh, just ironing out a baby.
Where do they think they are?
Now, you're making a scene, and this is in very bad taste.
You wouldn't talk to me in that house of yours, and so we'll talk now.
Come on, Mrs.
Oh, you let go of me. You leave me alone. You wouldn't dare to take away my baby. You sniveling, nosy body. You cheap hypocrite.
Your son hasn't a proper home.
For what it's supposed to be, my son has the finest home in town.
But it's for the boy's own good.
You couldn't take my son away from me in a million years. You've nothing in your own life to satisfy you, and so you make up for it by meddling with everyone else's.
This promises to be the most jelly-shaking contest in history.
You meddle with my life and you'll pay for it. You take my baby from my house and I'll kill you. And God would forgive me, too.
Ah, these country fairs, so peaceful, the hope of a new world.
You know, I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Wacker. Terribly sorry. So many people in your circumstances are blind to what's best for them.
Oh, Mrs. Axelbane.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley.
Could you change your plans a bit? I mean about the preserves contest.
Why, what's wrong?
We'd rather have you at the war bond booth. It's much more important to sell bonds, and, well, you're so popular.
Yes, isn't she?
And we thought it would be better if someone else would judge the preserves.
Well, who judge 'em? Who could we get?
Why, those little jelly jars are causing one crisis after another, aren't they? Before being eaten, too.
Let's see. Somebody around here could do it.
Well, Mr. Witherall could do it.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Mullet, please.
Oh, would you, Mr. Witherall? Oh, I'd appreciate it so much.
Well, as a gastronomist, I'm afraid I'm caviar to the general.
What's that?
Shakespeare, I thought you said you recognized me.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall.
I'd like him to do it. He looks like a very honest man.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Wacker. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
Hey, what's wrong here?
Oh, just a discussion, Rufus. We need someone to take my place judging the preserves. Do you all know Mr. Axelbert?
Hurry up and settle it. I just took Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, over to his pen.
Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, pen name of a writer?
It's my prize bull. Trouble getting him here, too. It was very wild today. See him in the booth with the flag on it?
Yes. He looks formidable, as the English say, doesn't he?
Well, get going here, folks. I've no time to waste.
All right. I'll do my best as a jelly taster.
Hey, what's up? Why don't you get things started?
Well, I'm not going to judge the preserves, Randy. Mr. Witherall is. Do you know everyone? Randy Privet.
Come on, get going, folks.
Everybody over to booth number 3 for the preserve contest.
Booth number 3.
Hey, see my bull, Randy? I bet you we come out on top this year.
You think so?
Yeah.
Here's my jar, Mr. Witherall.
Mine. There's about 2 dozen others already in the booth.
I'll clear the crowd over. You get up on the platform, Mr. Witherall.
See you later, Shakespeare, and thank you for taking my place.
See you later.
By the way, here's our entry, Mr. Witherall. We should walk away with a contest. My fiancée made these. Connie Maple Grove.
Oh, all right, Randy. Let me first hop up on this platform. There we are.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Here's a clean spoon, Mr. Witherall. You can start any time now.
Start clean, eh? All right, Mr. Bradley. Here goes.
What's wrong back there?
The back of his wild bull! He broke out of his pen. He's heading this way.
Come on down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. Why, the bull's liable to pick you out.
Me? Pick me out, oh, you flatter me.
Well, here he comes. Get out of the way, everybody.
Stand back, everybody. Don't push.
Don't get near him, anybody. He's my bull. He's my bull. I know him. He'll score you to death. Dalton, boy. Go back to your pen. Go back.
Why, that bull's running around like he's crazy.
Crowd, pushing so much, I can hardly stand up.
Look out, Randy. You'll knock over that jar of preserves.
Oh,
gosh. Your coat. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it, Mr. Witherall. Now you've got that jelly all over your coat.
well, of all things to happen, spilling preserves all over his coat.
Don't move, everybody. If you start to run, that bull of mine will kill you.
Come down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. The bull's looking at you.
At me?
Well, yes. Don't move now. Don't budge an inch.
That bull's too close for comfort.
Don't run, Witherall. He'll go after you.
Get out of my way, everybody.
Everybody got a gun, let's shoot him.
Hey, don't you dare shoot my bull.
But he'll drive those horns right into Mr. Witherall. Oh, don't run. Oh, good heavens. Somebody save him. Save Mr. Witherall. Or the bull's almost caught him. Faster, Mr. Witherall, faster.
Help! Hey, he's got him near that wall. Don't back up against that wall. He'll get you into a trap.
Oh, I can't look. It'll be horrible. Look. Mr. Witherall's up against that wall. While the bull's going to charge. He's getting set. Do something. Do something.
Take off your coat, Witherall. Throw your coat at him. It might stop him.
Might make him angrier, too.
You've got to take that chance. Take off your coat. Throw it at him.
All right, try anything. Here goes.
Why, it's working. The bull's looking at his coat.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. I thought it'd distract him.
The bull's goring his coat.
Well, that's a lot better than going Mr. Witherall.
All right, Randy. You, Joe, a couple of you men. Sneak up on him. Grab him. We can pull him back to the pen. He'll be quiet now. Yeah, he's taking quite a fancy to Witherall's coat.
Yes, lucky it was covered with jelly.
Come on now, slow. Easy. Sneak up. Careful. Okay, I got him. Now, hold on now. We got him.
Right. Easy, Dalton, boy. Calm down now.
What'd you want to break out of the pen and scare all these people for, huh? Come on, calm down, boy.
Well, isn't anybody going to ask about me?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
I'll be all right as soon as I get my heart out of my mouth.
Well, that was just about the most terrible thing I've ever seen happen to you, Mr. Witherall. It was your own fault, though. You shouldn't have started to run.
Yes, I knew it was my fault. In fact, while I was making my 100-yard dash from the platform with the bull's horns flirting with my coattails all the way, I kept thinking of that famous phrase, "Is this trip necessary?"
All right, folks, all right. Come on, break it up. No need to crowd around. Lots of other booths are open here.
Why, look at that bull chewing on your coat. Oh, it's a shame you have to lose it.
Well, let the poor little thing keep it. I'm warm enough now to get along without it. And anyway, those preserves...
He seems to like those preserves a lot. Look at the way he's licking them off the coat.
Quite a judge, isn't there? Well, he's usurped my place. Why not give him a spoon, too?
What's the matter, Dalton boy? You tired from chasing Mr. Witherall? Yes, poor Dalton boy.
Yes, hope I didn't frighten him.
Yeah. Say, this bull of mine looks sick to me.
He looks sick? My good man, what do you think I've been doing?
Well, chasing after you to wore him out.
Wore him out? No, that's odd. Very peculiar.
Running a couple of yards after Mr. Witherall wore out your prize bull.
Well, now listen to him. Look at him wobbling on his feet.
Oh, too bad I wasn't wearing slippers, too.
You want to lie down, Dalton boy? You're feeling bad, huh? Lie down if you want to. Go on, lie down.
Oh, yes, he's been under quite a strain. Perhaps we could get a chaise longue for him.
Never mind being so funny. My bull's sick, and you made him that way.
Well, he made me sick, tit for tat.
Well, the bull does seem pretty badly off, doesn't he?
You keep out of this, Mrs. Wacker. The very idea. The bull nearly kills Mr. Witherall. Now everybody's feeling sorry for the bull. Come on, Mr. Witherall. Let's get out of here.
Yes, a little relaxation is in order, Mrs. Mullet. They probably won't reorganize your jelly contest for a while.
Well, want to stroll around the rest of the fair?
Yes, a very good suggestion.
If this bull of mine's really sick on account of you, Witherall, I'll sue you.
Yes, serves me right, teasing wild bulls. Bye. Come along, Mrs. Mullet.
Doesn't it strike you as very funny that a big husky prize bull would get sick just from running around a bit?
Funny is not the word, Mrs. Mullet.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm walking over here toward the bull's pen purposely. He did not break out by himself.
What?
I'm wondering who let him out. Mrs. Mullet, that word is murderous, perhaps. Look, Mrs. Mullet, there's a shooting gallery.
Well, you're not such a good shot, are you?
Oh, I'm not, eh? I was captain of the Meredith rifle team. Dead-eye Witherall, they called me. I'm for that shooting gallery. Come on.
All right.
No free shots. Here you are, folks. 10 shots for a quarter. They're all trying it. Every man his own commando. Step right up and test your skill.
I'll try it. Here's a quarter.
Yes, yes, all right. Here we are. Going to win a Cupid doll for your girlfriend.
What did you say?
Oh, never mind him, Mrs. Mullet. He means to be complimentary. Say, fella, what's the most difficult object to hit?
Well, now, that clay pipe way over on the left side there. You see it? You hit that thing, you get a free round. Yeah, plus a gorgeous, rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
You get the doll ready. Dead-eye Witherall is about to perform. Now, here we go.
Well, I'm glad you're shooting blanks.
Oh, lady, you couldn't knock anything over with blanks. Those are real bullets. Go on, mister, go on.
Right.
Did you say dead eye, mister?
I'm merely warming up.
Still warming up.
Mr. Witherall, stop shooting. Put down that gun.
What's the matter?
Why, what's happened?
Well, look on the curtain behind the target. It's trickling down the curtain. It's blood.
Well, she's right. Someone's behind that curtain. Someone's been shot back there.
Come on, let's see. Hurry.
They must be between the curtain and the steel wall. I got a reinforced steel wall behind the target curtain. Holy smokes.
It's Mrs. Axelban.
Why, she's dead.
Yes, standing up.
Yeah, look at all that blood. Must be about 15 bullets in her. Blanks, indeed.
Gagged and tied to this pole back of the curtain. No one could see her, but nearly everyone who took a shot was likely to hit her.
Oh, good gracious. I've never in my life seen anything as awful as that. Oh, that pool of blood.
Hey, you were the last guy to shoot, mister. I think the cops will want to talk to you, you murderer.
Me?
Oh, just can't stand looking at it. Take me away. Take me away.
Take her away. Help. Police. Murder. Murder!
Take it easy, little man, or you'll wake the dead.
You were shooting to the extreme left of the target curtain, huh, Bill?
That's right, Sergeant McCobble. None of the bullets from my rifle could have hit Mrs. Axelban.
Yeah. Murderer sure was a brute. Taking that woman and tying her to the pole there behind that curtain. You know, Bill, she must have tried screaming, but I guess the handkerchief was so tight that she couldn't make much noise. Oh, by the way, who was shooting here just before Shakespeare? Would you recognize him?
Oh, I know some of them. There was a lady, the one that owns a laundry, you know, over in Dalton.
Yeah. Well, that's Mrs. Wacker.
Mrs. Wacker, and a young fella, the Fribbit boy, Randy Fribbit.
Go on, who else?
Well, the farmer, you know, the farmer, the bull got loose. What's his name? Axelrod? Axelgrease?
Axelband.
Axelband. A couple others, too. There's a soldier and some sailors.
Say, it makes things kind of tough, doesn't it, Bill?
It is hard to pin on anyone, Sergeant.
Is that so? Well, how about him, Sergeant? Do you know this fella?
Shakespeare?
No, this fella right here.
Why, sure. I've known Mr. Witherall for years. Don't be silly.
Well, why couldn't it have been him, if you ask me? He's a fancy-looking guy. Got a beard. He might be a spy or something.
I'm a spy. Bearded men are either spies or philosophers. I'd rather be a spy.
Hey, you, Mr. Witherall. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Mr. Axelband, I'm afraid we've some very bad news.
Oh, never mind that. Something important's happened. My bull's dead.
Your bull died?
Yes. Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, my prize bull, died a while after you left, after he chased you. It was your fault, Wetherall.
He died, eh? Sergeant McCobble, that's the answer.
What are you thinking of, Bill?
That bull was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Of course. Don't you remember His Royal Highness ate something just before he became ill?
He ate your coat?
No, he licked the preserves off my coat, Mrs. Mullet. And the preserves were poisoned, you see.
Preserves. What's this all about? What's the police here for?
Mr. Axelbent, we found your ex-wife in back of this shooting gallery. I should say we found your ex-wife's body. She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Bill, whoever tied Mrs. Axelbent up behind this gallery, he tried to kill her first by poisoning the jelly.
Uh-huh.
You see, because they knew she was going to be the judge of the contest, and they'd be tasting each bottle. Isn't that it?
Exactly. Therefore, Sergeant, your problem now is who made the preserves that were spilled on my coat?
Here's the girl who made that jar of poisoned preserves, Bill. Connie Maplegrove.
Oh, Connie.
Yeah, I got her name by checking the number of the broken bottle against the entry list.
Why, she's Randy's sweetheart.
Well, what about it? I don't know anything about this. I did make the preserves, but I never dreamed of killing Mrs. Axelbent.
Connie, darling.
Oh, Randy, it's awful. They think I killed Mrs.
Dear. And I know you're perfectly innocent. You've got no right to keep her here, Sergeant.
Mind your own business, Randy. I'm running this. They tell me, Connie, that if Mrs. Axelbent married Randy's father, your boyfriend would never inherit that big farm his father has.
That's right. But Connie had nothing to do with it.
I'm asking Connie the questions, not you.
Well, it's true, but she didn't have any right to get the farm. Randy deserves it. He worked on it all his life.
With that woman out of the way, while you marry Randy, he gets that tremendous farm, and you're sitting pretty. Is that correct?
Well, I never thought of such a thing. Besides, there's something else you didn't think of.
What's on your mind, Connie?
Well, it's very simple.
Yes, I know, but what's on it?
Why do you accuse me? Anyone could have poisoned the preserves somehow. It might have been that laundress, Mrs. Wacker. It might have been Mr. Axelbent. He's very jealous.
Strangely enough, Connie, we've already realized there are quite a number of prospects, and suspects, too. But you're here for a specific reason.
Besides, the jar of preserves was sealed with paraffin, wasn't it? How could anyone else get poison into that bottle? You're the only person in the world who could have done it, Connie. And you're going to sit there until you tell us the truth.
Yes, we've got the goods on you, all right.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Now, go on, Connie. Go on. Start talking. Well, go on.
I tell you, I don't know anything about this.
Okay, then we'll just sit here till you change your mind and quit lying.
Yes, we're waiting for you to tell the truth.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Go on, Connie. Now, it'll be easier for you if you don't stall. You killed Mrs. Axelbent, didn't you? You murdered her, didn't you? You tied her up behind that shooting gallery, and then you went out front and you paid a quarter for enough bullets to commit cold-blooded murder. Now you're going to hang for
No,
it.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Come on now. It'll be easier for you if you don't stall.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me.
I don't know anything about this. I never wanted to come to the fair. I was afraid something would happen. I didn't want to enter the contest. I really didn't want to come here at all. That's why I sent Randy ahead with my jar. I wanted to stay home.
Just a minute. Didn't you come here with Randy?
No, I came much later. I'd only been here about 10 minutes. Like I said, I didn't want to come at all.
You weren't here when the contest started, when the bull broke loose?
What bull?
Ah. Sergeant, our problem is not who made the preserves. The murderer is the person who let that prize bull out of his pen.
Let the prize bull out?
Certainly. The killer planned to dispose of Mrs. Axelbent by means of the preserves. Originally, that's obvious. But at the last minute, there was an unexpected change of judges. I took over the role. The killer wasn't after me, thank heaven. So she, or he, had to get rid of that bottle of poison jelly before I tasted it.
So whoever it was let the bull out of the pen as an excuse to start a panic, so as the bottle could be broken.
That's it. The murderer is the person who deliberately broke that bottle of preserves and spilled it on me.
Why, that was...
Grab him, Sergeant.
All right, you stay right where you are. Just stay here.
You killed Mrs. Axelbent.
Fiendish way to kill, Randy. Fiendish. Tie up your victim and then deliberately buy the bullets. 10 shots for a quarter. 10 bloody, fatal shots.
Ow! Either you stand still or this blackjack of mine's gonna make you. Take those handcuffs, Bill. Slip them over his wrist while I hold his arms. That's it. Okay.
I swore she'd never marry my father and take that farm away from me. Well, she didn't. She didn't get it.
No, neither of you will get the farm. That's even-handed justice, so my poet phrased it.
There's just one thing, Bill, about getting the poison into the jar, I mean. It was sealed with paraffin.
Oh, that's easy, Sergeant. An ordinary hypodermic syringe and needle would do the trick. Inject the poison through the paraffin without disturbing it. How about that, Randy?
Did you throw the hypodermic away, or is it still in your pocket?
Well, it's in my pocket. The left-hand pocket.
I'll get it. I'll search it.
Mr. Witherall, he hit the sergeant on the head with a handcuff. There he goes. Stop him. Stop
Still.
him.
My gun. Take it. Stop him.
Don't shoot. You'll kill him. Randy!
You got him, Mr. Witherall. Looks like you hit him in the leg. And with just one shot, too.
Of course, just one shot, Mrs. Mullet. Remember, Deadeye is my middle name. Now let's find another shooting gallery, and I'll get you a rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
WOR Mutual has presented the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Mrs. Mullet is played by Ethel Ramey. The character of Leonidas Witherall is from the mystery novels by Alice Tilton. The radio script is by Howard Merrill, and the program is directed by Roger Bauer. Mr. Hamden has an important announcement to make. Mr. Hamden.
Well, Leonidas's friends won't be sharing a puzzle in homicide with him next week because our program is changing time. Witherall, Mrs. Mullet, and the worthy sergeant will be back on the air on Sunday, October 8th, that's 2 weeks from tonight, at 7 p.m. Eastern War Time. That's 2 hours earlier than usual. I hope you'll make a note to join us then, Sunday, October 8th at 7 p.m. Until then, good night.
Beginning next Sunday evening, October 1st at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, WOR Mutual will present a new musical program, Steel Horizons, with John Baker, baritone of the Metropolitan Opera Association, and guest soloists and an orchestra conducted by Frederick Blanche. And remember, Leonidas Witherall will return on October 8th at 7 p.m. The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall came to you from the stage of the WOR Mutual Playhouse in New York. This is Mutual.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into yours comes Bulldog Drummond.
This story begins in a surprising way. Listen walked across the street to where my new Buick was parked. The surprise I mentioned was a blonde package done up attractively in a shimmering patina fox jacket. I opened the car door, and there she was in the front seat.
Hello.
As I said, the car was new. I looked twice to make sure it was mine.
It's your car.
You recall the dealer telling me you came with it.
The dealer has nothing to do with my being here.
Oh, well, what has?
Get in and we'll talk about it. I've been waiting here for you.
Oh, you should have said I would have gladly passed up dessert.
You're Captain Hugh Drummond.
You know me.
Well, who doesn't? You help people in trouble.
In certain cases, tell me you're in trouble.
I am. Will you help me?
It's possible. I don't believe I know your name.
Virginia Morris.
Miss?
Miss.
It's quite possible.
You're nice.
Well, Virginia,
My friends call me Ginny.
then friend to another, Ginny, just what sort of trouble is it?
It's about the cat.
The cat?
This one. It's moon porcelain to go there alone. That's why I came to you. I didn't want him to see me going to your house. He warned me not to tell anyone. That's why I waited for you in the car. You will help me, won't you?
First, you'll have to make some sense. What is this all about?
Ralph brought this cat back from China 6 weeks. My brother. He was there on business. Ralph said the cat was very valuable. He said it's hundreds of years old, and he asked me to hold it for him. That was 6 weeks ago, as I said. The next day, Ralph left the house. I didn't hear from him until this evening.
And your brother told you not to tell anyone about
Oh, no, it wasn't Ralph who said that. It was the other man. And he spoke to me over the phone after Ralph. Ralph just said a few words, and then the man must have taken the phone away from him. He told me to bring the cat to him at 22 River Street, but he'd be in the doorway. I was to be there at 9:30, but you see, I was afraid to go there alone, so I came to see...
I'm sorry I was detained, sir. A phone call came in, and... Captain Drummond.
Denny, this is Miss Morris.
Where did she come from?
Believe it or not, she was waiting here in the car for me.
A likely story.
Ginny has asked my assistance.
Oh, it's Ginny.
Captain Drummond, we better hurry. He said to be there by 9:30 sharp.
Come on, Denny, get in.
You're sure I won't be crowding you?
You, say the number was 22 River Street.
Yes, that's right.
River Street, sir? Why are we going to that wretched neighborhood?
Because Miss Morris's brother seems to be in some sort of trouble.
It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death, that's the usual story, isn't it, sir?
That isn't a joke. I didn't finish what I started to tell you, Captain Drummond. The man said to me that Ralph would be killed if the Ming cat wasn't delivered tonight. Ming cat.
Sir, that's it. That's just what he said, the Ming cat.
What are you talking about, Denny?
The phone call which detained me, it was a man. He sounded oriental. I thought it was just another one of those crank calls we so often
Denny, for heaven's sakes, come out with it. What is it?
He said to forget about the Ming cat. It's evil. He said to those who touch it, it brings only bad luck and death. So this area is forbidding enough without having a pea super to make matters worse.
Denny, you can count this far as a blessing. It'll until we get to that doorway up the street. Ginny, I'll take that china cat now.
Oh, but you said that as long as the cat was in our hands, you thought Ralph's life would be spared.
I'm reasonable. Don't worry, I'm not letting go of it until your brother is brought back safe and sound. You better let me have it.
All right.
Thank you. Come on, Denny.
Jack. Captain Drummond, this gives me the creeps.
Frankly, Denny, I know just how you feel.
Annoying thing to hear coming from you, sir. You know how I rely on you for moral support.
Number 22 is the next building. Ready?
Ready, sir.
I'll do the talking.
That dubious pleasure is all yours.
There we go.
Why, no one's here. Perhaps he's inside.
We'll have a look. Switch on your flash.
Yes, sir. Why, look. The entrance is boarded.
Now, Denny. Quick, cut the light. Denny?
I'm all right, sir.
That flashlight made us a perfect target for a moment there. Shots. Someone was lying in wait for us over there.
Yeah, we're certainly lucky.
We certainly are, Denny. This Ming cat didn't break when I dropped up. Maybe it isn't such bad luck after all.
Oh, the devil with that confounded cat, sir. Look what it got us into.
Well, now, let's see if it can get us out of it. What? We're getting back Ginny in the car as quickly as our feet can carry us.
With an armed killer across the street?
I told you fog is a blessing. It will cover our retreat just as it did our advance.
Let's hope.
Now get set to run for it. Follow me and stay close by. We made it.
Yes. Maybe you were right about that Ming cat after all, sir. It's luck so far.
I hope it'll do as well for Ginny Morris.
Oh? What do you mean, sir?
She's not in the car, Denny.
I wish I knew what this was all about, sir. Why we were shot at, why Miss Morris disappeared, why she lied to us. What's the answer to it all?
Denny, I haven't the slightest idea. But I'm sure everything will be made clear to us in time.
You really think this mean cat will get us the truth?
I think it will attract the fish we want. Now, let's go up to our apartment and wait for a nibble.
Stay right where you are.
Oh, sir, she has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it if either one of you try anything.
You see, Denny, what did I tell you? A bite. And we haven't even cast our reel.
Give it to me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I saw Woody in this car before. She gave you the cat, didn't she?
The cat? Denny, I wonder what on earth this young woman is talking about.
Well, I'm sure, sir. I haven't the slightest notion.
The cat that's on your lap.
Oh, dear. How clumsy of me.
Hand it over.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I was sure I had it hidden from view.
Yes, well, the damage is done, Denny. This young woman and her automatic appear to mean business. You better hand it over.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Now, don't move. Stay right where you are. Where did you get this cat, huh?
You answered that question for yourself a moment ago.
Yeah, what'd you do with the other one?
The other one?
You know what I'm talking about. Now, where's the other one?
Isn't this one satisfactory?
Now, you can't fool me. I know. I know all about it. I'll show you how much I know about it. Here.
What? Sir, she broke it. She deliberately destroyed that relic.
Oh, stop it. Stop acting. You know as well as I do that it was a fake. You know it wasn't worth $2.
Evidently, Denny, our bait wasn't as valuable as we thought. But it served the purpose.
You tell me where the real one is. Tell me or I'll kill both of you.
Well, that would be rather difficult, considering the fact that you neglected to release the safety on that gun you're holding.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. Don't you know it isn't stylish for attractive young women to sport these things? It just isn't being done this season. There. You look much better without it. Really. Here, Danny, take this.
With pleasure.
Let go of me. Let go of me. You're hurting my arm.
The fisherman always holds tight till he lands his quarry. Right, Denny?
Right, sir.
Please, let me go. Let go of me.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. After all, if I hadn't tripped you out of that gun, you might have eliminated Denny and me.
Oh, no, you wouldn't have been harmed. It wasn't possible. The gun's empty. Not a cartridge in the chamber.
What? Look, sir. She's telling the truth. The gun is empty. Not a cartridge in the chamber.
All right, Inspector, I'll be waiting for your call. Now, go on with your story, Mrs. Haynes.
I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me, do you?
I'll be able to judge better just as soon as Inspector Kelly calls me back from headquarters. In the meantime, go ahead.
No, I didn't know you were Captain Drummond. I thought you were in with them. I was desperate. I'll do something to find my husband, Frank.
Dear, another mysteriously missing mail. This routine is being a bit overused tonight, eh, sir?
To the point of boredom.
Well, it's the truth, just as I told it to you. Frank was to meet me when my boat docked. I was bringing the mink cat back from the Orient. Frank had a buyer for it here.
You went through that before. That blonde girl who calls herself Ginny Morris met you at the dock. She was supposedly taking you to your husband. Instead, you were taken to a hotel room where you were drunk.
Yes, and when you awakened, the mean cat was gone. You were unable to locate your husband. Then you received a phone call this evening. A man told you that if you waited in front of this apartment house tonight, you'd find both your husband and the Ming cat.
Yes, that's how I happened to see that woman and Captain Drummond in the car.
A fascinating tale, but completely unbelievable. It's usually customary to report such things to the police.
So I told you I did report my husband's disappearance.
Yes, so you said.
Mrs. Haynes.
Yes, Captain Drummond.
On 2 occasions, you've mentioned the fact that you surmised that I was involved with them. Now, we know of the girl who calls herself Ginny Morris. What do you mean by them? Who are the others?
I don't know who he is. When I was taken to the hotel room, there was a man there. He said he was a friend of Frank's.
But he wasn't.
I never saw him before in my life.
I'll get it, Denny. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. I see. There is, huh? Where? Well, thank you very much, Inspector. Goodbye.
Well, sir?
Evidently, Denny, Mrs. Haynes here has been telling the truth. She did report her husband's disappearance to the police. Inspector Kelly tells me they found him.
Frank? They found him? Well, where is he?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Haynes.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
A man identified as Frank Haynes jumped from an 8-story window of a downtown office building at 6 o'clock this evening.
What?
Your husband, Mrs. Haynes, is in the morgue. I'll return in a moment to continue our story. Frank Haynes is dead. We supplied the police with a description of the blonde young lady who called herself Ginny Morris. Then Denny and I accompanied Mrs. Haynes to the morgue.
Captain Drummond. Must I?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Haynes, but identification of your husband's body is necessary. This way, please. The door just a minute. Number 5, then.
Yes, sir. All right, Captain Drummond.
Mrs. Haynes.
Captain Drummond, please.
It has to be done, Mrs. Hayes. Now just look, and then we can leave.
All right. Oh. Captain Drummond.
What is it?
This body. Isn't that Frank? Captain Drummond, this isn't my husband.
Now, right here, Denny, is the window he was supposed to have jumped out of. But it wasn't a suicide.
Well, how do you know, sir?
Well, it stands to reason. The death of the unidentified man was another part of another act. Someone wanted Mrs. Haynes to believe that her husband was dead. They thought that a fall from an 8-story window would smash the body beyond recognition. They missed their guess at that point.
Yes, but the elevator man told us that the man came up to this floor alone last night.
He came up alone, Denny, but he wasn't alone when he stood at this window. I'm convinced he was pushed out by whoever stood here with him.
Well, how are you going to prove that?
Come along.
Where to now, sir?
We're going to cover every floor of this building. 5 stories above this and 7 below. You work from here down and I'll work up.
And what do I look for?
I want to know the nature of every business in this building. Maybe just a waste of time, but it's worth a try. I mounted the dim-lit stairs. Then he went down to check the floors below. Nothing of unusual interest on the 9th, 10th, the 11th. And then, as I walked along the 12th floor corridor, I stopped suddenly. I stood before the door where the black letters on the dusty glass panel spelled out J.R. Andrews, importer of Oriental antiques. I opened the door and walked in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your pleasure?
Why, I've taken a recent and intense interest in Ming porcelain.
Oh, yes, Ming. Well, you see, workmanship in porcelain reached a great and glorious climax under the Ming dynasty. Genius was in the fingertips of the hands of the lowest worker as he sat at his molding wheels. Your acquired interest, sir, is a demonstration of taste of the highest order.
I'm particularly interested, Mr. Is it Andrews?
Yes, I am, sir.
Well, Mr. Andrews, I'm particularly interested in one Ming piece.
One, sir? What is that, may I ask?
The figure of a cat. A cat with a rather enigmatic grin on its face.
Oh, sir, your taste is not only excellent, it is superb.
Thank you.
You select the perfect jewel among jewels, the Ming cat.
You have one in stock?
In stock, sir? One does not stock the Ming cat.
Oh, forgive me. I'm only an amateur.
But I perceive you are a man of good intentions notwithstanding. I'm sure I can obtain the object for you. You have been told the price.
Yes, the price is agreeable.
A warm pleasure of understanding mine, sir. This way, please. Oh, Virginia, my dear, our buyer has arrived earlier than expected.
Where? Hello?
You stupid fool.
Virginia, what's wrong?
This isn't the buyer.
What?
Oh, this is Drummond.
Drummond? Oh, no, I don't believe it. He was such a gentleman.
Sorry to disappoint you. Miss Morris is quite correct. Ginny, I've been looking forward to our meeting again.
Oh, the world is filled with deception. Each day more of my faith in mankind is washed away.
Keep quiet. You've gotten us into a fine spot.
I rather enjoy it.
How long's going to last?
Oh, I hope you soon.
That's the talking end of a 45 you're feeling your back, Buster.
I thought the sensation was unpleasantly familiar.
Yes, Sid, my boy, you are an angel of salvation. Sure, Pat, sure. I come to hear this guy say his prayers. As they say in the comic books, Drummond, get on your runners. You're doing some skating.
I say, Captain Drummond, you've no idea how shocked I was when they called me to come down to the hospital.
Well, Denny, no more shocked than I was when I awoke and found myself alive in that wrecked car.
You know, sometimes, sir, I feel that you have more lives than a cat.
A mean cat, then?
Oh, Dan, please don't mention that. It's got you into enough difficulty already.
Nothing compared to Ginny Morris and a Mr. Andrews.
You found Ginny Morris?
Only fleetingly. The police made a more permanent find. Ginny and Mr. Andrews were located by the police in Andrews' office in the Packer building. They'd been both shot to death.
Well, I don't understand, sir. Who is Mr. Andrews? And what was Ginny Morris doing in his office?
I'll explain later, Denny. Just now, we're going to part.
Part? What do you mean?
You're dropping off into the men's shop just ahead.
Oh, but I don't need anything in the way of apparel, sir.
You will only stay in there until he parts.
He? What the deuce is this about?
The man who's been following us since we left the hospital.
Someone's following us?
Don't turn around. I won't scare him off. I'll meet him in my own fashion. Yeah, there's the men shots coming up. Keep your eye on me, but stay at a distance. You got that?
Yes, sir.
All right, take your bike now.
Good luck, sir.
I continued walking. The man in the dark suit followed. I quickened my pace. He quickened his. I slowed. He slowed. Then I came to the corner. Turned the corner quickly and slid up to the building. Stood there, my back pressed against the stone wall, and waited. Oh, I beg your pardon. How careless of me.
Hey, let go. What's your idea?
I was about to ask you the same question.
Hey, look, mister, I ain't looking for no rough stuff.
Oh, that's too bad. You see, I'm just in the mood for it. You were following me. Why?
Sure, I was tailing. You're coming, ain't you?
Go ahead.
This friend of mine wants to talk to you, so he sends me out to eagle-eye you. His friend says I should bring you with me. Well, first he says I should make positive you solo. So now you should come with me. Okay?
Just like that, huh?
Sure. My friend says you'll come quick as a bunny.
What made him think so?
On account of my friend says you're out bloodhounding for him. My friend, whose name is Frank Haynes. Haynes is shacked in a room on the top floor.
Anybody else live in this house?
No. My friend Frank asked me to get him a private layer. The old lady used to run this dump for a boarding house. Here's Frank's room.
Come in.
There he is, Frank. I brought him like you asked.
Ah, hello, Drummond. I've been looking forward to this meeting, Haynes. However, I must admit it surprised me to have it develop in such an easy fashion.
Well, I knew you'd find me sooner or later. Just thought I'd save you time.
Well, that's thoughtful of you.
Well, I'm that kind of guy.
Of course, you realize your wife is eager to see you, too.
So I hear.
By the way, I saw your stand-in down at the morgue.
I know. You get around fast.
Sometimes I'm slowed down by unexpected obstacles. I ran into a rather troublesome one this afternoon in an importer's office in the Packer building.
I know.
Well, you seem to know quite a bit about what goes on.
I manage.
I went downstairs, Frank.
Wait a minute, Al.
Yeah, Frank?
I promised to pay you off after you brought him here, didn't I, Al?
Oh, sure, Frank. But you're good for it. I can wait till...
Nah. I want to pay you off in front of Drummond. I want to show him how I handle things.
Okay, Frank. Just like you say.
Yeah, like I say. Don't move, Drummond.
Why'd you go and do that, Frank? You said we was friends.
The only good friends are dead ones. Now take a look at him, Drummond. Take a good look. That's the way you're going to be. And after you, that wife of mine gets it.
You're busy with that gun, aren't you, Haynes?
I don't leave loose ends around. It's bad, my business.
Andrews, Jimmy Morris, they were part of your business, too, weren't they?
That's right. They muffed on you this afternoon. I don't muff.
That's rather evident.
This is what you were looking for, Drummond. This is the McCoy cat.
I've suddenly lost all interest in that porcelain figure.
$100,000 worth. That's all mine. 100,000 smackers. No more trouble about it. When you're gone, no more trouble. So I say.
Oh! You all right, Ron?
Yes, Denny, except for my nervous system.
Oh, thank heavens I got up those stairs in time. It certainly was a lucky thing you had me follow you.
Lucky is much too mild a word, Denny. You've no idea how I felt when I saw you standing there in the doorway with that gun in your hand.
I say, sir, look, Haynes isn't moving.
Wait a moment. He's dead, Denny.
But I aimed for his leg.
And that's where you got him.
Oh, but that shot couldn't have killed him.
It wasn't that shot, Denny. It was the one that entered here at his heart. This is the one that killed him.
It's you, Captain Drummond.
May we come in,
Huh?
Mrs. Haynes?
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, I just can't believe it, Captain Drummond. I can't believe it.
It's true, Mrs. Haynes. Everything I told you over the phone about your husband is true.
But I couldn't be like that, no.
Yes, he was a mad dog, Mrs. Haynes. After Captain Drummond, he was going to kill you. Luckily, he was intercepted by me and an unknown assailant.
Well, it's all over now. His murder rampage is at an end.
Well, why? Why do those things?
I brought the reason with me. Here it is, this Ming cat. But the way I see it, your husband had this figure stolen from you so that he could reap the profits for himself. And then he faked his own death to steer you off the track. That's about what it amounts to. Now the mean cat is yours, Mrs. Haynes.
Just as the omen says, it's only brought bad luck and death. It's cursed.
It's still worth a great deal of money.
What does money mean now?
Yes, I suppose you're right. It would be far better to destroy it.
Probably would.
And then there's only one thing to do, wipe out its curse forever.
Well, Captain Drummond.
Yes?
What are you going to do?
Smash this evil cat that...
Oh, I don't do...
No, as we said, Mrs. Haynes, it's the only moral course to take. Destroy the curse.
Oh, you broken.
Get away from those pieces, Mrs. Haynes. You're wasting your time.
You fool. You're rotten, stupid, interfering
What
fool.
happened to her, Captain Drummond? You said you had that mean cat appraised. You were told it was a fraud. You said you were almost sure Mrs. Haynes knew it was a fraud.
And so she does, Denny. But the cat's great value was not in the
Not
porcelain.
here. No, it's gone. It's gone.
So, what's this about?
It's gone. Gone, where is it?
What is she raving about?
This package, Denny.
You have it. You want to steal it from me? You want it for yourself?
This small parcel, Denny, contains $100,000 worth of narcotics.
What?
By a prearranged plan, it was smuggled into this country inside the cat by Mrs. Haynes. And then greed prompted the double cross and the triple cross.
Triple cross?
Yes. Mrs. Haynes was in the house when you shot her husband. It was she who fired the fatal bullet.
Well, how did you know?
I wasn't sure. It was just a point I had in mind. I went through the theatrics of smashing the cat to bits just to prove the point. I had the package removed from the cat when I learned that the porcelain figure was valued at $3.75. And speaking of felines, Denny, now Mrs. Haynes will learn that justice has one sure way of skinning a cat. That is, a murderous one.
After all, suppose you were a detective's wife working on a case involving a baseball team, and one of the star players tried to get to first base.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott. Tonight we are fortunate to have with us, making his dramatic debut, the man America knows and loves as number 42 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. One of America's great athletes and a great guy, Jackie Robinson. Our story is a tale of homicide in the ballpark. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for this puzzle in murder.
Pat and I had gone for a spin in our convertible. Meantime, in a hotel room in San Francisco, Marty Phillips, the best catcher the Yellow Sox ever had, was entertaining a visitor.
I told you to stay away from me, Louie.
Well, I told you I'd be back, Marty. It's funny, you're a very smart apple on a ball field, but you ain't using your head now.
Get out of here. I ain't going to ask you again.
You're a sap, Marty. Look. The boss says his syndicate's got $400,000 tied up in Tuesday's game. The boss says you can make yourself $75,000 just by losing.
I ain't taking a cent of that dirty dough.
$75,000's a lot of lettuce, kid. You'll be washed up someday. You'll wish you'd taken it. It's awful easy to throw the game, Marty. You lose a foul ball in the sun. You make a slow throw to second. Little things like that, nobody'd notice.
Will you scram out of here?
The boss says if you don't want to take his dough, you're not going to play Tuesday. You're not going to play ever, Marty. I'm giving you one last chance. You take the dough and lose on Tuesday?
No. No, I told you I'd break you.
Okay, Marty.
Hey, put down that gun.
I'm awful sorry, kid. The boss just can't afford to lose at 400
Hey,
G's.
Louie, no!
Yeah. It's like I said. You were a very smart ball player. But really, you were just a jerk, kid. Just a jerk.
Get some morning papers here. Marty Phillips murdered. Find big league catcher's body in hotel room. Killer gets Marty Phillips. Get your morning papers here. Get your morning papers.
When we got home that night, John Stafford, an official of the Baseball Commission, telephoned and asked Pat to go to his apartment immediately. Pat, as usual, tried every trick in the book to keep me off the case. But later on, in John Stafford's apartment, yours truly was in the case right up to her little ears.
I'm not calling off the game next Tuesday, Mr. Abbott.
You're not, Mr. Staffen?
No. I think it would be the worst thing we could possibly do. I want the boys to go ahead and play as though absolutely nothing had happened.
Well, do you think that'll convince the people that the Yellow Sox are playing an honest ball game?
I do, Mrs. Abbott. If we cancel the game, it'll seem as though something rotten had been going on. Of course, meantime, you've got to find out who killed Marty Phillips. That is your job, Mr. Abbott.
You say whoever shot him didn't leave any clues in that hotel room?
None.
You know Marty well?
Yes, ever since he played high school ball.
You know anything about his private life? Something that might be a lead as to who killed him?
I know nothing of the sort.
Plenty of blind alleys in this case, aren't there?
Does the case faze you, Mr. Abbott? Simply because the killer has been rather ingenious?
No, it doesn't faze me. Who's going to catch for the Yellow Sox on Tuesday?
Ned Tilton. He's a manager player, you know.
Mm-hmm. How does Ned feel about all this?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Thanks, I will. Maybe he'll be more helpful.
Maybe.
Pat and I went to visit Ned Tilton, the manager player. Ned was kind of husky, gruff, but sentimental, and quite broken up about the death of his pal, Marty.
Marty was a great catcher, Mr. Abbott. Baseball won't see the likes of Marty for a long, long time.
As we know, Ned.
I love that kid. Gee, I used to sit in the dugout and get goose pimples just watching him behind the plate. He had that magic like Willie Mays. I busted out crying when I heard Marty was dead.
Well, Ned, have you any idea at all who might have wanted to get Marty?
I think it was some crooked mob, Mrs. Abbott. Couldn't have been any of his friends. They were all crazy about him.
Anybody ever approach you, Ned? Try to get you to toss a game for dough?
I'd break their necks the minute they opened the trap.
Okay, Ned. We'll be moseying along. Thanks.
Yeah. Give a year's salary to get my hands on the guy who plugged Marty.
Maybe we can dig him up for you. Bye.
Yeah, so long. Sorry I couldn't serve you folks anything. I don't drink myself. I never touch it.
Bye, Ned. We'll do everything we can to even up the score for you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll be praying that you do.
Pat and I went home, and he sprawled out in his favorite chair. He began toying with his chin thoughtfully.
You know, dear, there's one thing that might open up this can of peas.
What is it, dear?
The Yellow Sox pitcher.
Freddie Manning?
Mm-hmm. Suppose a mob did get to Phillips. He and Freddie Manning are the whole team anyway. Now, Phillips is out of the way, so their only hope
would be to reach the pitcher, Freddie.
Mm-hmm.
I've an absolutely sensational idea.
Well, naturally.
Well, now, if you go to talk to Freddie Manning, it'll be no dice. But if I...
Stop. Right there.
Well, Pat, you know how a man will talk to a woman. They're putty in our hands.
Yes, well, I don't relish the idea of you alone somewhere with Freddie Manning, twisting him into a piece of putty.
Well, suppose I meet him. They say he's a wolf. Now, suppose he doesn't know that I'm Mrs. Abbott. Suppose he doesn't even know I'm Mrs.
The answer is still no. I won't allow you to do it.
But if it'll solve the case...
I am not going to risk some gangs using you for target practice.
But I just want to find out if anyone's tried to bribe him. I just want their name. I just want him to get palsy-walsy.
Yes, I know. Well, there are degrees of palsy-walsy.
It just means taking off my wedding ring for a few hours.
Means what?
Well, so that Freddie doesn't know I'm married. So that he'll get friendly. All right, Pat?
No.
Oh, okay, Warden. I won't try to make a break for it now, but someday I will. I'll get out a stir. Wait and see. The possibility of my solving the case entirely on my own was too tempting to resist. One afternoon, while Pat was at the office, I met a sports writer who was a longtime friend. He introduced me to Freddie Manning. Then, with a double-talk story about my old maid aunt being sick, I gave Pat the slip for a night and went out on a date with Freddie. He was young, dark, terribly handsome. A dreamboat. We went to a nightclub together. I was launching my dreamboat with champagne.
Jeannie, baby, you have just connected with a guy who's going places. You know that?
Sure, Freddie, I know.
Matheson, Johnson, Carl Hubble. Those guys had nothing compared to your little Freddie. And you're in line to be my ever-loving baby, huh, Jeannie?
You bet. You're going to be wonderful out there on the mound this Tuesday, aren't you?
I can't miss. I'm in perfect shape. You know the doc says there isn't a huskier guy in the league?
Tell me a secret.
Anything my honey wants to know.
Did anybody offer you money to throw the game Tuesday?
What do you want to talk about that for? Come here, baby.
Oh, Freddie, people are watching.
All right, then let's go to my apartment. I got a gorgeous terrace. We make some drinks at my bar. You know, if you stand on tiptoe on my terrace, you can reach right up and grab a chunk of the moon.
Well, it's awfully late.
And I got some music you like, too. Moody, low-down stuff. Shearing, Art Tatum, Ellington. What do you say?
Well,
I'll show you my scrapbook. Time I was in Hollywood. And all the movie stars gave me a big party. I got autographed pictures from all of them. To the best pitcher in baseball. That's me, honey.
Okay, Freddie. Let's go.
Good. Ah, you'll like it on the terrace. Nobody will be watching us but the man in the moon. And he don't care.
Freddie took me to an exquisite, ultra-modern penthouse overlooking the bay. He kept the place dimly lit. He played a few records. And then the ball player started to pitch.
Come here, Jeannie, honey. Give me a kiss. Hmm?
No, wait.
What? What's the matter?
Well, I thought you were going to show me your scrapbook.
Oh, that can wait.
But I want to see where it says, to the best pitcher.
Okay. Scrapbook's here, right under this table.
Must have cost a lot of money to fix up this place, didn't it?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I was just wondering. I know the Yellow Sox pay you plenty,
But maybe I could be picking up some extra dough on the side for throwing a few games, hmm?
I wouldn't blame you for it. You ever do that, Freddie? Do you think that's why Marty Phillips was killed?
Get this. The cops went through that whole routine with me. I don't know anything about it, so forget
Freddie,
it.
You're hurting my arm.
Unless you like to get slapped around, forget it.
All right. Don't get so excited. Now, let's see the scrapbook. That's better. Say, who's she?
Oh, give me that picture. That doesn't belong in there.
To my darling, my own adorable sweetheart. Should I be jealous?
No, she's an old flame. Gone and forgotten. Go on, look at the rest of the book. Look at the big shots I'm with.
Oh, that's Commissioner Stafford, isn't it?
Swell guy.
He asked you much about Marty?
What the devil do you keep harping on that for? What are you up to?
Nothing. Oh, come on. Play another record for me. Then we'll go out on the terrace and see if we can really touch that moon.
Good evening, Jean.
Hello, Pat.
Or should I say good morning?
Oh, it is late, isn't it?
How's your aunt?
Much better, thank you.
Amazing old girl, isn't she?
Yes, amazing.
Especially the way she has people sit up with her when she's sick.
Oh, what's wrong with sitting up with a sick old aunt?
In a strapless evening gown?
Oh, that. Well, you see, my other dress... Well, I mean, this dress...
What'd you find out from Freddie Manning?
Freddie Manning?
You're not wearing your wedding ring, dear. And you've been dancing with somebody who's clumsy on his feet. Your slippers wouldn't look like that after a taxi ride to your aunt's house. Not much fun being married to a detective, huh?
Pat, I went to my aunt...
I said, what did you find out from Freddie Manning?
He wouldn't talk.
You were with him all evening and you didn't get a lead?
No, I tried very hard, Pat. He was kind of touchy when I spoke about Marty. But that's all.
No, I ought to get the hairbrush and spank the daylights out of you.
I was only trying to help, dear. Pat Abbott, I have half a mind to...
You have a half a mind, period. After I told you not to fool around in this case, after I told you to stay away from Freddie, after I...
Jealous, Pat?
No, I certainly am not.
You worry about me tonight?
I never gave it a thought.
You're as amazing as my aunt.
Why do you say that?
You don't get jealous.
Mm-mm.
You don't worry.
Nope.
But you smoke 2 whole packs of cigarettes.
Oh, that.
Not much fun being married to an observant wife. Hmm?
In just a moment, Act Two of tonight's adventure of the Abbotts.
What do you know about your government? Do you know, for example, who is responsible for your personal security? The security which comes from being healthy, having a good education, and being well taken care of when we are unable to care for ourselves. A new secretary has been added to the President's cabinet as head of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Actually, the department handles the work of several governmental agencies. The United States Public Health Service, which safeguards the general health of the American people. The Food and Drug Administration, which makes certain that our food is pure and safe. The Social Security Board, which takes care of older people, children, and the blind who may need help. And the United States Office of Education, which through research acts in an advisory capacity for the various state boards of education. All these agencies, through the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, are ever watchful of our personal security. That's how your government works.
And now for Act Two of The Blood Red Diamond.
Tuesday afternoon, Pat and I went to the final game in the Yellow Sox series. The stands were packed. There had been no break in the case. Freddie Manning, my boyfriend, was pitching as sweet a ball game as you've ever seen. Ned Tilton, the manager-player, was giving him wonderful support at the plate. Pat and I knew Tom Whitley, the sportscaster. Tom was the sportscaster who sounded strangely like Jackie Robinson, and we sat right beside the mic as he broadcast the game. Pat's eyes kept searching the stands, the dugout, and the field, watching for a tip-off if there was to be any dirty work.
This is Tom Whitley, fans. The game's tied at 1-1. It's the last of the sixth, at the bottom of the batting order coming up. It'll be Freddie Manning, the pitcher, who's doing a great job out there today. The game has been a rough and tumble affair, not as dignified as the games we have at Everett's Field, where we never try to influence the umpires. It just happens that the field over there in Brooklyn is the only one in the world where they serve right and left-handed pop bottles. Yes, this has been a wild game, and the only thing that's missing at a brawl like this is Leo the Roaster. I know a great new gag about Leo, but he's on top of the world now, and we'll just let him have his day. Well, here's Manning, get ready to step in. He gets a great big hand. There are 2 down, nobody on. There's the wind-up, the pitch. It's a hard grounder wide of third. Taylor's over, comes up with the ball. This will be close. But Manning falls down, and the throw is there for the 3rd out. Freddie seems to have tripped as he headed for a first, but he's not getting up. The lad must have twisted an ankle or something. Everyone running towards Freddie, and he isn't moving. He's got his face right down in the dirt. The crowd's tense. This may mean he's out of the ball game. Ned Tilton, his catcher, is going over to him now. He's waving for the doctor. There goes Commissioner Stafford, leaving his box, heading for Freddie. Stands are quiet now, very quiet. One woman seems to have broken past the field police. Oh, yes, a good friend of the team's, Mrs. Tilton, Ned Tilton's wife. Now, there goes my man on the field, and he's going to signal me as soon as the doctor finds out what's wrong. He's waving at me now. He's saying, Freddie, why, that's impossible. That's... Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Manning is dead.
Pat and I raced to the Yellow Sox locker room, fighting our way through the shocked, milling crowd. Commissioner Stafford was there, and Ned Tilton. A policeman stood guard over the dead body. Stafford was very pale.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I really don't know what to say. The usual words don't mean anything.
What is the doctor's opinion, Mr. Stafford?
Looks like a heart attack. No signs of violence. Nothing at all. It was a hurried diagnosis, but from the blood that gushed from Freddie's mouth and nostrils, and from what he could see in just a quick glance, the doctor says Freddie's heart just popped and the boy died.
You the regular team doctor? Ever examined Freddie before?
Yes, that's what's so puzzling. He examined Freddie last week for an insurance policy. His heart was perfect.
But that doesn't make sense. He could...
First it was Marty. Now it's Fred. Are we cursed or something?
Try not to take it so badly, Ned.
I'll find my wife. I gotta go home. I don't feel right. I can't stand this.
But I'll find her, Ned. Ned, did I ever meet her?
Huh? I don't know. I don't think so. I've got to find her.
I could swear I'd seen her before today. Ned, sit down.
Oh.
That's it.
How could it happen? How could this happen?
Can you answer that, Mr. Abbott?
I think so.
Exactly what do you mean?
Freddie was probably murdered.
What?
A boy in his condition doesn't have a heart attack out of a clear blue sky. It's very unlikely. The attack was probably induced by poison.
Poison? Well, he played 6 innings.
Slow poison, Ned. Poison from his glove or from the ball or the bat.
But how would he have swallowed the poison?
I'm not sure yet, dear. It was a violent heart attack. Might have been caused by nitroglycerin. That works very slowly till the system has a lethal dose. Shows no immediate signs. Then suddenly it explodes the heart. Doctors use it for its expansive effect in small doses for arterial tension.
Oh, sounds fantastic. Now all you have to do is to find out which person out of the 25,000 people here engineered that. Rather difficult odds, eh, Mr. Abbott?
And I'll use your favorite word, Mr. Stafford. Maybe.
Pat and I finally left the stadium and went home with Pat frowning, mulling the problem over and over. Late that night at home. What's bothering you, Jean? You look troubled. Well, I've a feeling it'd help if I knew...
If you knew what?
Mrs. Tilton, Ned's wife. The woman who ran out on the field when Freddie fell. I could have sworn I'd seen her before. But where?
She's with the team very often. What difference does it make?
No, it's something peculiar. Where did I see her? It wasn't at the ballpark. It... Pat, I've got it. Her picture was in the scrapbook.
Freddie's? The one he showed you that night?
That's right.
Well, why wouldn't her picture be in the scrapbook? She's been with the team ever since Tilton joined them.
But the inscription, dear.
What inscription?
On her picture. She wrote, "To my darling Freddie, my own adorable sweetheart."
Are you sure about that?
Positive. I didn't know who she was when I saw it, so I just passed it by, but isn't that kind
I'll
of...
be back.
Well, where are you going?
To the stadium. Now, you wait here. This will be too dangerous.
I certainly will not. Why will it be so dangerous to go to the stadium?
Because the killer may be there alone, and very much in the mood for a few more bloody murders.
Naturally, Pat couldn't shake me off. We bribed the night watchman to let us into the stadium. It was deserted, but there was a light shining through the door of the Yellow Sox locker room. Pat opened the door. Ned Tilton was there, emptying his locker.
Mr. Abbott, what are you doing here so late?
We've just had an idea, Ned.
About Marty and Freddie? Well, come on, tell me about it.
You told us when we visited your place that you never drink, Ned.
Huh? No, I don't.
There's a scotch bottle in your locker.
Oh, that.
There isn't any scotch in it. Is there? Got the nitroglycerin in the bottle, Ned?
Yeah. And if you or that wife of yours makes a move, I'll throw it on the floor. There's plenty left in the bottle. It'll blow us all to bits.
You put the liquid nitro on your catcher's mitt, didn't you, Ned? Just enough to wet the ball. You kept throwing to Freddie. Freddie was tossing spitballs. It's against the rules, I know, but Freddie knew a way around the rules. He was sneaking a few across the plate that way. It's happened before. You were the only person who knew he threw spitballs. You knew he'd keep licking his fingers to wet the ball. You knew he'd swallow little bits of the poison that way. That right, Ned?
Shut up, Abbott, and move out of the way.
You got a very attractive wife, Ned. And Freddie was quite a wolf. He and your wife were more than just two people interested in the team, weren't they?
Aye.
Her pictures in Freddie's scrapbook with a greeting that's a little too affectionate burned you up, didn't it?
I said get out of my way.
You started out to make a fortune, Ned. You placed heavy bets against your own team. Hired a guy to threaten Marty. The guy had to kill him. Then you went after Freddie, but not because you wanted him to throw the game. No, things were too hot to rig it that way. No, you wanted to kill him yourself for a personal reason.
I've got nothing to lose if I drop this bottle of nitro.
Now, look, Ned.
Keep away from me, Abbott.
Be careful, Pat.
I'll be getting out of here now, if you don't mind. Don't follow me. All I have to do is toss this juice in front of you and the missus. Stay right where you are. I'm watching you. I can still see you. Don't move.
There he goes, Pat. See him? He's running into the grandstand.
Stay here, Gene. I'll get him.
Come back, Pat. You'll be killed.
Lost him. He must have ducked behind the benches.
Come back, Pat.
I told you not to follow me,
Get
Abbott.
down, Pat. He's going to throw the nitro. Pat, are you all right? I can't see out there. Pat!
I'm all right. Stay where you are. Now, Ned, you and I are going to play a little tag.
You come for me and I'll break your neck.
You picked a bad spot, Ned. That exit is closed. Where'll you run to now?
Keep your hands off, Abbott. I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you. Get out. Now I'm going to choke the life out of you,
That does it. You had enough, Ned? Oh, you had enough? You had enough?
As I came running up the ramp, Ned was out cold. Pat still had strength to haul Ned's body to the locker room where we waited for the police. When Ned was revived, he identified the gunman who'd killed Monty Phillips. I guess someone should have told Ned that Pat Abbott was a Marine veteran who'd been on the receiving end of the dirtiest fighting the Japs could ever think of. Very late that night, it was almost sunrise. Pat? Isn't it about time for me to put my wedding ring back on?
I suppose so.
Go ahead, you put it back on my finger.
How do you know I want to marry you again?
Well, don't you?
No.
Oh, come on, marry me again.
I said I don't want to.
Would you marry me again for all the rice in China?
No.
For all the smorgasbord in Sweden?
No.
For all the moolah in Fort Knox?
No.
For a kiss?
You talked me into it.
Moral of the story. Husbands who wonder if their wives still love them should let their wives spend an evening dancing with a handsome stranger. I know a perfect nightclub they can go to. And the management is not responsible for hats, coats, or stolen hearts.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Also heard tonight were Everett Sloan, Mandel Kramer, and Kenny Delmar. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent. the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway is My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. At 1 o'clock in the morning, night begins to slip out of Broadway. Broadway stands bewildered, staring at its empty hands. Solitude whispers its invitation. The derelicts of night run from it, beat on a door, plead for a refuge from the offered emptiness. But no door opens to them. At headquarters, you consider it through a grime-stained window. Turn away from it. Find on your desk a slip of paper that hasn't been there before. Homicide, it says. Central Park Lake. And Broadway has finally opened a door. The password, the violent dead. There's the lake and the facade of the city embracing it. There's a shadow covering a dead girl with its coat, the puny effort to thaw the veil of frost on the girl's forehead. Then the shadow rises, shakes its head, and it's Muggavan.
I don't know, Danny. Sometimes it's, You know, Danny, I got a nephew, 3 years old. He comes here during the daytime to play, to feed the ducks.
Yeah. Who is she?
We don't know. They're dragging the lake now for any identification she might have had on her. So far, nothing.
Drowned?
Hey, come here, I'll show you. See? A knife wound. Where it is, it probably killed her instantly. Then they threw her in the lake.
Who reported it?
A guy and his girl. They were, smooching. They looked up, saw the body floating in the water. They reported at the precinct near the house.
Anything?
We questioned them. Why didn't they report it right away? They had an argument about it, they said. Didn't want to get into a mess, they said. Then the girl said she told her boyfriend we better report it, so they did.
Who were they?
Smoochers, nothing else, Danny. We're positive. You made no comment, Danny.
On what?
The way this girl is dressed. The expensive evening gown, the expensive mink fur coat. I know it's real mink because my wife talks in her sleep about mink like that.
So?
So a lot, Danny. A girl as expensive, as beautiful as this one. Somebody will come asking for her. It's the least they could do, huh, Danny?
There wasn't anything to say after that. And from far away, across the stillness, the brief, wild sob of a boat whistle. The sudden flurry of wind through naked branches. The quick, small sounds in places where there's no sun. This was the autumn's night pastoral, with death in it. I turned up my collar and walked away from it. The next morning, it was back to headquarters. Received the report that so far nothing had been found on the bottom of the lake to identify the dead girl. Go downstairs to the place where it's never daytime, the morgue, the 3 people waiting there. The quiet audience sensing the etiquette of stillness in the presence of the dead. All right, you, the lady over there. Muggavan? We want you to be sure, ma'am.
I'm sure.
Well?
No, it's not my sister.
That way out, ma'am?
Now, the gentleman.
My wife was blonde.
Is this your wife?
Take it easy. I haven't seen Aggie in 3 years.
This girl is 5'6", weight 124, approximately 22 years of age.
Aggie's gonna turn up here one of these days. I'll make book on it. She ain't done it yet. This ain't Aggie.
Through that door over there, please.
You're next, lady.
Hey, you're Mrs. Hunter.
Coslow! Hey, Coslow!
Yeah? What do you want?
Why didn't you come
Oh, it's her.
Get her out of here, will you?
Yeah, come on, Mrs. Hunter. We know.
Ever so often this happens with Mrs. Hunter, Danny. Really identified a daughter here about 5 years ago. Keeps coming back. I don't know.
That's all of them, huh? Funny. Lovely young girl, dressed beautifully. Someone must want to know what's happened to her, where she is. Someone must know who she is. Okay, Muggavan, we'll try it another way. Another way was to check with the men in technical. Maybe they had something. They had. The dress the girl had worn to die in was an exclusive, made exclusively for one woman in an exclusive shop just off Park Avenue. The coat, too. The girl had good taste, they told me, and the money to indulge it, and the beauty to grace it. Beyond that, all they had was a shrug. So I packed it, shrug and all, in a cardboard suitcase. And on top of it, the portrait of the girl taken in death, and closed the cover, snapped the lock. At Roderick's Incorporated just off Park Avenue, a man tried to stop me from opening the suitcase. Maybe I should have been proud. It was Roderick Incorporated
My
himself.
good fellow, the hours for salesmen are between 9 and 10 of a morning.
They are?
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays of a week. Now that you've been briefed, you may scurry off. And take that thing with you.
This could interest you, Roderick.
Why?
Because I'm a policeman. Don't turn pale, Roderick. You don't match the color scheme that way.
Whatever would a policeman want with Roderick?
This picture, Roderick. Look at it.
Stunning girl. But so dead.
You know her?
No. Oh, but wait, that dress she's wearing, it's mine. That is, it's a Roderick original. A Roderick inspiration.
Is it this dress?
Oh, but of course, and the coat, too. Who else could have molded those lines?
You molded them for this girl?
Oh, no, never. Obviously, your dead girl is a thief. I created these things for Gladys Hampton, the advertising executive. Surely you've seen her in these things in Harper's.
Where else can I see her?
She has a place on Fifth. A tired mansion. Kiss her for me when you see her, will you? Tell her you do it for Roderick, eh?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clover, let's get this over as quickly as possible, shall we?
All you have to do is cooperate, Miss Hampton.
Cooperate? I've just come home from Vermont. Just this morning. I've got work to do. Cooperating with police is not on the
I
agenda.
want to show you something. These clothes, this coat, this dress.
Where'd you get them?
Have you ever seen them before?
I'll tell you why I have. I paid a lot of money for them. They're mine. What are you doing with them?
Now, look at this. Go ahead. Take a look at this picture.
It's Joan. What's this all about?
Who's Joan?
Joan is Joan. Joan Fuller, my maid. What's happened?
Didn't you miss her when you came home today?
No, she didn't know when I was coming back. What's happened to her?
We found her in Central Park Lake, murdered.
I'm not going to like the publicity about this.
That's how sorry you are.
I don't allow myself those kind of luxuries. I'm too busy.
Tell me about Joan.
Well, she's worked for me for 2 years. She came from Muncie, Indiana. She was efficient. She lived here. I paid her well. I couldn't tell you more than that.
How is it she was wearing your clothes?
Before I left for the weekend, she said a young man she knew from Muncie was in town. She wanted to dress well for him. Would I lend her some clothes? I would and did.
What young man from Muncie?
How do I know what young man from Muncie? I suppose Muncie has its share of young men, else eventually there'd be no Muncie.
Did you get a look at him?
Well, he was coming in while I was going out. He was nice looking. I'd probably remember him if I saw him again, but I couldn't describe him. You see, I'm being of no help to you. Besides, I'm busy. Please close both doors to the vestibule as you go out, Mr. Clover.
I did, and walked out into the street holding the crumbs she'd given me. The identity of the dead girl. A girl who had borrowed her employer's clothes to impress a young man from Muncie. A girl whose final embrace was holding close the bitter waters of a lake. At headquarters, the routine that is a requiem for the violent dead. A telegram to Muncie asking for information on Joan Fuller. The order to Muggavan to riffle through hotel registers for a visitor from Muncie, a young man, good-looking. The sifting, the questioning. The break for a cup of lukewarm coffee. And then another call from Muggavan.
Hotel Adams, Danny. A Johnny Barrett. Registered with his wife from Muncie. I looked at him, Danny. He looks likely.
The tired room, complete with stained rug, stained washstand. And the young man at the dresser, manicuring his fingernails.
You're here to present me with the keys to the city? I'd like that, because I'm fond of your city.
To ask you questions, Mr. Barrett.
Now, what would a boy from the country know that would interest a big city man like you?
He might have known a girl named Joan Fuller.
He might have known a lot of girls. Not one named Joan, though. That's one he's missed.
How big is Muncie, Mr. Barrett?
Big enough that I could walk its streets, put nickels in slot machines, order a beer, go alone to movies, and never meet a girl named Joan. It teases me, though. I'd like to meet her.
She's dead. She was murdered.
That makes me sad. I cry when girls die. It's a thing with me.
Let's go, Mr. Barrett.
I haven't finished my pinky. You want to show me the sights?
I want to show you to a woman who says a young man came calling on Joan Fuller, a young man from Muncie.
That could be a sight.
Get your coat, Mr. Barrett. Let's go.
Can't wait. Oh, honey. Honey, doll, come on in. Enjoy looking at the shop windows?
Jimmy, who is...
A policeman, honey. He wants to go show me to a lady. This is my wife, Mr. Clover.
Mrs. Barrett?
It's hard to believe she's my wife, huh, Mr. Clover? Me being young and, well, honey doll here being... But we love each other to pieces. Don't we, honey doll? Hmm?
Jimmy, I don't understand. What's a policeman doing with you?
Don't worry, baby, I told you. He wants a lady to look at me so she can identify me as the murderer of some pretty girl named Joan. She was pretty, huh, Mr. Clover?
Jimmy...
Go window shopping again, honey doll. The policeman and I have got a date.
Let's go, Jimmy.
Sure, let's go.
This house.
Nice house.
Ever been here before?
No. Bet you wish I had, though. Nice chimes. Pretty. Nice.
Funny. Vestibule door's open a bit. This Hampton liked her doors closed.
Oh, you wouldn't peek, would you?
Yeah, I would. Stuck. It'll only open half.
Hey, look.
What there was to look at was a vestibule floor, a tile mosaic in a simple block pattern. Clean, gleaming. Even the blood that spread across it had a new quality to it. Miss Hampton's blood. Miss Hampton lying there. I knelt beside her. Miss Hampton with a knife in her heart. Miss Hampton, dead.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Are you ready to sing it again this Saturday night? You'll find a whole hour full of the day's popular music by Alan Dale, Bob Howard, Judy Lynn, and the Riddlers. You'll hear the tuneful riddle songs that lead to Sing It Again's Phantom Voice Treasure Trove. $5,000 in cash and $10,000 more in wonderful prizes. Be listening to Sing It Again this Saturday night when it comes your way on most of these same CBS stations. The Phantom's a puzzler, but some CBS listener will win that $5,000 in cash.
When it's November and the winter is a-comin' in, Broadway is a place of regret. The dreams are dying, and it's a long time before April will come again. The orange juice stands put glass doors between themselves and the pavement, serve hot coffee as a buffer against the wind and loneliness. Somebody leaves a newspaper on the stool beside you, not very neat, folded badly. There's a small bit of blackberry pie on the item that tells about a girl who floated face downward in the lake. You flip back a page and consider the minor headline concerning a woman named Gladys Hampton, also murdered. Then flip another one and see how they ran at Hialeah. You take your time. Outside, it's pavements, and outside, it's cold. I didn't have it so good. I got my coffee out of a paper cup, and Sergeant Tartaglia had put too much cream in it. Or, as he put it...
Too much cream, huh?
And not enough sugar.
You always get them mixed up, Danny. Why is this?
We all have our bad days, Gino.
Only I seem to have them more frequent than most. Have you noticed?
Let's get on with it. You got anything for me?
Yeah, Danny, yeah. In the matter of Jimmy Barrett, the young man from Muncie, it has been established by the coroner that he could not have killed Gladys Hampton since, at the moment of her demise, Jimmy was with you.
What about an alibi for last night when Joan Fuller was killed?
He claims that he was doing the town up with his wife and cannot tell us what time he was where.
What?
He cannot tell us what time he was where, Danny.
How does he like our pokey, Gino?
Not very much. He's screaming for his wife. Also, he wrote the little verse on the wire to tell us how much he didn't like it. It starts off...
Tell me later, Gino. I'm going out.
Where, Danny?
To see a man's wife.
Oh, it's you. Where's my husband? What have you done with him?
He's downtown, Miss Barrett. We're holding him on suspicion of murder.
Well, don't stand there in the hall making a show of me before the world. Come in here. Come in.
Sure, Miss Barrett.
I was just washing out some of my things in the basin. You live in a dirty city, Mr. Clover. The dirt eats into everything. What right have you to do a thing like that to Jimmy? What right?
Because we think he murdered a girl named Joan Fuller.
The girl I read about? The girl from Muncie? Jimmy never knew her. He never knew anything like her. Not like her.
You know that much about your husband, Mrs. Barrett?
I'm a middle-aged woman, Mr. Clover. I know things about my husband that no girl ever knew.
Why did you and Jimmy come to New York, Miss Barrett?
You won't say any of the things people say when I tell them. Jimmy and I are on our honeymoon.
Mrs. Barrett.
He loves me. You saw how much he loves me. The sweet names he calls me.
I saw, Mrs. Barrett.
Took me a long time to bring Jimmy around to me, Mr. Clover, to the things I wanted. I'm not going to lose him to you.
If you'll help us, maybe we can give him back.
This is a trick. You're trying to trick me. You want me to say something about him that'll make him dead.
Something that can save him.
What can I tell you that will do that?
Did he ever leave you alone on your honeymoon? Go off somewhere alone?
Never. Why, Jimmy waits on me hand and foot. That's what first attracted me to him back home. How polite he was. How considerate. When he could have had any girl.
Here, Mrs. Barrett. Has he left you alone here?
I told you no.
He was alone when I found him.
Oh, that was different. I went window shopping. I like to do that alone. I like to come back and tell him the things I saw. All the useless, expensive, frilly things that are no use to anyone. Just good to look at sometimes.
You've done that other times?
Back home, in Muncie, not here.
One more question, Miss Barrett. Did you know Joan Fuller?
No, I didn't know her. My husband didn't know her. I haven't told you anything that'll save him, have I?
No.
But I will. You'll see. I hired a lawyer. He's getting a writ. He'll bring Jimmy back to me. You'll see. Wait till I tell Jimmy how you treated me. Just you wait.
I'll wait. Don't take Jimmy back home with you, Mrs. Barrett. We'll want you both here.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino.
Okay. Just a word to let you know that people questioning around the home of Gladys Hampton had never seen Jimmy Barrett. Also, that Jimmy is released on a writ.
Yeah, I was threatened with it.
And to tell you that outside is a gentleman from Muncie, Indiana.
Another one?
Yeah, Danny. You know, this is the first week in my life I have met two people from Muncie, Indiana, one on top of the other.
Show him in, Gino.
This way in to see Danny Clover, Mr. Fuller.
Sit down, Mr. Fuller.
Thank you. I'm Joan's father, Mr. Clover.
I see. I'm very sorry about what...
Thank you, but of course you're not sorry. If we mean the same thing by that word. You're a policeman on homicide, and your job's got to do with dead people. People get used to death almost as easy as they do to cigarettes. The sorrow of Joan's death belongs to me, not to you. Forgive me, I made a speech.
How did you know your daughter was dead?
You notified the Muncie police, they notified me. I've come to take her home with me.
If I can help...
Find the person who killed her.
We're trying, Mr. Fuller.
I've never been vengeful. I've always felt sorry for people eaten by hate. Now it's happened to me.
I can understand. Tell me, Mr. Fuller, do you know a man named Jimmy Barrett from Muncie?
Of course. Joan knew him, too.
Pardon me a second. Battaglia.
Roger, Danny.
There's a man tailing Jimmy Barrett, isn't there?
Yeah, Danny.
Get in touch with him. Find out where Jimmy is.
Roger. Over.
We were talking about Jimmy Barrett, Mr. Fuller. Tell me about him.
Well, Jimmy married a woman somewhat older than he. Rather wealthy woman. Why do you ask?
He's honeymooning in New York. How well did your daughter know him?
Valentines, letters on flowered stationery, holding hands and dances, that much, no more than that.
I see. What did Joan tell you she was doing in New York?
Working in advertising, she said. Everyone back in Muncie thought that. I didn't know she was a maid.
I know how you feel.
Forgive me again, you can't possibly know. Did you have a daughter? Did you tell her stories? Did she cry against your cheek? Did you watch her grow up? Was she found in a lake? Was she murdered?
Mr. Fuller,
We don't know each other, Mr. Clover. We're not friends. Your sympathy doesn't mean anything to me. Just find my daughter's killer.
Danny,
What is it, Tatalia?
the man we had tailing Jimmy Barrett just phoned in. Jimmy just bought himself a new car 5 minutes ago, brand new Hudson.
Where?
Tobin's on 105th Street.
Thanks, Gino.
You're primed to buy a new car, mister? You're just tantalizing yourself with this new model.
I want to,
Sure you want to. Everybody wants to. There's no feeling like the feeling of running your hand over this new all-leather upholstery.
Save it. I'm from the police.
That makes you different? That gives you desires different from other people's
Look,
desires?
a man named James Barrett was just in
Oh,
here.
I'll never forget him. He bought a new car off of me not a half hour ago, paid me cash, drove away on a dream.
Cash?
$2,500?
He just took $2,500 out of his pocket and gave it to you?
Well, not exactly. Let me give you a vivid description of it. I found it very thrilling.
You thrill me, too.
He looked at the car, asked me how much it was as I stood there, and I told him. Then he runs across the street to the bank, runs back with $2,500 clutched in his wet fist. So you see why it wasn't exactly he pulled it out of his pocket. He was clutching it in his wet fist.
Bank across the street, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter? He got it from the bank. It can't be counterfeit, can it? Don't give me heart failure like that. Hit me in the face with it. It's not counterfeit, is it? Don't you find it rather interesting, Mr. Clover, that I, Stephen Chase, am working for the Corn Exchange Bank? We Chasers have a bank of our own, you know.
I know. And you're the Chase who gave Barrett $2,500.
Precisely that Chase.
Does Barrett have an account here?
As of this morning, a rather plump one.
He opened an account this morning and withdrew that much money this afternoon?
I see you don't understand banks.
Oh, explain them to me.
Mrs. Barrett had a letter of credit from a bank in Muncie, Indiana, which she chose to deposit here with us at Corn.
Go on.
Please. Therefore, this account was in Mrs. Barrett's name. However, this morning, Mr. Barrett appeared. Mr. Barrett, the bearer of a letter from his wife to the effect that her account should now be a joint account.
Was that all?
Please. I called Mrs. Barrett to find out whether the letter was valid. Mrs. Barrett told me to give her husband as much money as he wanted.
All this happened this morning?
Precisely this morning.
Precisely, Mr. Chase.
Oh, hiya, Danny. Just going out. Want to go out with us?
No, I'm coming in. Oh, Miss Barrett, see you got all your things packed. Going back to Muncie?
Oh, no. You said we couldn't go back to Muncie until this thing was all cleared up. We're going to find a nicer place to live.
Yeah, me and the Honey Doll are going to branch out. Nothing but a ball from now on. We're really going to live. Aren't we, Honey Doll?
Whatever you want, Jimmy.
Tell me what you want, Jimmy.
What I want? Get out of this crummy hole. New clothes for Honey Doll. And for me. Drapes. Double-breasted.
I understand you got a new car.
It's got New York talking, huh?
We're talking about it down at headquarters.
Jimmy, the man said he'd show us the penthouse at 9 o'clock. It's almost that now.
You heard what Honey Doll said, Danny. I guess I'm henpecked, that's all.
Tell me when all this happened, Jimmy. The last time I saw you, you were happy, right here.
How much are you allowed to meddle in our lives? What concern is it of yours where we live?
Oh, Honey Doll. Don't talk like that to Danny. He wants to come up for a drink sometime. He wants to know our address.
Get him out of here.
You didn't answer my question, Jimmy. When did you make up your mind about all this? New car, penthouse.
I'll tell you. Honey Doll and me had a small talk. We decided we were tired of living like folks, like other people. Honey Doll wants to support me in the manner I'm itching for. And she can afford it. Come here, Honey Doll.
Jimmy, get him out of here.
Baby, this is Jimmy. Jimmy with his arms around you.
Stop it!
Okay. But you're supposed to give me anything I want, remember?
You're a little blackmail, Jimmy.
Huh?
I had a talk with Joan's father. He said you used to hold hands with his daughter. If you did that, you lied to me. You did now, John. You did lie to me.
Danny, so I lied to you. I was nervous.
It's getting late, Jimmy.
Did you lie to him, Miss Barrett? Did you know Joan back in Muncie?
No.
But you knew Jimmy knew her. You knew Jimmy was seeing her while you were here, while you were on your honeymoon, Miss Barrett.
Oh, why not, Danny? Guy likes to look up old friends, especially an old friend who's made good in the big city.
I got news for you. Joan was a housemaid. Those clothes she was wearing belonged to her employer.
I knew that, and I understand why she did it. To impress me. To make me hate myself because I married another woman.
Jimmy, you realize what your lying can cost you.
Sure, Danny. Now I'm your number one murder suspect.
That's right.
Danny.
Uh-huh.
What's the penalty for murder in this state?
Premeditated?
Premeditated.
Life, the chair. Depends on the jury.
And how about for obstructing justice?
Depends. 1 to 10, maybe.
But for murder, it can be the chair, huh?
That's right.
Did you hear that, honey doll? You're going to get the chair. Jimmy.
You killed so you could keep your husband, didn't you, Mrs. Barrett?
Jimmy. I'm begging you. Get him out of here.
You were afraid Jimmy would get blamed for it because Miss Hampton, her employer, could recognize him. You had to kill Miss Hampton, too, didn't you?
Jimmy.
That's what you held over your wife, Jimmy. You knew all this. She had to give you everything you wanted. Thought you'd get as soon as you were married, but didn't.
1 to 10, huh? That's the way it was, Danny.
You! You filth! I killed my you! Killed my you! And you filth!
Don't take it so hard, honey doll. You've lived almost most of your life. They had a week of it with me.
Let's go. Both of you.
Honey doll, I promise you this. When I get out, I'll spend your money. I'll be happy. Just the way you wanted me to.
Broadway looks good now. It's wearing the funny mask with the funny nose. The big smile painted in scarlet. The scarlet you've known in other places, at other times. Don't rip off the mask, kid, because you couldn't stand what you'd see. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Tedrow, Dick Crenna, Bob Bruce, Peggy Weber, Stan Waxman, and Jack Crucian. This Saturday evening on CBS, Hopalong Cassidy comes riding to the rescue of an old friend who's suspected of a serious crime. It's a long, tough job Hoppy takes on, literally risking his own neck. With one of the greatest surprise endings you've ever heard, Hoppy comes through. Be listening this Saturday and every Saturday evening when the one and only Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is heard on most of these same CBS stations. Dan Cumberly speaking. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings adventures Saturday nights on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denise. Thanks for calling, but I can't make it tonight, Angel. $250,000 worth of jewelry is missing. And when that much ice is on the loose, someone is likely to get frozen stiff.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Double Nephews. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the Case of the Double Nephews. It's early Sunday morning in New York when Tom Lacey enters his apartment. He clicks on the light, looks around nervously, then walks quickly to the door to the bedroom. Goes in, turns on the bedside lamp between the twin beds, tosses a briefcase on his own bed, then turns to the other bed and shakes the shoulder of his pretty wife.
Junie. Junie, wake up.
What is it?
I've got to talk to you.
In the morning.
Do you love me, Junie?
Huh?
Do you love me?
Well, what kind of a question?
Do you?
Ow! My shoulder.
I've got to know.
You've been drinking.
Now, look, I'm serious.
What time is it anyway? Oh, no. 3 o'clock. Go to bed, will
Now,
you?
Junie, listen to me. Junie, I've done something. It's hard to explain.
Another woman?
No, nothing like that. Well, it's going to mean that... Well, I'm going to have to go away. I want you to go with me. I want you to stick by me. Will you?
What have you done?
Will you stick by me no matter what?
What have you done?
I robbed the vault when I closed up last night.
Robbed it?
Yeah. More than $250,000 worth of jewelry. I know it was a crazy thing to do, but I blew my top. For 4 years, I've almost been running the firm. You know that. Yesterday, I find out Carraway's retiring. You know I've been counting on them making me manager when he quit.
And they didn't.
A wire came from the Forrest family estate in Oregon. Old man Forrest is sending one of his nephews, Ev Forrest, a kid right out of school, never been in New York, doesn't know a thing about the business. He's going to take over.
Wouldn't you know?
Well, do you blame me, Junie? Do you blame me for getting sore? That's why I looted the safe. I was sore.
What's the good? They'll know you did it.
Well, I didn't stop to think. Just said to myself, they don't want me here, okay? I'll get out. Only I'm taking my share with me. I'm entitled to it.
What now?
But now? Well, I don't know. South America is something. You can go a long ways on what I took, Junie.
Where's the jewelry?
Right here in my briefcase.
Let's see it.
Why?
Just want to see what $250,000 looks like.
Oh, okay. There you are.
Tom, they're beautiful. How are you going to sell them?
Oh, there's always a market. We'll find someone in South America who won't get what they're worth, but we ought to clear somewhere around 100,000.
100,000? You shouldn't have done it, Tom.
Well, it's too late to think of that now. I can't put it back. There's a time lock on the vault.
You're a thief.
Well, what do you want me to do?
You know, I think I'm going to like South America.
Are you sure there's nothing? No. No. That'll be too late. I see. All right, never mind. Goodbye. Junie, I've tried all the lines. No planes until Tuesday. We're sunk.
We can't be sunk.
But it's 10 o'clock already. We're not out of the country. By the time Carraway opens the vault tomorrow, there'll be an alarm out for us, and then we'll never get away.
I know that.
We could only get to Miami. And we could cross to Cuba, and once we're there, we can make arrangements. But the way things
Will you
are...
stop babbling and let me think?
Well, there's nothing to think. No plane.
I know. Let's get ready. We'll go to the airport anyway.
Oh, what good
There
is
may
the-
be a last-minute cancellation. If not, we'll charter a private plane.
Yeah, that's right.
Only pull yourself together. You started this. Now help me see it through.
Yeah, sure, Junie. Now what?
Well, answer it and find out.
Yeah. Yes?
Hello. Are you Thomas Lacey?
That's right.
I'm pleased to know you. I'm Ev Forrest.
Ev Forrest?
Yeah. I see you're surprised.
Well, we didn't expect you so soon.
Yeah, I know. But my uncle had a special reason for having me get here today. May I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
This is my wife. Dear, I'd like you to meet Mr. Forrest. Ev Forrest. You know, I was just telling you he's going to be the new manager.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Forrest?
How do you do? Now, I'd like a word with Mr. Lacey.
Well, go right ahead. You don't have to worry about Junie.
This is very confidential.
Well, whatever you say to me, you can say in front of her.
Very well. It's about Mr. Carraway.
Oh?
How do you get along with him?
So. Why?
Well, my uncle's a little concerned about the last few reports he's received from Carraway.
Concerned? How?
Well, the figures don't look right. And now Carraway's resignation. Uncle wants me to look into it. That's why I came right to you. I came up directly from the station. Carraway doesn't know I'm in town.
Well, what can I do?
Well, we'll go down to the firm. I want to look over the books. Today, before Carraway can find out.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Forrest, but... Junie and I were just leaving. We have a date.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to cancel it. This can't wait.
Well, gee, I don't know what to say if you'd only given us some notice.
I couldn't. Now, I'll be frank, Lacey. We suspect Carraway, not you. But we don't know how close you are to him. We didn't want you to warn him.
I see.
That's why I'm going to have to ask both of you and your wife, to come along with me. I'm awfully sorry to have to do this, but, well, you see how it is.
Uh-huh. And, I'm awfully sorry to have to do this. Oh! All right, Julie, come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Tom. For once, use your head instead of jumping into things.
Well, he was going to delay us.
I know. How far do you think we're going to get when Mr. Forrest wakes up?
What?
Call the police the first thing.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think. I've got the jitters. I've got to have a drink.
Take a good stiff one. You'll need it.
Why did he have to show up today?
Well, maybe it's a good thing he did. Now, we don't have to rush to get away. We can take our time.
Well, what do you mean when Forrest wakes
Who
up?
says he's going to wake up?
What?
Take your drink.
Oh, yeah. Now, what are you talking about?
Mr. Forrest would look good in one of my scarves, don't you think?
Huh?
Of course, he's going to have to wear it a little too tight for comfort.
Oh, no, Junie.
You can't quit now, Tom. You're going to do what I tell you.
No, I can't.
You've got to.
Oh.
No time to argue. He's coming too. Take another drink. I'll get the scarf.
We shouldn't have killed him. All we had to do was tie him up.
You still don't get it.
Now we have a body to dispose of. It all takes time.
Now we have time.
How? We still have to get away.
No, we don't. That's what you can't seem to get through your thick head.
But, Junie, tomorrow the robbery will be discovered and maybe the body.
Who's to say you committed the robbery?
Well, it couldn't have been an outside job. There's a burglar alarm and a time-locked vault. Besides, I locked up. I'm the only one who could have done...
Who knows you locked up?
Carraway.
That's right. Only suppose you say he locked up. It's your word against his. Now that we know old man Forrest already suspects Carraway of being a crook, Carraway hasn't a chance.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, sure it is.
Oh, well, still, there'll be an investigation. Our place may be searched.
That's why we had to get rid of Ev Forrest. We have to have time to hide the stuff and plant a little of it where it'll do Carraway the least good.
Oh.
The robbery's sure to be pinned on him, and if Ev Forrest's body is ever found, he'll take credit for that, too. Ev Forrest found out about the robbery, so Carraway killed him.
Yeah, it might work.
It will. If you just sit tight and keep your mouth shut.
Hello?
Hello, is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Waring? This is James Carraway. Something dreadful's happened. Frightful. I don't know how to... can you come over here right away?
Over where?
Forrest Jewelers. It's fantastic, but I'm suspected of robbery. Fantastic.
Well, nothing like a little fantasy now and then. All right, Carraway, I'll be over.
And you will, of course, bring references.
Will I?
Well, I've heard you're a competent detective, but this is a highly important matter. Great deal at stake, and I must be sure I'm dealing with a completely trustworthy and capable person.
You have my word for it. No need for references.
Nevertheless, I prefer to see the references.
You doubt my word? Fantastic.
Well, there it is, Mr. Waring. The whole story. Only two possible suspects. My assistant, Thomas Lacey, and myself. And since I know it's not myself, it must be Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's hard to believe. Been with us for years. Quiet chap, respectable. Whole thing's fantastic.
Yeah, but where do I fit? The police and insurance detectives run the case.
I want my name cleared. And a little peace. I've been grilled for hours. So's Lacey. Now they're waiting, hoping one of us will crack.
What makes you think I can speed up the cracking?
There are ways.
Oh, you don't say.
I think you know what I mean.
I think so, too.
Good. I think I can trust you to see that Lacey is properly uncomfortable. Of course, you understand, Mr. Waring. I deplore such tactics, but, well, under the circumstances, what can one do?
One can go to blazes, and you're just the one to do it.
What's that?
You hired yourself the wrong boy, Carraway. Third degree is out of my line.
Oh, now, did I say anything?
Yes, you certainly did say.
Oh, well, you misunderstood me.
I don't think so.
Well, you're not going to mention this.
I'm making no promises.
Look, let's be reasonable. Nothing hasty, eh? I'm prepared to pay.
Well, I'm not prepared to accept.
Well, suppose we forget what I just said. Use your own methods, whatever you prefer. Only continue to work for me. See if you can't get something on Lacey.
No rough stuff?
No. I had no idea you private detectives were so concerned with propriety, as it were.
Well, maybe I'm an exception. Now, suppose you send for Lacey. I'd like to talk to him.
Here?
Here.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Carraway.
Send Mr. Lacey in.
Yes, sir.
And now, our little conversation, I trust it'll go no further.
All right, Carraway. It's not that important.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Unless something happens to Lacey.
Oh.
What do you want, Carraway?
Come in, Lacey. Come in. And my name is Mr. Carraway. I thank you to remember I'm still in charge until Mr. Forrest arrives.
Now, why don't you fire me if you think I'm a crook?
When I can prove it, I shall. Now, I'd like you to meet Mr. Waring. Mr. Michael Waring, the Falcon.
How do you do, see?
Hello, Lacey. You crazy?
What's that?
Well, one of you is, to pull a job like this.
Well,
yes?
Mr. Forrest is here, Mr. Carraway.
Good. Send him in.
Yes,
Mr. Forrest. The old man, has he come?
Certainly not, Lacey. The nephew, Everett Forrest. You know we're expecting him.
Well, yes, but I...
What's the matter with you?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, hello, Mr. Forrest. Come in.
Thank you. Well, it's not the old man.
Of course it isn't. What makes you think...
Well, nothing. Never mind. Hello, Mr. Forrest. I'm delighted to meet you.
It's lighter bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Super fine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's superfined.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half a day has passed since Tom Lacey was startled by the appearance of a second Everett Forrest. The first, so far as Lacey knows, is still in the East River, which makes the second a serious problem. Now, in his apartment, Lacey paces the floor while his wife watches him.
I didn't know what to do, Joni. I just didn't know what to do.
What'd you say to him?
Nothing. I was too startled. I couldn't say this man's a fake. I know he's not F. Forrest because I've killed the real F. Forrest.
All right, as long as you didn't say anything.
Well, now what do we do?
Just sit tight.
Well, we've got to expose him.
We can't. You just
Well, then
said-
make him expose himself. We could only get the old man here face to face with this fake.
We don't have to expose him. The important thing is to wait until word comes from the old Mr. Forrest. Not about the nephew, he doesn't matter, but about Carraway. Now that there's been a robbery, Forrest is sure to wire the police his suspicions about Carraway.
Well, the old man's away from his home. He's on a hunting trip. They haven't been able to contact him.
So we wait.
But it's getting me, Joni. What's this faker up to? What does he want? What does he hope to gain by impersonating young Forrest?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I know. He must know about the murder. Sure, otherwise how could he be sure the real nephew won't show up? Yeah, that's it, he knows. And this is a subtle form of blackmail. His way of telling me he knows. Soon he'll be coming to me direct. Joni, what am I going to do now?
You're going to do nothing. Just sit tight and wait.
But he knows.
Now, you listen to me. There's nothing anyone can prove.
How do you know?
Because if there were, the police would be holding you. Now, pull yourself together, you hear?
Yes, Joni. I hear.
Which one do you think did it, Waring?
Lacey.
Why?
That's easy, Forrest. I'm working for Carraway.
Yes, but you have no proof against Lacey.
No, not yet. I'm still looking for the angle.
Why, what angle?
Well, only an idiot would pull a job where he was sure of being one of only two possible suspects. So he must have some angle. Some scheme to clinch it against the other suspect.
Yes, but you don't have any idea what it is.
No? You?
Well, how can I? I just got here. I hardly know either of the men.
Neither do I. What has your uncle told you about them?
Oh, nothing much.
Sent you here without instructions?
Oh, instructions, yes, but not on personalities. Except he did say I might expect a little jealousy from Lacey.
Jealousy, huh?
Well, Lacey counted on getting Carraway's job when Carraway retired. He probably resents me for taking it.
Yeah, he probably does. I wonder just how much.
Well, does it matter?
Might be an answer.
Oh, you mean the angle?
Well, not the sort of angle I was looking for, but I was trying to follow the script. And it's just possible Lacey has been ad-libbing. Hello?
Mr. Waring,
Yes?
this is Carraway. I'm in jail. Imagine, in jail.
Fantastic.
You took the word right out of my mouth.
No, fancy that. How come they jugged you?
Because they're idiots, that's why. They should know it's a plant.
What's a plant?
The diamond.
What diamond?
In my car.
Oh, there were diamonds in your car.
Yes, Lacey must have put them there.
Most likely. So that's his angle. Well, I guess he is ad-libbing.
What's that?
That sort of plant is pretty feeble. He's working off the cuff. Well, I'll be seeing you, Carraway.
Are you coming down here?
No, I'm going to visit Lacey. I may do some ad-libbing of my own.
Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Lacey?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see your husband, please.
He isn't in.
You mind if I come in and wait?
I don't know when he'll be back.
Well, I'm in no hurry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring.
About what?
I can't ask you in.
Can you keep me out?
Well, that depends on how determined you are. What do you want?
I told you, Lacey.
I told you he's not here.
You alone?
Yes, but I have a gun. Do you want to see it?
No, I'll take your word for it. But I'm not so sure I'll take your word for being alone. Unless you smoke cigars.
But Tom went out just a few minutes ago. The smoke hasn't cleared yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I won't press the point, Angel. If Lacey doesn't want to see me...
I don't know if he wants to see you or not. Does he know you?
We met today at Forrest's Jewelry.
Oh, you're working on the robbery.
Yeah.
Well, when Tom comes in, I'll tell him you were here. But he's told all he knows.
Mm-hmm. But I haven't.
What do you mean?
Just tell him I know how the stones got in Caraway's car.
What stones?
The ones in Caraway's car.
Were there
There
stones?
were. Hadn't you heard?
No.
Well, you just ask your husband. I'm sure he knows all about it, and so do I.
Are you accusing Tom?
Just give Tom my message. See what he says. Good night, Mrs. Lacey.
Good night.
Junie, what was all that? Who was it?
That was Michael Waring.
The Falcon. What did he want?
You.
Well, why? What?
He's on to you.
Oh, no.
He's on to you, I say.
Oh, no.
I stalled him because I didn't want anybody to see you till you'd pulled yourself together. But with what he knows, I'm afraid the jig's up anyway.
What does he know?
Everything.
About Forrester?
I think so.
I might have known. It's no use. I'm no good at this sort of thing. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to give myself up.
Don't be absurd. Put down the phone. Put it down, I say.
But, Junie...
I said put down the phone. We're caught. It's the electric chair. Don't you realize that?
But what can we do?
I got out your revolver. Here it is. Be careful. It's loaded.
Well, what good's this going to do?
We're going to get away.
Junie, there isn't a
There's
chance.
An excellent chance if you'll do what I tell you. Now go on. Start packing while I go out for a few minutes.
Where to?
Never mind where to. While I'm out, pour yourself a long glass of courage. You'll need it. Mr. Waring?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Lacey.
Oh, not little Miss Sunshine.
Maybe I wasn't friendly. I'm usually not when strange men try to force their way into the apartment. My husband's home now. He wants to see you.
You gave him my message?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I told you he wants to see you.
Is that all?
Well, he claims he doesn't know anything about the diamonds in Mr. Carraway's car.
Diamonds. Did I say they were diamonds?
What? Well, Tom seemed to think that that's what you meant.
He did, huh? May I speak to him?
Well, why not come over? He wants to talk to you in person.
All right, Mrs. Lacey. I'm on my way.
All right, Tom, that's enough.
Junie, what are we going to do?
It's all set. I've got a taxi waiting downstairs.
Oh, and then we're going?
Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
In a minute.
Well, what are we waiting for? You said taxi.
He'll wait. I just want to...
Who's that?
I don't know. Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Waring? What's he want?
This spoils everything unless... Where's the gun?
Right here.
Good. There's only one thing to do. We've got to shoot our way out of here.
Oh, no, Junie, I can't.
You've got to.
I can't.
You want the electric chair.
What?
This is our only chance. I'll throw the door open and you shoot.
No, I can't.
If you shoot fast enough, Waring will never have time to get his gun out.
Hey, remember me? I'm waiting.
All right, I'm coming. Now, you do what I tell you. As soon as I open the door, don't give him a chance. Then we can make a run for it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a few seconds have passed since June Lacey and her husband set themselves for Mike Waring's entrance with a gun.
You ready, Tom?
Yes, Junie, I'll try.
Remember, as soon as I open the door. What the devil?
Close the door, Junie, close it. We're caught. He jumped back. Now we'll send for the police.
Wait a minute. There's still one thing.
Oh, what's that?
Give me the gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Let me have it.
Here. Oh, but now what?
Now you're going to commit suicide.
Huh?
You saw you were trapped, so you turned the gun on yourself.
No, Junie, wait.
Don't try to kill your husband, Mrs. Lacey. Anything happens to him, we'll know you did it.
He hurt you.
He couldn't have.
Come on, open the door again. And this time, come out slowly, both of you, with your hands up.
And if we don't?
You will when the police get here, or they'll drive you out. Now, hurry up, come on.
What are you going to do now, Junie? What are you going to do now?
Stop it.
You're such a good one at figuring things out. Well, go ahead, Junie. Start figuring.
Fantastic, Waring. Absolutely fantastic. To think he'd go to such lengths. Fantastic.
Well, once they got rolling, there was no stopping. Especially when they were given what looked like a sure chance to frame you.
Yes. Has the body been recovered?
Yeah. Forrest identified it as his chauffeur.
His chauffeur?
That's right. You see, the fellow knew Forrest was expected, so he beat him to New York and tried to trick Lacey into letting him into the building.
Oh.
That would get him past the burglar alarm. Then he could knock out Lacey and either blow the lock on the vault or wait until the next day when the time lock went off.
But by then, I'd be back at the place.
Mm-hmm. And he'd meet you with a gun. Anyway, once inside, his job was much simpler. That's why he tried it.
And got killed for it.
Yes, because the story about old Forrest suspecting you of monkey shines fit in too well with the Lacey's plans.
Yes.
But you see, then Lacey lost his nerve, so his wife tried to get rid of him so he couldn't implicate her. She wanted him to take the whole blame.
Oh.
She tried to get him in a gunfight with me, and she had his gun loaded with blanks.
Oh, so he'd be killed trying to make a getaway.
That's it. She hoped to have me do her dirty work for him. And when I tumbled to it, I knew she'd try to frame a suicide, so I called her on that.
But what made you tumble, as you put it?
Oh, well, the whole thing added up wrong. Her not letting me see Lacey when he was obviously in, then her calling me right back saying Lacey wanted to see me. But not letting me speak to him on the phone.
I see. So you anticipated a trap.
Uh-huh. And I didn't figure that, even with my bluffing, I could represent enough of a threat to make them go gunning for me, so it looked like the trap was set for Lacey. That's why I was ready to duck instead of shoot.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Nice bit of deduction. Very nice. In fact, I might almost say...
Fantastic?
Exactly. How did you know?
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. A hold-up man has been hitting large supermarkets in your city. He's fast and is experienced. Your job? Get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, July 7th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:22 a.m. when we got to the corner of 67th Street and Jefferson Boulevard, Lamont Brothers Market.
Oh, I guess I should have been scared. The officer said he wanted the money. I gave it to him. I wasn't going to mess with him.
Mr. Haskins?
Yes, I'm Haskins. Who are you?
Police officer, sir. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Friday and Smith. Oh, yeah. You're the fellows that was talking about, huh?
Sir?
Oh, the other ones, the cops in the car. They said there'd be a couple of detectives here. Have you seen the other cops yet?
Yes, sir. We talked to them. They've already put out a call. I wonder if we get some information from you.
Sure. You want to come back here to the office?
Yes, sir.
Back this way. We can talk there. Just sit down.
Mr. Haskins, if you just tell us what happened, please.
Well, it's pretty simple. I was sitting here getting the money ready for the bank, and this guy came in. He said he wanted the money. Had a gun, so I gave it to him. That's it. Not anymore. Just took the money and left.
Mm-hmm. Well, what time was it, sir?
Oh, around 8:30, 8:45.
How many men were there, sir?
Well, there was two. Two's all I saw. I don't think there was any more of them.
All right, sir. If you could just tell us exactly what happened.
Well, I told you they came in. They took the money.
I know, sir, but if you'd go into more detail.
Well, I came in about 7:30 this morning, like always. Checked things over the store to make sure that everything was okay. Then I started checking out the week's receipts.
Uh-huh.
Well, then, like I said, it must have been 8:45 or so, and heard this knock on the door. Thought there must be something wrong. The employees know not to bother me when I'm making up the deposit slips.
Yes, sir.
That's when I knew that something was wrong. Right away, I said to myself, Larry, there's something up. Something isn't good.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was right. Went over to the door and unlocked it. There he was, this big fellow. Stood there with a gun. The way his eyes lit up when he saw all that money laying on the desk.
You got any idea of how much money was taken, sir?
Well, it was about 6,000 cash. I guess another 1,500 in checks, more or less.
Uh-huh. I wonder if you'd give us a description of this man, could you?
Well, like I said, he was a big one, real mountain of a man, well over 6 feet. Had this gun, you know.
Uh-huh.
He stood there and said, this is stick-up. I want that money. And he pointed at the money with his gun.
Oh, what kind of a gun was it? Could you tell?
That's a great question. Of course I could tell. He had it right under my nose. Shotgun, sawed off. Had the stock cut down, too. Looked like a horse pistol. Well, he handled that thing. I wasn't going to mess with him.
Uh-huh.
I told him, take the money. Take it and get out. Not to shoot that thing off. He did. Walked right over to the desk and scooped up the money. He had a paper bag. He put it down by the table and scooped the money into it. Then he said to me to stay put. Not to try to yell or be brave. Didn't have to tell me that. I wouldn't have tried anything.
He said there was another man, is that right?
Yes, I saw him when I left. He was a little fellow.
Mm-hmm. About how tall would you say?
Well, it'd be kind of hard to tell. I didn't get very close to him.
Well, was he armed too?
Yeah, he was carrying a revolver.
Did they drive a car, would you know?
Well, if they did, I didn't see it.
You went out after them, then?
I should say not. If that one fellow waved that gun around, I stayed right here. He said to stay put, and that's just what I did.
What'd this big man look like?
Oh, a real mountain. He was 6'2" anyway. He must have weighed in at about 215.
Mm-hmm. How about his coloring?
It was dark. He had black hair. His eyes were dark. Not a brown. It was almost black. Real dark.
Mm-hmm. And when he spoke, did he have an accent, anything like that you might have noticed?
No, I don't think so. At least there was one. I didn't notice it. Mm-mm.
Did he have any scars or marks?
What?
Any scars or marks? Anything that might make it easier for us to identify him?
Yes, there was a little scar right here. Right over the bridge of his nose. Across here.
Mm-hmm. How about his clothes? What was he wearing?
Had a brown hat on, a brown jacket. Short kind of what you'd call that the real slick material, you know. Satin, like bowling teams wear.
Yes, sir.
Had on a pair of brown pants, brown shoes.
How was the other one dressed?
I couldn't tell you for sure. Like I said, I only saw him for a minute when I opened the door. He was out there telling the people to just mind their own business. Do that and they wouldn't get hurt. I didn't get a good look at him, but that big one, he was a real mountain.
Do you usually have this much money around in the store?
No, not usually. See, this was a long weekend. You know, the 4th was Friday. Whenever we have a long weekend, we usually have $10,000 or $12,000 in cash here. That's why the guys really goofed.
Sir?
Really missed the boat. You know, if they'd known what they were doing, they'd have gotten a lot more.
Well, how's that, sir?
The safe out in front. Another $7,000 out there. Guys missed it completely.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure hope they don't come back for it.
"11:05 a.m. Frank and I checked with the officers in the radio unit that had answered the call. They'd gotten out a broadcast on the bandits and then started a canvass of the neighborhood, but they didn't find anyone who could give them any information. One of the clerks was able to describe the smaller of the two suspects, and we got out a local and an APB on them. Then we took the market manager downtown to look at the mug books. He told us that the larger man had worn gloves all the time he was in the store, so there was no need to look for fingerprints. The market bandits had been operating for the past 8 months. In that time, they'd held up 17 stores. Their method of operation was always the same. They'd hit only after a weekend or on the Monday following a holiday weekend. They'd hit only the larger supermarkets of the ranch type. Their operations had taken them all over the Southland. We tried to stake the markets that might be hit, but their field of operations had been so wide that it was impossible. 2:15 p.m. The market manager, Larry Haskins, started on the 6th mug book.
Sure, a lot of them.
Yes, sir.
All these fellas. All committed some crime, huh?
Yes, sir, that's right.
That one there looks like my brother-in-law. He's got a weak chin. Yeah, just like him. No, Go through a few of these and they all begin to look alike. Did you ever notice that?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
This fellow here. This one right here, you see?
Mm-hmm.
That's the fellow, no doubt about it. That's the one.
The market manager had identified Bernard R. Hanson as one of the holdup men. The other employees of the store were called in, and they identified the same picture as being the man who'd held them up. We checked on his record and found that he'd been convicted for armed robbery and had been sentenced to the state penitentiary. He'd also served 6.5 years and had been released. We got the last known address of the suspect. Frank and I checked it out and found that Hanson had moved some months before, but had left a phone number where he might be contacted. 6:30 p.m. Frank put in the call.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. You sure about that, are you? I see. Well, if there's anything more you can think of, I'd appreciate a call. That's right, Michigan 5211. Extension 2511. Smith, that's right. Or if I'm not in, ask for Joe Friday. No, sir, Friday, like the day in the week. That's right. All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Anything?
Yeah, I talked to Dr. Corby. The place is a rest home. Hanson's there as a patient. Been there for the past 4 months. Doctor says he's bedridden.
We checked on the rest home. It was a private sanitarium in the valley. We got in touch with the medical authorities and found that the head of the hospital was listed as Dr. James Corby. Frank and I drove out and talked to Dr. Corby and the rest of the staff. From them, we got the story that Hanson had been a resident of the home for the past 4 months. We found that he had a lung ailment and was confined to his bed 24 hours a day. The doctor showed us his records and charts, and from what we could tell, it would have been impossible for Hanson to have been the bandit. 3 weeks passed. On August 4th, the market thieves hit again, this time out in East Los Angeles. They got away with a little over $9,000. The manager of the market came downtown and checked the mug books. They again identified Hanson as the thief. We had the stats office make another run on the MOUs. The result came back, and out of the thousands of cards checked, only one fitted the way the robbery had been carried out. Hanson's. We called the rest home and found that on the day of the holdup, the suspect hadn't left his bed. Another month passed. During that time, we ran down all leads. Informants were questioned, but they could tell us nothing. Apparently, the holdup men were hitting and then dropping completely out of sight until they hit again. Monday, October 27th, 8:05 a.m. I checked in for work.
Joe?
Yeah. You just get in?
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago.
Sure is a beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah. Did you see Didion yet?
No. The way he talked yesterday, I don't want to.
Well, he's pretty hacked. I can't blame him too much. The guy sure seemed to have us stopped.
The thing I can't understand is that everybody's positive it's Hanson. Doesn't seem to be any doubt in their minds.
That doesn't make any sense. Did you get the kickback on the doctor?
Yeah, I came in late yesterday.
How about it?
Well, can't find anything on him. Family man, lives out in the valley, a couple of blocks from the hospital. Checked his bank account. He does pretty well, not great. No big deposits lately.
Mm-hmm. Did you check the AMA on him?
Yeah, he's not a member. They haven't got anything on him.
How about the rest of the staff out there?
Well, seems to be okay. 2 of the nurses have been there for over 2 years, and the male nurse was hired about 5 months ago.
That'll be just before Hanson got there.
Yeah.
Well, what's his record?
There isn't any. Nothing on him in the files, nothing from Washington.
Well, I don't know. He seemed to come up out of the ground, pull the jobs, and then drop back in. Nothing on the partner?
No, thought I had something. Talked to an informant this morning while I had coffee. He thought at first that he knew who the little guy was, but then he remembered that the fellow he was thinking about died 2 years ago.
A hot shot, I get it. Well, let's go. I hit again. At 8:01 a.m. that morning, a pair of hold-up men had walked into a market out on Adams Boulevard and robbed the place of a little under $11,000. The manager gave us a description of the hold-up men. One was large, dark, and had a small scar over the bridge of his nose. The other was small, sandy-haired, and had no visible marks or scars. We showed the manager mugshots of Hanson, and he positively identified him as the larger of the 2 men. A local and an APB was gotten out on the pair, and then Frank and I drove out to the hospital to see Hanson. 8:46 a.m. We talked with Dr. Corby.
I know you men are trying to do your duty, but I've told you before, it couldn't possibly be Mr. Hanson. I know for a fact that he hasn't been out of his bed this morning.
Was it possible for him to get out of his room without you knowing it?
No.
I wonder if we could see him, Doctor.
No, I don't think that'd be possible. He's still asleep, and I can't have him disturbed.
Now, you're sure, though, that he couldn't have left the hospital without you knowing it?
Absolutely. No chance of it.
What time does Hanson generally wake up, Doctor?
Depends. Usually, though, I'd say he's awake by 9:30 or so.
Wonder if we could wait and talk to him.
If you like. I'll tell one of the nurses to call you when he's awake.
All right, sir, that'd be fine.
One thing, though, I must insist on.
What's that, Doctor?
He mustn't be excited. I don't think you gentlemen really know how ill Mr. Hanson is. If you had any idea, you wouldn't be out here with this ridiculous questioning.
Yes, sir, we understand. We're just trying to get this thing straightened out as soon as we can.
Fine. I'll go along with you part of the way, but I'll not have my patient disturbed. Any excitement would be very bad for him.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. We'll be as brief as possible.
Fine. If you'll excuse me now, I've got some things to do. I'll tell the nurse to call you when he wakes up. And remember, no excitement.
What do you figure, Joe? Oh, got me. The way he talks, every one of those witnesses are wrong.
Yeah, it's happened before. Get a positive identification and end up with the wrong guy.
Yeah, but all of them are so positive, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You're the police officer?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Bob Jameson. I work here.
Oh, yeah, you're the male nurse, that right?
Yeah. You're out here about Barney Hanson, aren't you?
We want to see him, yeah.
What can we do for you?
It's about Barney.
What about him?
I don't think things are the way they look.
What do you mean by that?
I wouldn't want the doctor to know I've been talking to you. He'd raise the roof, probably fire me.
Well, what's it about, Jameson?
Like I said, it's about Barney.
Yeah?
Well, when I came here, they told me that Barney was pretty sick. Said they didn't expect him to live.
Yeah.
One day the buzzer rang in his room. You know he wanted something?
Uh-huh.
Well, the doctor was on the phone. The other nurses were busy. So I started down the hall to see what Barney wanted. Got to the door of the room, and the doctor stopped me.
Uh-huh.
Really read me off. Said that I wasn't to go into the room at all. That he was taking care of Barney personally. That he'd see what he wanted.
Yeah?
Well, that was just the first time. Same things happened a couple more times. And he told us about you. Told us what to say if you asked any questions.
Well, what did he tell you?
Said that we wasn't to tell you anything. That we didn't know anything.
Well, why didn't you tell us all this before?
Well, you see, this isn't a regular hospital. I don't think that he's even a regular doctor. I've worked around hospitals for a long time, and I never saw no doctor act like he does. He doesn't even know how to write out a diet, feed some of the people here all the wrong things.
That right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else, too.
What's that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with Barney. I think the whole reason for him being here is phony.
Bob?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
What are you doing here?
Came to see if these gentlemen needed anything.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll take care of it now. Will you check on Mr. Hardy, please? See if he's awake yet.
Yeah, sure.
Just a minute.
What?
I'd like you to stay here for a minute. I'm afraid we're going to have to see Mr. Hanson right now, Doctor.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I told you before, I'm not going to have him disturbed.
I'm afraid we're going to have to disturb him. Won't take very long. Jameson, where's his room?
Oh, I'll show you. It's down this way.
I'm going to speak to your superiors about this, coming into a hospital and disturbing patients. I'm sure the fact that your officers doesn't give you the right to do this.
Now, this is his room.
You want to open the door? Well, how about it, Doctor?
Well, I don't understand it. He's got to be here. He can't get out of bed. I'm sure there's some explanation for his disappearance.
Yeah, maybe you can explain this, too. This stuff here in his bed.
What is it, Joe?
A gun and some money. 9:30 a.m. We called the office, and 2 more teams of men came out to help us search the place. Hanson was not on the grounds of the hospital. In his room, we found several floor plan drawings of markets that had been robbed. The drawings showed the location of the manager's office and of the safe. Along with the drawings, we found several maps with roads marked on them leading back to the hospital. A stakeout was placed on the rest home in the event that the suspect returned, and Frank and I drove the doctor back downtown. We talked to him for an hour before he finally told us the story. He said that Hanson had come to him and offered him money to say that he was ill and to give him a room. The doctor went on to say that after he got started, he tried to get out of the deal, but that Hanson said he'd get his family if the doctor said anything about his activities to the police. Dr. Hanson's accomplice, Marty Peterson, he said that he didn't know where Peterson lived, but that he usually came out a couple of times a week to see Hanson. We notified the stakeout to be on the lookout for Peterson, and then we booked Dr. Corby at the main jail. We ran the name Marty Peterson through R&I, but we got no make. We sent the name to George Breton up at CII in Sacramento, and also to Washington. The kickback gave Peterson a record of 2 arrests of robbery and 1 for ADW in the East. It also gave the name of a sister who lived in Los Angeles. With her, she was able to tell us where Peterson lived. Thursday, October 30th. Frank and I drove out to his apartment. The manager.
Just a minute.
Yeah, what is it? You Marty Peterson?
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
Come on up. Get out of here, you lousy bug.
All right, come on, get up.
You got no right to come in here and bother me. What's all this about?
Want to shake him? Yeah. Come on, get your hands up on that wall. He's carrying a gun, Joe. Here. I got it.
What are you guys trying to prove? I didn't do nothing. You guys lean on everybody like this. Fella's got a record, and right away he's fair game for every crummy cop in the country.
Yeah, you bet. Come on, let's go.
Well, you still haven't told me what this is all about. What are you putting the pinch on me for?
Robbery.
Robbery? You're off your rocker. I'm out here on a vacation. I haven't done anything.
You're an ex-con with a gun. That's a felony. And where's Barney Hansen?
Who?
Barney Hansen. Where is he?
I don't know no Barney Hansen. Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's come off it, Peterson. Now, where is he?
Barney Hansen? Well, I might know what you're talking about. I know a fellow by that name, but he's out in a hospital in the valley. Haven't seen him for a long time in a hospital out in the valley.
Nice try, Peterson. Hansen checked out of the hospital. We got the doctor. He told us all about it. Now, where's Hansen?
Well, I don't know. Last I heard of him, he's out at that hospital. If he ain't there now, I don't know where he is.
All right, let's go downtown.
That doctor copped out, huh?
Yeah. Told us him and the whole setup.
How about the money? You find the money?
No, we didn't find anything.
You didn't find any dough at all?
Not a bit.
The crumb, the lousy crumb. He told him to be safe out there. They'd never shake a hospital. Not a dime, huh?
No. Looks like he left you to stand for this. He probably took off with all the money. Probably never see him again.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get away with it. No, sir, he ain't.
Looks like he will.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you where he is.
We took Marty Hansen down to the city hall, and he was booked at the main jail. Before he was booked, he gave us the name and address of Hansen's girlfriend. Frank and I drove over and talked to her. She told us that she hadn't seen the suspect for several weeks. She said that she'd heard that Hansen had been running around with another girl. She also told us that she'd heard Hansen had bought a new car and was running around with a new bunch of friends. She said that she hadn't seen him since he got the new car, but that she'd heard it was a new Oldsmobile, and it was painted a fire engine red. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout on her apartment, and then we began to check out the Oldsmobile dealers in the Los Angeles area. 2 teams of men were assigned to help us in running down the list. It took us 2 days to talk to the dealers in town. Each of the dealers was shown a mugshot of Hansen. 2 days went by. Finally, we got an identification. A dealer out on Franklin in Hollywood reported that he'd sold a car to Hansen. However, when we checked the address he gave us, we found that Hansen had moved a week before and left no forwarding address. We got in touch with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and from them we got the address where they'd sent the pink slip. It was an apartment house out on Highland Avenue. Frank and I went out to check it out.
Yes?
Bernard Hansen in?
No, he isn't. Something you wanted?
You expecting him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him this morning. I just got here myself.
What if we could talk to you?
Who are you?
Police officers. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Well, how do you do? I'm Lily Edwards. Come on in.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Get you anything? Cup of coffee? Anything?
No, thanks. When'd you last see Hansen?
Last night. We got a date at 2:30 this afternoon. What time is it now?
Well, it's 2:37, man.
Late. He'll be along in a minute. What do you want to see him about? Done something?
Better if we could talk to him.
Personal, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
He's a wild one, old Barney. Him and that red car. Real wild.
Ma'am?
That car he drives. You know, it's a red old. He's like a kid with it, always wiping it off, taking care of it. I think he'd bring it up here at night if he could. Never seen anything like it.
Mm-hmm. How long you known Hansen, Miss Edwards?
Not long. A couple of weeks, I guess. Not much more than that.
Where'd you meet him?
Well, I hope you won't get the wrong idea, but...
Ma'am?
Well, I live down on Vine Street, below Fountain, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I usually have morning coffee at the drugstore. The big one on Vine.
Yeah.
Well, one morning Barney comes in. I guess it's about 9, somewhere around there. He plunks down on a stool next to mine. Then he takes out a package of cigarettes and starts to light one. He's shaking so much he can hardly hold the match up to the cigarette. Well, I got to laughing because I thought he was hung over. Anyways, we got to talking, and the next thing I knew, he asked me out to lunch.
Uh-huh.
Well, I knew it wasn't proper, but I figured, well, he seemed like a nice guy, so I told him that I'd meet him. We had lunch that day, and we sort of been going together since.
I see. Hansen ever told you what he did for a living?
No. I asked him a couple of times, but he wouldn't say anything right to the point. He'd, kind of hedge around the bush. So I figured that he didn't want to tell me, and I stopped asking. He was always nice to me. No need for me to pry into his personal affairs. What time you got now?
It's 2:40, ma'am.
Can't understand it. He's usually so prompt. I hope nothing happened to him. He said sure to meet him at 2:30. Or was it 3:30? I don't remember too well. Never sure about times or dates, things like that, you know.
Yes, ma'am. You ever met a man named Peterson, Marty Peterson?
Marty Peterson? Yeah, I've met him, a little guy.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's a friend of Barney's. They're in some sort of business together. I don't know just what it is, but I know that they're associated in some way.
Hanson's never said anything about this business to you, has he?
No. Like I said, he's very close-mouthed about what he does.
He ever mention a Dr. Corby to you?
Corby? No, I don't think I've ever heard that name before.
Would you know how long Hanson's lived here?
No, I think he moved in just before I met him. I don't think he's been here very long. Say, what are all these questions about? I hope I haven't said anything to get Barney in trouble. He's such a nice guy. I sure wouldn't want to do that.
No, ma'am. You haven't done that.
Hi, Lily. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Police officers. You're under arrest, Hanson.
For what?
Suspicion of robbery. I'll shake him, Joe.
Now, wait a minute. What is this, a shakedown? What are you guys trying to prove? You got nothing on me. I fell once. I did my time. I owe you nothing.
He's clean, Joe.
Why'd you do that? I'm not giving you any trouble. I got no reason. You got nothing on me. I got nothing to worry about. I'll go with you. There's no reason not to.
You mean what these guys say is true? You've been mixed up in some robbery?
Oh, knock it off.
What do you mean, knock it off? Don't you talk to me like that. I'm not going to take talk like that from you.
Like I said, knock it off.
All right, come on, let's go.
You really figure you got me for a 211, huh?
Yeah, we got the rest of them, too.
Peterson and the doc?
That's right.
Suppose they talked, huh?
Yeah, they told us all about it.
Sweet racket. Should have known it could only last so long. Should have figured that the longer I played against the house, the shorter my chances were.
It is true, and you never told me. All this time, and you never told me you were a crook. Of all the rotten deals...
Shut up, will you? Always shooting off your big mouth.
Listen, Barney Hanson, I told you before, don't you talk to me like that. I won't take it.
You haven't got much choice now, have you, Lily? You know something, Cop?
What's that?
Might be kind of pleasure to get into a nice, quiet jail. Get away from this dumb broad. She's the dumbest broad in the entire United States and Canada. Real pretty, but boy, she's stupid.
Now, I told you, Barney Hanson, I'm not going to have you talk to me like that.
She's a real shrew. Young, she's a real shrew. Let's go. Glad to get away from her.
All right, Barney Hanson, that does it. I'm through with you. I've had it. It's going to be a long time before I even talk to you. A long time.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 4th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Bernard R. Hanson and Martin S. Peterson were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree. They were filed on for 10 counts and received sentences as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of from 5 years to life. Dr. James Corby was allowed to plead guilty to a lesser charge and was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and placed on probation for 10 years. One of the terms of his probation being that he is not permitted to operate a rest home. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Rodman, Herb Ellis. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.